Hey, how's it going, y'all? I saw in the last stream my volume was turned a little too low, so I'm gonna try and bring it up more this time, and hopefully that's better. Um, where we left off last night, I stopped the stream after watching a Ross Coulthart video about some what I found to be pretty disturbing things, hence the title. And let's see here. Um, we got, oh, I got it all set up here. I got a bunch of videos, so let's see here. We're gonna go through these one by one, and we're gonna find the specific thing that Ross talks about here. Um, let me get that over here. Come on. I'm overlaying my computer so much. Alright, I'll just do this. Arrow. Okay, so at 3:34.
That there is no evidence of foul play. Foul play has to be
All right,
considered
we'll
now
listen
as a
from
serious
here.
possibility 1 month into the general's disappearance. Either, sadly, the general has killed himself, which is a horrible thought, or someone has taken him, or maybe he's gone of his own volition. But this does need to be investigated, and it would be nice to see the Pentagon and the intelligence community, with whom the general has had a long and intense association, including beyond his time as the head of the Air Force Research Laboratories, his last official post in 2013. He's been working on secret projects with the Defense Department since 2013. So the idea that he doesn't know anything since 2013 is nonsense. This is a man with some of the most sensitive secrets in his head. And yes, I would like to see a more intense focus on searching for the general and explaining the significance of his loss from public life.
Okay, we have an email. This is from Greg from Illinois. In your interview with Jake Barber, I seem to recall you're asking him if psionic ability could be enhanced by electrically stimulating the brain, something I've heard discussed by Dr. Gary Nolan in connection with remote viewing. I couldn't find that spot in your interview video just now, but I think Jake responded.
Okay, this part specifically for about like the next 30 seconds. Please pay close attention to. I'm pulling up. I got an Obsidian
Quote,
folder I
certain
made for
protocols
this.
are
We're
followed
gonna
without
organize all
directly
this.
answering your question. Do you know from other sources if this is done? The reason I ask is because it appears to me that the upcoming Spielberg movie may be about a psionic program. In the original trailer, we see Colin Firth with electrodes on his forehead, and in the later extended trailer, we also see Emily Blunt and Josh O'Connor with the same attached electrodes.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? There does appear to be ECG monitoring being used in Disclosure Day. And that's fascinating because, of course, I can tell you, people who are psionic subjects, psionic assets that are used by the government, their ECG is monitored.
Okay.
And yes, I think Jake's used the term stress inoculation. This is an horrific issue. And Jake's been very guarded about how much he's talked about it, but I've been
Mm,
able to investigate
I'm gonna
further.
get
I
the link
commend
for
to
this
you, if you haven't
video.
already seen it, the interview that we did with a young man called Tim Lauker, which aired, I
Tim
think, about 3
Lauker.
weeks ago. Tim was a young psionic asset who was, on his own account, taken into some kind of military facility and given essentially torture. He was induced with electric probes up his rectum to try to induce psionic activity. And that
Oh,
is what's called stress inoculation. There does appear to be a link between the inducing of trauma, stress inoculation, and the ability to enhance psionic abilities. I think it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us after we die and our present existence in our meat bodies, there's something about people who've suffered near death experiences or had severe trauma, people who've been through combat. One of the other things that I'm also exploring is
sorry guys.
psionic
I'm gonna
abilities.
go back a
I think
little.
it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us, and given essentially torture. He was induced with, aired, I think, about 3 weeks
Okay.
ago. Tim was a young psionic asset who, which
Okay.
aired. I've been able to
You
investigate
must have
further.
said
I
it just
commend to
before
you,
this.
if you haven't already seen it. ECG is monitored. And yes, I think Jake's used the term stress inoculation. This is an horrific issue, and Jake's been
Does he
very
say
guarded about
Jake?
how much he's talked about it, but I've been able to investigate further. I commend to you, if you haven't already seen it, the interview that we did with a young man called Tim Lauker, which aired,
Tim
I think, about
Lauker.
3 weeks ago. Tim was a young psionic asset who was, on his own account, taken into some kind of military facility and given essentially torture. He was induced with electric probes up his rectum to try to induce psionic activity. And that is what's called stress inoculation. There does appear to be a link between the inducing of trauma, stress inoculation, and the ability to enhance psionic abilities. I think it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us after we die and our present existence in our meat bodies, there's something about people who've suffered near death experiences or had severe trauma, people who've been through combat. One of the other things that I'm also exploring, and this is something that is an active investigation, I don't know if I've spoken about this before, is that it is my understanding that people in the official US legacy psionic program, including indigenous American people, have been given appalling levels of combinations.
All right, so at 6:50 he mentions that. What does he specifically say? Because they might use that terminology in
That
different
it is
places.
my understanding that people in the official US legacy psionic program, including indigenous American people, have been given appalling
Indigenous
levels of
American
combinations of
people.
barbiturates and amphetamines at the same time, so that their bodies, their physical bodies, are in it's essentially almost like an induced coma state, but their mind is operating at 100 miles an hour because of the amphetamine. And needless to say, the combination of these drugs, at the extent to which they've been being used, is appallingly bad for the physical subjects. And apparently, there have been a lot of psionic subjects who've suffered shortened lifespans as a result of the exposure to these drugs. I suspect this is one of the reasons why there is some reticence about talking publicly about the psionic program. And I can only urge government that if you are thinking of being in any way evasive or manipulative or deceitful about the psionic program, here's your chance to be upfront and honest before the rest of us tell the full story. This is an active investigation, but I think the term stress inoculation, stress induced
Oh, let's
trauma,
get those
is
words
going to
down.
become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petroldemic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as
Didn't he
petrol?
say one more other thing?
Stress induced trauma is going to become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petrol.
You are
Oh,
thinking of
maybe he
being in
only
any
said
way
two.
evasive or manipulative or deceitful about the psionic program, here's your chance to be upfront and honest before the rest of us tell the full story. This is an active investigation, but I think the term stress inoculation, stress induced trauma, is going to become
Okay.
a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petroldemic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as petrol becomes more scarce? Or will we see more draconian travel restrictions and digital ID energy consumption limitations?
What are the chances of the government suddenly revealing that it's sitting on alleged 0 point energy, or what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, or cold fusion? I think, as we say in Australia, the chances are Buckley's or none. Absolutely no chance. I think there is a determination by the US government to try and sit on, if there is any recovered breakthrough in highly advanced technology such as 0 point energy. I think a determination has been made to conceal such technologies unless it's absolutely essential to reveal its existence. There's long been allegations from within the national security state by scientists and whistleblowers that there is repeated breakthroughs that have happened in 0 point energy, energy from the quantum vacuum. And I wrote down what ZP is. ZPE refers to the ground state energy of quantum vacuum fluctuations, which is a real measurable phenomenon that's been demonstrated by what's called the Casimir effect. And so, in theory, tiny amounts of energy could be extracted to without violating known rules of physics, but you could scale it to make incredibly powerful generators, which would break through barriers that have previously stopped us from generating huge amounts of power. The idea being that a cup of space could essentially power the world. There's great work that's ongoing looking at this idea. I'm a fan of a guy called Professor Garrett Model from the University of Colorado Boulder. He's published on metal insulator metal MIM Casimir cavity tunneling devices that reportedly generate small measurable electrical currents or power, and that's been attributed to ZPE fluctuations. There's been about 1,000 experiments have been done, but he hasn't had the huge breakthrough, or at least none that have been publicly acknowledged. There's also been claims of quantum energy teleportation, QET, that has seen experimental proofs, but these are only proof of concept for information-based energy transfer, not generators. There's a guy who keeps on bobbing his head up called Andrea Rossi, who has something called the ECAT NGU units. And he's been claiming that these are ZPE linked and they're claimed to have entered industrial delivery in late 2025, early this year. But I haven't seen any evidence of this yet. And Andrea Rossi is one of those frustrating characters who bobs up periodically in the custard and makes extraordinary claims about energy breakthroughs. Everybody's cheering on and getting very, very excited. And I will no doubt attract fury from people out there in the community who believe passionately that he has made a breakthrough. Let's see the evidence. If he has made breakthroughs in ZPE, prove it. Prove it in a way that we can all be happy is definitive proof. At the moment, though, there is no official evidence that there is a 0-point energy device that is generating energy at all. Mainstream physics still reviews the idea as speculative and implausible. So the research that's being done is exploratory and only on the micro scale. As for low energy nuclear reaction, now this is where things get more interesting. LENR, of course, goes right back to the 1980s Pons-Fleischmann claim that was severely, allegedly discredited back in the 80s. And poor old Pons and Fleischmann, two scientists who claimed to be discovering cold fusion in a lab in the United States, were accused of having bogus data, and their entire claims were swept under the carpet for the last 50 years. I have heard that there have been breakthroughs in LENR inside government laboratories, notably at Pax River in the United States. And I have spoken to people who have witnessed test platforms that are allegedly producing LENR energy reactions. As for publicly acknowledged evidence of this, there's not a lot. I think the University of British Columbia has demonstrated a 15% electrochemical boost in deuterium fusion rates in palladium lattices, none of which I understand. But they're making claims that they've got evidence of LENR, but it's still very early days. There's claims of self-sustaining operation by an LENR researcher called Jean-Paul Beberian, which has reportedly confirmed extended self-sustaining. Idea that he doesn't know anything since 2013 is nonsense. This is a man with some of the most sensitive secrets in his
He
head.
mentions a
And
Jake
yes,
person.
I
I'm
would
trying to
like to
figure that
see
out right
a
now.
more intense focus on searching for the general and explaining the significance of his loss from public life.
Okay, we have an email. This is from Greg from Illinois. In your interview with Jake Barber, I seem to recall you're asking him if
Oh, okay, Jake Barber.
psionic ability could be enhanced by electrically stimulating the brain, something I've heard discussed by Dr. Gary Nolan in connection with remote viewing. I couldn't find that spot in your interview video just now, but I think Jake responded, quote, certain protocols are followed, without directly answering your question. Do you know from other sources if this is done? The reason I ask is because it appears to me that the upcoming Spielberg movie may be about a psionic program. In the original trailer, we see Colin Firth with electrodes on his forehead. And in the later extended trailer, we also see Emily Blunt and Josh O'Connor with the same
Okay, I got some
attached
other videos
electrodes.
too. I'm trying to track down
Yes,
what
it's interesting, isn't it? There
specifically
does
the one
appear
he
to
was
be
talking about.
ECG
He
monitoring
mentioned something about 3 weeks ago, so I'm trying to find that.
being used in Disclosure Day. And that's fascinating because, of course, I can tell you, people who are psionic subjects, psionic assets that are used by the government, their ECG is monitored. And yes, I think Jake's used the term stress inoculation. This is an horrific issue, and Jake's been very guarded about how much he's talked about it, but I've been able to investigate further. I commend to you, if you haven't already seen it, the interview that we did with a young man called Tim Lauker, which aired, I think, about 3 weeks ago. Tim was a young psionic asset who was, on his own account, taken into some kind of military facility and given essentially torture. He was induced with electric probes up his rectum to try to induce psionic activity.
Jeez,
And that is what's called stress
that's the
inoculation.
stuff of
There does
nightmares.
appear to be a link between the inducing of trauma, stress inoculation, and the ability to enhance psionic abilities. I think it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near-death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us after we die and our present existence in our meat bodies, there's something about people who've suffered near-death experiences or had severe trauma, people who've been through combat. One of the other things that I'm also exploring, and this is something that is an active investigation, I don't know if I've spoken about this before, is that it is my understanding that people in the official US legacy psionic program, including indigenous American people, have been given appalling levels of combinations of barbiturates and amphetamines at the same time, so that their bodies, their physical bodies, are in it's essentially almost like an induced coma state, but their mind is operating at 100 miles an hour because of the amphetamine. And needless to say, the combination of these drugs at the extent to which they've been being used is appallingly bad for the physical subjects. And apparently, there have been a lot of psionic subjects who've suffered shortened lifespans as a result of the exposure to these drugs. I suspect this is one of the reasons why there is some reticence about talking publicly about the psionic program. And I can only urge government that if you are thinking of being in any way evasive or manipulative or deceitful about the psionic program, here's your chance to be upfront and honest before the rest of us tell the full story. This is an active investigation, but I think the term stress inoculation, stress-induced trauma, is going to become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petrol-demic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as petrol becomes more scarce? Or will we see more draconian travel restrictions and digital ID energy consumption limitations?
What are the chances of the government suddenly revealing that it's sitting on alleged 0 point energy, or what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, or cold fusion? I think, as we say in Australia, the chances are Buckley's or none. Absolutely no chance. I think there is a determination by the US government to try and sit on, if there is any recovered breakthrough in highly advanced technology such as 0 point energy. I think a determination has been made to conceal such technologies unless it's absolutely essential to reveal its existence. There's long been allegations from within the national security state by scientists and whistleblowers that there is repeated breakthroughs that have happened in 0 point energy, energy from the quantum vacuum. And I wrote down what ZP is. ZPE refers to the ground state energy of quantum
Okay, so how
vacuum,
did we
long
get
been
from
on alleged 0 point
torture
energy,
programs
or
to this?
what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LE.
All right, we will head to Jared on X.
The term
Oh, it's
stress
just another
inoculation,
question.
stress-induced trauma, is
Okay.
going to become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petrol-demic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as petrol becomes more scarce? Or will we see more draconian travel restrictions and digital ID energy consumption limitations?
What are the chances of the government suddenly revealing that it's sitting on alleged 0 point energy, or what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, or cold fusion? I think, as we say in Australia, the chances are Buckley's or none. Absolutely no chance. I think there is a determination by the US government to try and sit on, if there is any recovered breakthrough in highly advanced technology such as 0 point energy. I think a determination has been made to conceal such technologies unless it's absolutely essential to reveal its existence. There's long been allegations from within the national security state by scientists and whistleblowers that there is repeated breakthroughs that have happened in 0 point energy, energy from the quantum vacuum. And I wrote down what ZP is. ZPE refers to the ground state energy of quantum vacuum fluctuations, which is a real measurable phenomenon that's been demonstrated by what's called the Casimir effect. And so in theory, tiny amounts of energy could be extracted to without violating known rules of physics, but you could scale it to make incredibly powerful generators, which would break through barriers that have previously stopped us from generating huge amounts of power. The idea being that a cup of space could essentially power the world. There's great work that's ongoing looking at this idea. I'm a fan of a guy called Professor Garrett Model from the University of Colorado Boulder. He's published on metal insulator metal MIM Casimir cavity tunneling devices that reportedly generate small measurable electrical currents or power, and that's been attributed to ZPE fluctuations. There's been about 1,000 experiments have been done, but he hasn't had the huge breakthrough, or at least none that have been publicly acknowledged. There's also been claims of quantum energy teleportation, QET, that has seen experimental
All right, I
proofs,
got his next video
either in
here.
proof of
I went
concept
down
for
through their entire
information-based energy
page
transfer, not
and looked
generators.
up all the
There's a
Ross
guy who
Coulter
keeps on pulling his head
interviews
up called
around stuff like this subject. I think I found the one, but it's some way down the road.
And he's been claiming that these are ZPE linked and they're claimed to have entered industrial delivery in late 2025, early this year. But I haven't seen any evidence of this yet. And Andrea Rossi is one of those frustrating characters who G'day and welcome to Reality Check Q&A. I'm your host, Ross Coulthart, and I'd like to welcome in my colleague and good friend, Megan Medic, what should we say, the whirling dervish of woo. Hello, Megan. How are you?
Well, I am great. That is a new one, Ross.
So what do we got this week? Give us those questions to let my viewers skewer me with their hard
They try to make you pay for plus that. Yo, y'all can just run browser script or JavaScript bookmarks. That's crazy. They try to make you pay for that.
Has anyone done any research into who this was, why he was there, etc.? I've not heard anyone ask or mention details of this. Hopefully he wasn't a government repairman, if you know what I mean. Thanks to both of you for your hard work and keep safe. Hi, regards, Jono.
G'day, Jono, from across the ditch. How are you, mate? So listen, it's pretty clear from what the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office said in the press conference last week. It's pretty clear that the handyman repairman was cleared. He was specifically exonerated by the sheriff. What we do know is that there was this handyman on the premises with General Neil McCaslin about an hour before his wife returned from where she went her. And in the period when the handyman was the last person to see him and the general disappeared, it's the handyman who was the last person to see him alive. But now, just to allay any conspiracy theories, I've had a lot of messages about this. There is absolutely no suggestion. In fact, the sheriff has specifically refuted any suggestion that the handyman repairman was in any way responsible for the general's disappearance. I've had people suggesting to me that he was bundled away in the handyman's van, but no, for reasons that the sheriff has not explained publicly, the handyman has been completely exonerated. It's interesting though, because one of the things that came out at the press conference when the sheriff stated that that person has been cleared of any wrongdoing, and that was Sheriff John Allen who said that, he also said there is currently no evidence of foul play. And look, at the time of broadcast of the show, we are now past 4 weeks since the Major General's disappearance in Albuquerque. I don't know how you can suggest that there's no foul play. There's only two explanations here. Either, sadly, the general has taken himself out into the wilderness, not wanting to be found with his revolver, and the implications of that are, God forbid, horrible to contemplate, or somebody has taken the general, or he has been taken by somebody, maybe for his own protection. I don't know. But really, foul play is now one of the two considerations that has to be put forward as a strong possibility. We can't ignore that possibility anymore. And I appreciate that the sheriffs are basically talking about the fact that in the scene with the blood, it's not a Nancy Guthrie situation where there's some evidence or clues that suggest that there has been some kind of violent assault. I want to stress the general's family that we are now a month in, and it is looking either grim for the general, or maybe just maybe the general doesn't want to be found. But
I'm just trying to do some color theory stuff. I know your eyes are. It's easier for your eyes to like see yellow.
And do you think it has anything to do with NHI or disclosure in the near future?
Oh, that's an interesting one. So we do know that there's been a proposal for quite some years. It's been a key platform of NASA's policy that there be a lunar base around the moon, in orbit around the moon. And look, frankly, there's been a debate for quite some years about why there's not been a surface base proposed on the moon. And I was actually really happy this week to see that, actually it was last week, to see that it's come out now that the NASA has announced a $20 billion lunar surface base near the South Pole, and that's going to replace the long-planned Lunar Gateway orbital station. And look, frankly, it's a good thing. Is it linked to UAPs? It's anyone's guess. The South Pole of the moon has long been a favoured spot for conspiracy theorists who think there's something anomalous on the moon. I don't think there's been any transients, these strange flashes of light that are often seen on the moon. They're normally seen around the equator, but there's long been weird shapes highlighted by people who've been looking at photographs from the lunar orbiters. Obviously, of course, NASA's been very quick to assert that they're just pareidolia, that people are seeing artificial shapes where there are none. We don't know. The bottom line, though, is that the lunar base is going to be at the South Pole. I suspect the location of the base has a lot to do with the fact that in the past they found ice.
Hey Megan, Lockheed Martin just announced a $1.1 billion expansion in HSB, Alabama, and General Dynamics just announced a new $2.4 billion military submarine facility. I know Ross has visited the base center here before, but how big of a role does HSB and all the big contract companies here, Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed, etc., play in the greater picture of disclosure, including our expansive Redstone Arsenal base? Could we be reverse engineering NHI right here in my backyard?
I don't think there's any reverse engineering facilities at Redstone in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm told that the reverse engineering is kept under very tight lock and key in very remote, deep underground military bases in different parts of the United States. I do know those locations, but I do think that Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed Martin are involved in this up to their neck. And if indeed, as we are hearing indications from the president, there's going to be a degree of UAP transparency, it's going to be very interesting to see whether the president, in whatever he chooses to disclose, is he going to just disclose the fact that there is non-human intelligence engaging with this planet, or is he going to make an admission that the United States has indeed recovered technology? Now, the big argument that's always been put to me by people inside the program is that there's a view that if you reveal the possession of technology, that's a slippery slope. That by doing that, you're essentially acknowledging something that will inevitably reveal the fact that the United States has been attempting to, and I believe successfully, reverse engineer technology in the past 60, 70 years. I actually don't accept that. I think that the United States citizenry would be very happy to accept that if the United States makes an admission about the existence of NHI and the possession of technology, then these private military contractors that have been retained to do this work should continue doing that good work. I do think, though, it all needs to operate under the control of Congress, and that's the big issue for people in Congress and those advocating for transparency and reform on UAP disclosure. This whole program, which does exist, it's silly to deny that it doesn't exist, to deny that it exists. It's basically a program that's been concealed from Congress. Billions, probably trillions of dollars have been spent on this legacy program in the past 60, 70, 80 years, and it's time to bring it back to accountability. If ever there was a deep state for President Donald Trump's conspiracy theories about deep states, this is one of them.
Okay, we have R2D2W2 on X. Hi, producer Megan. Lots of social media chatter about fireball meteors. Does Ross Coulter have any insight into whether this is actually out of the ordinary or not? Great show as always.
Okay, so I actually checked this because I was seeing a lot of reports. There were reports in March 17 of Ohio, Pennsylvania, a daylight fireball was seen in visible in 12 plus states from Canada. Had a sonic boom, and NASA confirmed it was a 7-ton meteor traveling at 45,000 miles an hour. On March the 21st, there was a daytime fireball northwest of Houston, Texas, with another sonic boom and possible meteorite fragments. And on the evening of 22nd, 23rd of March, there was a nighttime fireball right over California, Arizona, and Nevada. 200 plus reports. I had a lot of people emailing me about this. Now, the big question is this degree of meteor activity anomalous? Is this some secret anomalous indication of portending doom? I am told it's not anomalous. What is anomalous is the level of reporting of these meteors. It's like reported crime versus actual crime. The simple fact is people are reporting these more. They've got their eyes to the sky and good on them. But the level of meteor activity is no different from the norm, I'm told. The American Meteor Society has logged 7,239 fireball reports so far in March 2026, which is far above the typical monthly average of 1,700. But they're saying that the actual meteor influx is not itself anomalous. Essentially, what's happening is people are reporting them, and we've got more things like mobile phones, ring doorbells that pick these up, dash cams, smartphones, and people are looking more. You're all looking at the skies more, which is a good thing. And I think also seasonal patterns, people are sitting outside more. They're not sitting inside because of the cold weather. So people are seeing there's more eyes with more cameras seeing more activity, but I'm told there is no anomalous level of activity. A lot of people are probably interested in this because of the predictions of Chris Bledsoe, who's been predicting increases in meteoric activity. Chris is a very well-known UFO experiencer. We've had him on the show. He's never made specific public predictions about an increase in meteors or fireballs. His core prophecy, and he's given this in various interviews, including with us here on Reality Check, is about a major celestial alignment around Easter, April 2026, involving the star Regulus appearing red on the horizon in alignment with the Sphinx at dawn. But that's nothing to do with this anomalous meteor activity, at least anomalous levels of reporting of meteor activity. Unfortunately, sadly for the conspiracy theory, the levels of meteors are pretty much the norm.
Well, Ross, it's almost like you know how I stack these questions because you're teeing up perfectly for Nate Austin. Ask if Ross thinks Bledsoe's trip to Egypt this fall has anything to do with the new discoveries being made out there. Seems like quite the timing.
Oh, no, it definitely does. No, Chris has been invited to Egypt by the Egyptian antiquities authorities, and they've asked him to be present firstly for a major upcoming announcement or release of information tied to ancient discoveries under the pyramids or the Sphinx, and it's something that Chris has indicated is potentially rewriting history, which is quite exciting. But apparently this is directly linked, this invitation, to the prophecy he received from the entity he calls the Lady, sometimes associated with Hathor, a divine feminine figure. And in interviews that he's done with us, Chris confirms that he's, actually, that was with us, actually, it was with AJ Gentile on the Y-Files. He confirmed that he'd been invited to Egypt, but he did talk to us about the prophecy, and he talked about how it's got a long-standing connection to the prophecy that he talks about in his book, UFOs of God, which I actually just finished reading. Chris has stated that the alignment event will mark the moment when new knowledge enters the world, and the Egyptian authorities' planned disclosure appears to align with that message, which is intriguing. I wonder what they know at the Egyptian Antiquities Department. They are not known for their transparency or openness, I have to say. There is talk in UAP and spiritual circles of a possible gathering or event at the Sphinx around the time of this time frame that Chris has predicted, and it is specifically tied to his prediction of a Regulus Sphinx alignment. The core prophecy that he, I think, first shared privately,
That's about now. I wonder if it happened.
recently, including with us in the last year or so, is that when the star Regulus, I've written this down so I want to be sure about it, appears red on the horizon in the direct eastward gaze of the Great Sphinx just before dawn, it signals a profound shift, a change in humanity's knowledge, or the dawn of new understanding. And Chris has long connected this celestial event to potential revelations about ancient history, lost civilizations, and broader
Come
scientific
on,
and
how do I
spiritual
zoom
awakening.
out here?
Now, he has corrected the date originally, and this is what he told us in the interview he did with us when I spoke to him at Contact in the Desert in May last year. Originally, he estimated that this would be in Easter 2026. Everybody jumped on him and basically said, oh, he's got it wrong, he's rewriting his prediction because he knows it's not going to happen. But to be fair, Chris, well, he's acknowledged
Probably
that
needs an actual mouse.
This explains that there was a miscalculation error by the astronomers that he consulted before he went public. The refined calculations now trace replace the precise alignment, Regulus rising in the Sphinx's gaze just before dawn, at the 7th October this year at approximately 5:30 or 5:50, sometime in that period, AM local Egyptian time. You can't get more specific than that. Originally, there were estimates of late August, which is what Chris said to us. As I said more recently, he also talked about Easter. But with the new astronomical predictions, he's talking about the 7th of October. So the Egypt trip is not a random trip. It's an invited role that Chris has seen as the fulfillment of a prophecy that he first spoke about in 2013. And the date shift from, I think, spring to autumn of this year has been openly addressed by Chris himself as a correction based on better data. I don't think he's hedging his bets. I actually think, to be fair to Chris, as we all do, we often get things wrong and we correct and move on. So that's what he's done. And good luck to him. I hope it all comes true. Wouldn't it be fantastic if there was a spiritual awakening in humanity? God knows we need it right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. So we'll head back to the inbox. This is from Neo505. Hi, Ross and Megan. Have you heard about this one? According to the Daily Mail in UK, reported February 23rd, 2026, 3.5
Maybe I
million
can't
UFO
zoom
files go
out.
missing just after Donald J. Trump asks for UFO files to be released. Love the work you guys are doing. Need any volunteers? Let me know. I'm in Australia.
Okay, this is a great time to pay homage to the great work done by our friend John Greenwald of the Black Vault. If you don't know about the Black Vault, then you should find out about it. It's probably the world's best website for the storage of really interesting documents obtained under FOI and leaked from within government files. John Greenwald started, I think, around about the age of 15. He was intrigued with the idea of using FOI to elicit government secrets, and he's one of the quiet heroes of UAP investigative research. And I always cheer whenever John points out that somebody's getting excited about a document that John first put up on Black Vault years ago. He's done some superb work over the years, and yes, within a couple of weeks, I think, of Trump's announcement on Truth Social, not followed up with an executive order yet, by the way, Mr. President, we'd like to see some action there, but within a couple of weeks of the announcement by the President that he was going to have UAP disclosure, John revealed that I don't think it was actually 3.5 million files, it was actually 3.8 million files disappeared off his Black Vault archive that's stored on computer servers by a private company. Now, John's openly said that there's something strange about this. It happened during some kind of upgrade on the main server of this company, but essentially he's been able to recover the files. He had backups, God bless him, and he's been able to reinstall those backups, so none of those files have been lost. He did post about it publicly, noting, quote, that certain server directories had their permissions, safeguards, and file ownership logs altered without explanation. The hosting provider confirmed that the files were deleted, they weren't corrupted or the result of a technical glitch, and John's been able, thankfully, to quickly recover everything. So if it was a sabotage attempt, it didn't work because John was clever enough to keep a backup, as we all do. Always do a backup of your laptops, everyone. And that's why we have Bitdefender and other fantastic virus protection software that stops all this stuff from getting nicked by nasty people with Trojans. Was there anything sinister about it? Look, there really isn't any definitive evidence of foul play or hacking or government interference. John's described it as very oddly timed, but really he's admitted that there is no evidence that he can point to that suggests that it was a hack of some kind. It's just an unexplained loss of data that he was able to recover, thankfully. And good on John for the fantastic work that he does with Black Vault.
Okay, we have underscored on X. Might I be so bold to request that Ross consider a much deeper look into General Motors and its suspected ties to a UAP legacy program? General Motors and Boeing jointly own HRL Laboratories LLC, which had historical roots that go back to Hughes Aircraft Research Laboratories.
That's actually a really good question. That's actually from somebody I suspect knows a great deal. Yes, there is a long history of Hughes and General Motors collaborating with a laboratory that goes right back to the days of Howard Hughes, who did covert work for the CIA. There's no doubt at all that the Hughes Corporation has been used for covert operations with the CIA because it was Hughes that were involved in the Glomar Explorer that did the recovery of a submarine, a Soviet submarine, and I think has also been involved in attempting to recover US submarines that were lost in deep parts of the ocean. There's been rumours also that the Glomar Explorer was used more latterly to recover anomalous craft as well, but not proven. As for the suggestion that there are links between General Motors and the US government's retrieval and reverse engineering program, I think that's a bit nebulous. What there is evidence about is the involvement and retention of one of the most enigmatic figures in ufology, a lovely man who I've had the pleasure of talking to many times, Dr. Kip Green, who was the former head of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, who went to work for General Motors, which was a very intriguing appointment, I thought. Green is a forensic neurologist and neuroscientist. Maybe he wasn't the head of the CIA's DST, but he was certainly very senior in it, and he worked there from 69 to 85, so he's very long tenure in the CIA. And his role there was to analyze anomalous aerospace reports. He looked into remote viewing, and he's attributed to being responsible for running what was called the Weird Desk, which is analyze.
Okay, that sounds like that might be
Green is a
something
forensic neurologist
related.
and neuroscientist. Maybe he wasn't the head of the
So I found a video completely separate posting about this earlier today that had there's this other guy in disclosure stuff, Stephen Greer, where Stephen Greer was talking about them like drugging people for what he claims is like hijacking uh non-human extraterrestrial vehicles. I'll find that. Here's the next. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna get what he says and then I'm gonna write that down. Actually, let's see. Okay, this stuff is just so wild.
The CIA's DST, but he was certainly very senior in it. And he worked there from 1969 to 85.
CIA's
The involvement and
DST.
retention of one of the most enigmatic craft as well, but not proven. As for the suggestion that there are links between General Motors and the US government's retrieval and reverse engineering program, I think that's a bit nebulous. What there is evidence about is the involvement and retention of one of the most enigmatic figures in ufology, a lovely man who I've had the pleasure of talking to many times, Kit Green, Dr. Kit Green, who was the former head of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, who went to work for General Motors, which was a very intriguing appointment, I thought. Green is a forensic neurologist and neuroscientist. I believe he wasn't the head of the CIA's DST, but he was certainly very senior in it. And he worked there from 69 to 85, so he's very long tenure in the CIA. And his role there was to analyze anomalous aerospace reports. He looked into remote viewing, and he's attributed to being responsible for running what was called the Weird Desk, which is essentially UAP-related intelligence. He left government service in 85 and joined General Motors in senior technology roles, including as the Chief Technology Officer for Asia Pacific. Why would General Motors want a man who'd worked in the CIA in neurology and neuroscience? And he remained there until the early 2000s before returning to academic medicine. Can I just say, I really admire Dr. Kit Green because I've had dealings with him to try and help somebody here in Australia who was exposed to anomalous phenomena and suffered serious injuries as a result of that exposure. And Kit showed nothing but compassion and care and great interest in trying to help this person. Would General Motors want a man who'd worked in the CIA in neurology and neuroscience? And he remained there until the early 2000s before returning to academic medicine. Can I just say, I really admire Dr. Kit Green because I've had dealings with him to try and help somebody here in Australia who was exposed to anomalous phenomena and suffered serious injuries as a result of that exposure. And Kit showed nothing but compassion and care and great interest in trying to help this person, who sadly has not improved because Kit's level of expertise is such that he was involved in the original studies of what's called Havana syndrome. These weird, anomalous, now officially acknowledged as real symptoms that people have been suffering. I commend to people to watch the recent CBS 60 Minutes exposés that have revealed the extent of the cover-up about Havana syndrome. One thing that I am intrigued about with Dr. Kit Green, and he's spoken about this, so I feel safe about talking about this. I think Kit first talked about this with Richard Dolan on Richard's excellent show. There's a guy called Don Flickinger, General Don Flickinger, who was a general that worked with Kit at the CIA. He's a retired Air Force general, and he repeatedly tried, according to Kit, to get Kit read in, like security briefed, into alleged UFO alien-related programs during his time in General Motors. Interesting. Because what was going on was Kit was doing work for General Motors, but we're told, or we're asked to believe, that Kit was basically not doing that work for General Motors on UFOs or anomalous phenomena. He was doing it as an independent
Oh,
investigation. And Kit has discussed this quite openly in interviews as part of his ongoing interest in UAPs, medical effects, but he's never claimed that General Motors itself ran or hosted retrieval or reverse engineering efforts. Is there any evidence that GM was used as a CIA cover? Look, there's no direct evidence, but of course, as I've mentioned, there is the Glomar Explorer case. Chris himself has actually framed his General Motors role as allowing continued classified access without formal government employment. There is no doubt at all that General Motors and Boeing do own the HRL laboratories, and that it does have roots in the Howard Hughes story. Howard Hughes was up to his neck in work with the CIA. HRL Laboratories was it's a Malibu-based lab, was originally Hughes Research Laboratories, founded in 1948, and it was the research arm of Howard Hughes' Hughes Corporation, the Hughes Aircraft Corporation. And General Motors acquired Hughes Aircraft in 1985, the same year that Kit Green joined General Motors. And in 1997, Hughes Aerospace Defense Operations were sold to Raytheon, and HRL was spun off as an LLC co-owned by General Motors and Raytheon. And yes, there are a lot of rumors about the role that HRL plays in investigating anomalous phenomena. None of it we can confirm on the record, of course. course. In 2000, Boeing acquired Hughes satellite operation, resulting in a joint ownership by General Motors and Boeing of HRL. And HRL continues advanced research and development in materials science. That's work that, of course, could theoretically overlap with the research into exotic materials such as drumroll, recovered alien spacecraft. So sorry, that was a long answer to your question, but I wanted to be precise and clear. I do suspect there is something to the roles played by HRL. We just can't prove it. It is fascinating, actually. The other thing about Hughes Corporation is there's been a long story about a Dr. Malcolm Curry. You might have seen it on TikTok or Twitter, who is sitting in a chair. He was a high-level on the record, of course. In 2000, Boeing acquired Hughes satellite operation, resulting in a joint ownership by General Motors and Boeing. All that HRL plays in investigating anomalous phenomena. None of it was, it's a Malibu-based lab, was originally Hughes Research Laboratory, as allowing continued classified access without formal government employment. There is no doubt at all that General Motors and Boeing do own the HRL laboratories, and that it does have roots in the Howard Hughes story. Howard Hughes
That's wild because I have a water walk that I'm doing and planning, and at the General Motors building is one of the places I plan on stopping for my water walk and protest because migrant children have been found working in all 50 states in dangerous jobs, including General Motors factories. And yeah, so just wild the harms settlers do to natives, Spanish speaking, English, French, indigenous, splitting us up, calling us different things, even though we can clearly tell that we're the same people and clearly see who the foreigners are. And they do things like experiment on us, historically. I mean, there's a lot of sterilizations that have happened. It's pretty well known now that your food nutrition stuff came from starving native children in the boarding schools. Uh, yeah, man, just monstrous. These settlers just do monstrous things, man. It's crazy. Howard Hughes is at the
and
lab.
Boeing do own the HRL laboratories, and that it does have roots in the Howard Hughes story. Howard Hughes was up to his neck in work with the CIA. HRL Laboratories was it's a Malibu-based lab, was originally Hughes Research Laboratories, founded in 1948, and it was the research arm of Howard Hughes Corporation, the Hughes Aircraft Corporation. And General Motors acquired Hughes Aircraft in 1985, the same year that Kit Green joined General Motors. And in 1997, Hughes Aerospace Defense Operations were sold to Raytheon. And HRL Laboratories was it's a Malibu-based lab, was originally Hughes Research Laboratories, founded in 1948, and it was the research arm of Howard Hughes Corporation, the Hughes Aircraft Corporation. And General Motors
Mm-hmm.
acquired Hughes Aircraft in 1985, the same year that Kit Green joined General Motors. HRL Laboratories, and that it does have roots in the Howard Hughes story. Howard Hughes was up to his neck in work with the CIA. HRL Laboratories was it's a Malibu-based lab, was originally Hughes Research Laboratories, founded in 1948, and it was the research arm of Howard Hughes Corporation, the Hughes Aircraft Corporation. And General Motors acquired Hughes Aircraft in 1985, the same year that Kit Green joined General Motors. Hughes Research Laboratories, founded in 1948, and it was the research arm of Howard Hughes. Hughes Corporation, the Hughes Aircraft Corporation. And General Motors acquired Hughes Aircraft in 1985, the same year that Kit Green joined General Motors. And in 1997, Hughes Aerospace Defence Operations were sold to Raytheon, and HRL was spun off as an LLC co-owned by General Motors and Raytheon. And yes, there are a lot of rumours about the role that HRL plays in investigating anomalous phenomena. None of it we can confirm on the record, of course. In 2000, Boeing acquired Hughes Satellite Operations, resulting in a joint ownership by General Motors and Boeing of HRL. And HRL continues advanced research and development in materials science. That's work that, of course, could theoretically overlap with the research into exotic materials, such as, drumroll, recovered alien spacecraft. So sorry, that was a long answer to your question, but I wanted to be precise and clear. I do suspect there is
I think this stuff does relate because what multiple people are claiming, it all has to do with these exotic technologies and vehicles and like consciousness interfacing technologies.
CEO and chairman of Hughes Aircraft Corporation in the late 80s, early 90s. And shortly before he died, just a few weeks before he died, there's a video showing him reportedly making admissions about aliens being real. Now, I'm told that video has been debunked, but I haven't actually seen any convincing explanation for why the video is not a real video. But there's been information posted online suggesting that the Curry interview was a debunk. So the deathbed confession of Dr. Malcolm Curry of Hughes Corporation admitting to aliens is not apparently real if you believe the debunk. But has the debunk been debunked? But before we go, I want to point out Boyd Bushman. Boyd Bushman was a Lockheed Martin executive, very senior, who had worked at Hughes Corporation. And he made quite extraordinary allegations, which are unproven beyond his first-person allegations, that he knew of aliens and that he'd engaged with alien beings and alien technology during his time at Lockheed. During his time at Hughes. So it's hard to prove. The simple fact is, of course, nobody's going to go on the record from Hughes or Lockheed Martin Corporation and confirm any of this, but I do suspect that Hughes has played a role.
All right, Ross, we will end on a high note for this one. Thank you for your time.
Oh, great. Okay. Which are unproven beyond his first-person allegations that he knew of. So the deathbed confession of Dr. Malcolm Curry of Hughes Corporation admitting to aliens is not apparently real if you believe the debunk. But has the debunk been debunked? But before we go, I want to point out Boyd Bushman. Boyd Bushman was a Lockheed Martin executive, very senior, who had worked at Hughes Corporation. And he made quite extraordinary allegations, which are unproven beyond his first-person allegations, that he knew of aliens and that he'd engaged with alien beings and alien technology during his time at Lockheed. During his time at Hughes. So it's hard to prove. The simple fact is, of course, nobody's going to go on the record from Hughes or Lockheed Martin Corporation and confirm any of this, but I do suspect that Hughes has played a role.
All right, Ross, we will end on a high note for this one. Thank you for your time.
Oh, great. Okay. Thanks very much, Megan. And of course, if you do have questions for us here at Reality Check, you can send your questions to realitycheck@newsnationnow.com. And of course, you can listen to all of our Reality Check shows now on good podcast, audio podcasts, including Audible and Spotify.
Oh shoot! Wait, let me log what video this was. Oh dang. I guess I am changing it back to video. Let's do this. Oh, whoops. Okay, I feel like we're getting somewhere.
Well, g'day and welcome to Q&A
Good
Reality
eye.
Check. I'm your host, Ross Coulthart, and here to help me through it, Megan Medic. G'day, Megan. How are you?
Ross, I am just fantastic. How are you holding up over there?
A little bit jet lagged after our experiences together in the United States. One never gets over a 15-hour flight from Los Angeles to Sydney, but we're getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you lost your birthday. You spent your birthday in the air and kind of went forward in time, so you didn't even get a birthday this year.
Yeah, I'm going to forever cross the date line on the day of my birthday because it means, of course, I don't age.
Yeah.
I don't get any older. I'm going to be perpetually Ross Coulthart of a certain age.
So you heard it here first. That's the secret to getting younger.
What an amazing time. I mean, in between the ascending Third World War in the Middle East, the disappearance of a major general in Albuquerque that I'm sure we will get to, what an incredible time going on in the world right now. It's just extraordinary.
Yeah, absolutely. There were no shortage of questions this week, so we can go ahead and hop in. Let's start with Hillary Clinton. She was in Washington, D.C. this week. There was a deposition for her potential role in the Epstein case. They were reviewing the Epstein files, and some brave members of Congress took the opportunity to ask her about some things in UAP. Let's listen in.
Okay, and on the topic of transparency, Secretary, were you ever denied access, or did you ever inquire on the topic of UAP or Gilgamesh in your official personal capacity? Why?
I was never denied access because I never asked for access.
Okay. In the efforts of having a transparent government and restoring faith within our country, do you believe that the American people deserve access to those topics?
I do. Subject to any national security implications, I think the information should be made available. I think that's been ordered, or at least I read that it had been ordered.
When your husband was president, it was Lawrence Rockefeller had an effort to try to disclose UFOs, UAPs. When you were running for president, John Podesta publicly stated that you would disclose these files if given the chance, if you had been president. Are you pleased to see that these files may be disclosed finally?
I am pleased. As I say, I think they have to be carefully scrutinized so that no national security information is disclosed. But this is an issue of real importance to so many people, and I think whatever can be disclosed should be disclosed.
Was there a program that specifically that was referencing that you were aware of?
I was not. As you mentioned, John Podesta, who was one of my advisors, was deeply interested in the issue, and if I had been elected, I certainly would have listened to his advice.
Well, thank you for your indulgence on that.
This is sort of like off subject, but didn't you all require in the latest defense authorization that the UFO information has to be? What?
They ripped it out. They killed it.
Oh, I thought that had gone through.
That was my amendment, and it got ripped out.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that, so thank you for enlightening me. Okay.
I actually think Hillary Clinton sounded extremely reasonable in her responses to the congressional representatives. None of those questions were at all silly or wacky. And what really strikes me about her response is how there's no giggling, there's no ridicule. Sadly, when Hillary Clinton spoke to the media after the Q&A, she seemed to sort of make much of the fact that she was asked questions about UFOs. But frankly, they were entirely reasonable questions. My one takeaway from what she admitted was that she never herself asked for any specific information about UAPs during her time, as presumably when she was Secretary of State. I'm sure they would have told her she wasn't cleared to know. But the big question that I was dying for people to ask her is, what do you know about whether your husband Bill, when he was president, sought to gain access to information? Because we do know that President Clinton, during his presidency, tasked his then attorney, a guy called Webster Hubbell, to do some investigating, and they were frustrated at every step. And it's interesting because, of course, the whole history of UAP disclosure, I think, owes a great deal to the fact that Hillary Clinton announced that she was running for president, and the fact that she was thought to become the president in that election campaign in 2016. The simple fact is she didn't, but there was an assumption, I think, made by the national security establishment that it was a done deal, that she was going to become the president, and that had a huge influence, I think, on the decision by certain US Air Force generals, people very senior in the US Air Force, the military, and the intelligence community, to begin what I think was planned to be a discreet, controlled disclosure, a rollout, so that the To the Stars Academy, headed by Tom DeLonge, was to be essentially a front organization for the careful, controlled disclosure of what it was expected Hillary Clinton was going to demand the information about when she became president. And that was the other thing about what she said in that hearing, that she admitted that if she'd become president, she would have heeded the advice of her very senior advisor, John Podesta. And John Podesta, of course, there's no secrets there. John Podesta, as has been revealed by the WikiLeaks leaks obtained no less by Russian spooks in the GRU, military intelligence, Russian military intelligence. They procured John Podesta's emails during a hacking operation. And as a result of those hacks, they were able to disclose that there were ongoing communications between John Podesta, as the campaign manager for Hillary Clinton during the campaign, and very senior US Air Force generals, General Neil McCasland and General Michael Carey, and Robert Weiss of Lockheed Skunk Works. And these were ongoing communications that were clearly involved in discussions about what was contemplated to be some kind of a disclosure on UAPs in the event of a Hillary Clinton presidency. So you have to understand, it's one of the things that frustrates me about the whole way the mainstream media cover, or frankly don't cover, this issue, is they don't know their history. And it is an absolutely momentous leak that the emails of John Podesta were made public as a result of a GRU hack, a Russian military intelligence hack of the Democratic Party's databases. And as a result of that, John Podesta's Gmail was hacked. And as a result of that, we learned about covert discussions about potential UAP disclosure. So, look, frankly, Hillary Clinton didn't say a lot. She basically pushed the national security line that she thinks that the public have got a right to know, subject to national security constraints. I would have liked to have heard her pushed a little bit harder about the fact that, frankly, if as we understand to be the case, Congress has not been properly informed, as is required by the Constitution, about the expenditure of public monies relating to these covert UAP programs, I would have liked to have heard her asked what her position would be on the continuation of maintaining those national security secrets. That's the big issue. The big issue is, do political leaders like Hillary Clinton actually care about what the Constitution of the United States says, which is that the public have the right to be involved and notified about the expenditure of their revenue through the oversight powers of the Congress.
Okay, Russ, we will go to another massive story, and you just mentioned his name. This question came from YouTube from Pharrell. Hey, Megan, could you ask Ross for a comment on the recent story that General McCasland has gone missing? Thank you.
This is, I think it's time we actually said this. He disappeared. He was notified by his wife, Susan Wilkerson, I think around about 11 o'clock on February the 27th, so that's last week, and he's just disappeared. Allegedly, he'd gone for a trail run on a trail near his home in Albuquerque. I've actually been to General McCasland's home because I once cheekily went and stuffed a letter in his letterbox. He didn't respond, but I wanted him to know that I was in town, and it was one of the people, he was one of the key people that I approached when I was doing my research for my book, In Plain Sight, and frankly, as I say in my book, if anyone knows the darkest secrets of the UAP legacy program, it is General Neil McCasland, Major General Neil McCasland. This guy is, honestly, he is one of the most important people in the US military establishment in terms of secret stealth programs. I was just going through it. He's held senior roles overseeing classified space weapons, advanced aerospace research programs, and he's basically, most recently, he served as the head of research at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which of course is notorious in UFO lore because that is where the alleged Roswell crash remnants, the remnants from the crash of allegedly two UFOs that collided, were taken in 1947. He was also the commander of the Air Force Research Laboratory. He was the director of special programs in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense. He was the director of space acquisition, Office of the Undersecretary of the Air Force. He has served, Major General Neil McCasland has served at the very highest levels of the US military, the US Air Force. And I just can't believe at the moment that the disappearance of this man is not featuring at all prominently in the national media. It's almost gone unnoticed, disregarded in the great august papers of record in the United States. We're now at the stage, we're getting close to a week now since General Neil McCasland disappeared, and I sincerely hope that he's soon found, and I feel for his family, his wife Susan. If indeed there is some concern about his health, there is what's called a silver alert that's been issued. A lot of people have misreported that General McCasland was suffering from dementia. That is not the case. I'm assured that he was actually in full possession of his faculties. The silver alert was because he has certain medications, I'm assuming it's simple stuff like blood pressure pills, I've got no idea, which he is required to take as part of his medical treatment. But the claim that he was suffering from dementia and that he might have wandered off the track in a not full possession of his faculties is incorrect. I don't know where that came from, and I think it was just idle speculation based on the silver alert.
Oh,
What is
I'm
interesting
trying to find
is
this
if you
podcast with
go
an
on
interview with
Google Earth,
Stephen
I've
Greer
walked
who
around
talks about the
Albuquerque, I've
stuff
looked
they're
at these
tracking
trails.
down.
There is no way you just disappear on one of those trails. They are very heavily walked.
It's like one of these
all over
like
the local community.
UFO
General
podcasty
McCasland was a
things. The one
full
I'm looking
medical
at is
test
Area
man just a wee
52,
bit
but
earlier.
that's
He'd done
not
a
it. It's not
60-mile
Julian
bike
Dory.
ride.
It's like one
He
of
was
these
notorious
other
in his local running club for being super
guys
fit.
like
There's
that
absolutely
who
no
interviewed
question
him.
about his mental and physical agility. How on earth does a man like that just disappear? Now, it's interesting as well that he didn't take his phone or his watch. And the interesting thing about that is, did he not want to be tracked? Obviously, we're only speculating here, but was he going to a meeting? Is there something more to this than just a simple disappearance of a person on a running trail? I find it very implausible, based on what I've heard speaking to people in the local area, that a general with that kind of experience in running in the area could possibly disappear. It has to be asked, is there foul play? If you were Russia, if you were China, General Neil McCasland, God forbid, would be one of your targets. I sincerely hope that's not the case, and I sincerely hope that he's soon found and that his family are able to bring
Oh,
him
it's the
home and that
Danny
all is
Jones
okay.
show. Okay.
What is interesting, though, is this is so soon after the president has made an announcement of his intention to be open about UAP files. The timing it's screechingly relevant. This is a man, General Neil McCasland is the man who led the charge in that period prior to the Clinton-Trump election, where it was clearly assumed by the national security establishment that Clinton was going to win. Absolutely no doubt at all. She was way ahead in the polls at the time. Nobody took this Trump guy seriously. And what's fascinating is, for years prior to that election, Tom DeLonge was telling commentators like Joe Rogan about a guy he only referred to as the General. It was clearly General Neil McCasland, and we found it out subsequently from leaked emails from the WikiLeaks database. The General briefed Tom DeLonge about not just the existence of UFOs, but about the presence of non-human intelligences on this planet. And there's one of my favorite quotes. He expanded in one interview he did with George Knapp DeLonge on his first meeting with the General, who came to meet him at a cafe in the middle of nowhere. And apparently he made these terrifying claims about, quote, a recovered alien life form. These are the very first words that General Neil McCasland said to me, says Tom DeLonge. It was the Cold War, and every single day we lived under the threat of nuclear war.
Okay, we're gonna pause this one. If I feel like we need to go back, we'll go back. But I found the video that we need to watch.
Cool, Brent. Thanks for coming, man.
Danny, thank you. Thanks for having me.
I'm a huge fan of your content, especially your Instagram. I was ripping through all of your videos this morning. I must have spent like at least the last 8 hours out of the last.
Oh, I got another podcast I started playing that I could hear. I don't know if you guys could hear it.
It's crazy whenever I hear
Okay.
people like you speak about this topic because, especially you,
It's crazy
you've
that
been doing
the
this
name of
for
the
a
podcast
long
is
time.
also
You've been around the block.
disturbing and related to like
And,
finding out disturbing
You make
things.
some wild
Excuse
claims.
me.
No, I
And-
don't make claims. I make statements based on facts and research. I'm a scientist.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like you say some things that are mind blowing,
Yeah,
and it seems
they
like
are.
you have a lot of access to a lot of crazy dark shit.
Yeah.
And whenever you hear people say that in today's day and age, a lot of them are full of shit.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is we've sort of, I think, reached a breakout inflection point. There are a group of people from a few black sites, very highly classified operations with aerospace and JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, who have started coming forward that I've been working with for a couple of years. And they're beginning to put their toe in the water and put some information out. And these are guys who've been on the crash retrieval teams. And they've been working with me clandestinely for about 18 months, I think, something like that, or 20 months. And that team is just starting to come out with a little bit of information, but they have an enormous amount more. And what they're trying to do is get the U.S. government to finally set up the protective mechanism so a whole bunch of these high-value targets, HVT whistleblowers, can come forward. So we've been working to set that up through a series of briefings that I've been doing for about 3 years with Senate Intelligence
Oh, that's
Committee
another one.
and Senate Armed
HVT
Services, and
whistleblowers.
taking some of the witnesses. Now, remember, I have debriefed nearly 1,000 top secret guys, and in our archive, you can go to dpiarchive.com. There's 760 some named. Now only 115 you can see their testimony, but we have 115 you can go look at right now. The others are blackened out because they don't want to be known, but we're handing them over to a special access project to look into what they know, the documents they have, the materials they've seen, and to try to put together the puzzle. So what I liken this to, I call it the disclosure mosaic. So imagine you have a big picture you're trying to create, and because of the highly compartmented nature of top secret special compartment information projects dealing with this, you get a piece here and a piece here and a piece here. So what I've tried to do over the past 35 years, since 1990 when I started this effort, is to put together the mechanism for people to come forward, give us information and testimony, whistleblower testimony, documents when they can get them out of a secure facility, and then put that whole assessment. So it's called an intelligence assessment. And what I discovered back between 1990 and 95 is that the vast majority of information on the subject is actually very carefully curated disinformation.
Right.
It's, if I can be blunt, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And that's been done deliberately to gaslight the public and Washington officials and the media. But it's also been done to create the specter of a threat from outer space. So what, Werner von Braun, who invented the rocket for Adolf Hitler, told his assistant right before he died, who's on our team, Carol Rosen, he said, look, what we're planning to do is to launch a fake alien threat so the world can be united around some sort of dystopian, militaristic, totalitarian state.
Yeah.
And we're real close to that. I mean, a warm-up for that was 9/11. A bigger warm-up was COVID. The big one is this. And if it's not averted, it'll panic the planet into this stupidity. So, and this sort of false flag operation has been run for thousands of years by powerful people and military people to sort of get their way and rule through fear. And so what you're doing with this is that when you look at the whole body of everything I call the legacy ufology crowd, there's good information out there, and then it's mixed in with 9 parts of nonsense. And so what most people do, and this is why by 94 I was ready to give up on this. I'm going to be honest with you. Most government officials go, I'm out, because this is such a cacophony, such a mixture of fact and fiction and rumors upon rumors upon rumors. They don't have time for it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm an emergency trauma doctor.
Right.
So I'm going, this is, crazy stuff. Yeah. So, but I've stuck with it to try to make my way through this vast amount of noise.
That's what I was trying to express to you kind of right before we started, was that I've had so many folks on here talking about this topic, from authors to firsthand experiencers, people that have tried to be whistleblowers, to filmmakers who have talked to all these witnesses and whistleblowers and all these folks. And it's just like this crazy cauldron of disinformation, misinformation, different partitions of the government fighting against each other. And then you have, just like the strategic deception that goes a lot. It's been going on since the Cold War. And it's just like, I've literally just been out on the UFO topic for the last probably like almost a year. I've just been sick of it.
Yes.
Because so much of it is fucking bullshit.
Yep.
And I don't know if you've ever seen that documentary. I'm sure you have, Mirage Men, about Richard Doty and how the Paul Benowitz thing.
Sure.
That has been my basic. I've been looking at this whole topic through that lens since I saw that about a year ago. And it seems like, as you were alluding to, it seems like that is the predominant. It seems like that is about 80% of the information that's coming out is like specifically curated as like counterintelligence disinformation to poison the well of information on this topic.
But let's unpack that. Why? So if you look in our archive, we have a top secret document that was, I believe, accidentally declassified from Canada in the 1970s. It's called the Wilbur Smith document, and it's a top secret document that is from 1950, describing the U.S.-based reverse engineering research projects on extraterrestrial vehicles that were retrieved in the 40s. And it's an authenticated document, and it says a few things. Number one, it says, quote, flying saucers are real. That's what they used to be called before they made up the fake name UFO, UAP. Those were made up.
I hate how everyone's calling it NHI all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, we'll get into this. It's the CIA Psychological Warfare Division that has the linguistics department.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I started briefing the director of the CIA in 1993.
I know you did. You brought the briefing for Trump in today, right here.
Yeah, right here. So
look at this big stack of documents we got here. Can you see that, Steve, on the camera?
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, it is what it is. So the big problem became, once they realized what they had, right? And people were seeing these things, because once we started detonating atomic bombs and then the thermonuclear weapons, these civilizations from out there came in, like it was like a homing signal. And here's why. When you detonate an atomic weapon or a thermonuclear weapon, which is a hydrogen bomb, a fusion bomb as opposed to fission, what you get is an electromagnetic pulse, but embedded in that is what's called a scalar signal, like Tesla talked about. And that is not a waveform, like a sine wave. It's a point that goes out in a straight line at multiples of the speed of light. It disrupts interstellar communications and transport. So it was a bit like kicking a hornet's nest, right? Because not that they were hostile towards us, but they were concerned, like, what is going on in this little corner of the cosmos? So that was the whole modern era of these, although they've been seen for thousands of years. But once we got to the nuclear threshold, we crossed the Rubicon here, all right? A red line went over. And so this is why they're seen all over the place near nuclear installations, nuclear ships that are carrying, or big carriers that have nuclear weapons on them.
Yeah.
I know many officers who had these craft around them checking that out, even nuclear power plants. So there's a big danger with that nuclear system and how it pertains to not only the future of the Earth, which they have an interest in, these civilizations, the ET ones, but they also are concerned about what happens when a civilization at our level of social and spiritual development, which ain't great, has these kind of technologies and start going out into space. So it coincided shortly within 10, 15 years of detonating the first atomic bomb in 1945. By 1957, the Soviets had put Sputnik up.
Right.
And so they knew that we were going to be outward looking going into space.
Why do you think these beings are invested in the future of the Earth? If they're not from here and they're from another, like if we found another Earth, if we found another planet inhabitable with life and we were way more advanced than they were,
Right.
why would we want to protect them from themselves?
Well, I think that what I've found is people evolve. I mean, let's just say, whether you want to call it spiritual or socially, psychologically, you develop compassion, you develop empathy, you develop a longer range vision than the next quarterly report, right? In other words, you have a view. So you take on a long range view. And I think those civilizations, some of them may have come our way before and faced near extinction level events, or they've seen other civilizations come and go that have blown themselves up or become a problem.
Right.
So I think there's a big, let's call it cosmic institutional memory out there. And there's nothing new under the suns. This has probably happened before. But I also think they see the goodness in humanity, the capacity for creativity, for exploration, for intelligence, even very high levels of spiritual consciousness. So it's not as if they view us all as so dimly. I think they see the promise, but they see right now this little window of time in the last 100 years or so, where we're, on the one hand, technologically advanced enough to destroy ourselves, and I'll get to this in a moment, potentially threaten other worlds with technologies that we've developed from reverse engineering extraterrestrial transport systems. But we're also not socially and spiritually evolved enough to not blow ourselves to smithereens. So that is exactly the sweet spot, or let's call it the dangerous spot of where a civilization could go sideways very badly.
Right.
All right. And we're there. We've been there since, the mid 20th century.
Do you think there's any chance that these things are, or what do you make of the theory that these are future humans?
Well, I think there have been some encounters that are our descendants from the future. So I think we have to be careful here. I think of let's say a species evolves for 500,000 years and becomes spacefaring. Evolution doesn't stand still. And so they could evolve to something that would look like a non-human being, an extraterrestrial being, but have been descended, but 20,000 generations ago.
Right.
And certainly that's possible. I think that that's probably what happened at Rendlesham Forest, Spitwaters.
You mean 20,000 generations in the future?
Yes, from 500,000 years in the future. Right. And from some of the military guys who were there where this object landed in early 80s in England, there's pretty good indication that there was some contact that happened. It was psionic, telepathic, that they were us from 500,000 years in the future. And it was a pyramid-shaped onyx looking black onyx looking object.
Okay, there's that word again though. He just said psionics. He said that he basically just said that. What it sound? I'm gonna go back, but it basically just sounded like he was saying. I just want to make sure I can just like intake this information better if it's like very easy to read while it goes really fast. Just something easy on the eyes that kind of helps stand out from that tannish yellow background.
You mean 20,000 generations in the future?
Yes, from 500,000 years in the future. Right. And from some of the military guys who were there where this object landed in early 80s in England, there's pretty good indication that there was some contact that happened. It was psionic, telepathic.
Okay.
Dangerous spot of where a civilization could go sideways very badly.
Right.
All right. And we're there. We've been there since, the mid 20th century.
Do you think there's any chance that these things are, or what do you make of the theory that these are future humans?
Well, I think there have been some encounters that are our descendants from the future. So I think we have to be careful here. I think of let's say a species evolves for 500,000 years and becomes spacefaring. Evolution doesn't stand still. And so they could evolve to something that would look like a non-human being, an extraterrestrial being, but have been descended, but 20,000 generations ago.
Right.
And certainly that's possible. I think that that's probably what happened at Rendlesham Forest, Spitwaters.
You mean 20,000 generations in the future?
Yes, from 500,000 years in the future. Right. And from some of the military guys who were there where this object landed in early 80s in England, there's pretty good indication that there was some contact that happened. It was psionic, telepathic, that they were us from 500,000 years in the future.
Okay. When did that happen?
Right. And certainly that's possible. I think that that's probably what happened at Rendlesham Forest, Spitwaters.
You mean 20,000 generations in the future?
Yes, from 500,000 years in the future. Right. And from some of the military guys who were there where this object landed in early 80s in England, there's pretty good indication that there was some contact that happened. It was psionic, telepathic, that they were us from 500,000.
Okay, I think it said early 80s in England.
And it was a pyramid-shaped onyx looking black onyx looking object. Very well documented case. But eventually the Ministry of Defense in the United Kingdom, I went over there and met with them back in '93, and shortly after that they did declassify some of their information on it. So my understanding that might have been, but still, in a sense, they were extraterrestrial, but they weren't from this, particular time space. So it gets into how you define that. But my understanding is, if one of our whistleblowers who's passed away, Sergeant Stone, he was on a retrieval team crash retrieval dealing with this in the 60s. And by late 60s, he said there were 69 specific non-human extraterrestrial species that they had cataloged.
69. When you think about a successful business, you think about a great product, a cool brand, and sweet marketing. But what you don't think about is the business behind the business that's making the sales. Nobody does selling better than Shopify. It's the #1 checkout on the planet used by 4 million companies. And they're not so secret. Shopify's Shop Pay boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning way less carts will go abandoned. With Shopify, in minutes, your store can go from a blank canvas to a professional storefront that's unique to you. And Shopify has powerful social media tools. Connect to all your channels and turn those casual scrollers into paying customers with shoppable posts. Because let's face it, people are already scrolling. Why not make it work for your business? Because businesses that sell more on Shopify. Upgrade your business and get the same checkout we use with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/DannyJones, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/DannyJones to upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/DANNYJONES. And thank you, Shopify, for sponsoring the show.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's way more than that now. So that, and his information, before he passed away, we got his archive. That's in our archive, and also we had a very extensive interview with him. And so there are many people like that who come forward and have similar accounts. Now, one of the problems is if you're in a compartment operation like that, you're not going to be read into or briefed on something of very similar nature that's in a different base or another compartment operation. It's very, very compartmentalized, is what they call it. So what I tried to do is to see where it syncs up. So let's say you have 10 people who've been on crash retrieval teams that I've debriefed. It's probably more than that. Where were they? What did they see? What was their methodology? And how much of that is congruent? And when you get congruence from people who don't know who each other are, so I'm sort of, my project, disclosure project, in the clearinghouse for hundreds of these guys, then you begin to be able to find out where the sweet spot of truth is and try to build out this picture. So that's what we tried to do. It's been painstaking.
When it comes to the 69 different variations of non-human life that this gentleman cataloged, the idea of the future humans thing is interesting to me when it comes to these beings, these short little gray alien beings with 2 legs and 2 arms. Because if you think about how rare we are on Homo sapiens on planet Earth, there's like over 2 million cataloged species of animals on planet Earth. Out of those 2 million, there's 20 hominids. Out of the 20 hominids, only one of them figured out how to develop technology to get off the planet. So we are super rare on this planet alone. Yeah. So now you want to extrapolate out into the universe and find all the other Goldilocks planets that are able to inhabit life. Yeah. They have different oxygen levels, different gravity. Most of them are water worlds, very different atmospheres. What are the chances they're also going to evolve? That something like us is going to evolve bipedal, upright walking, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head that says brains that's directly on top of the head.
It's very high, and here's why.
It's a high probability that would happen?
Yes, and if you look at the work of Rupert Sheldrake at Oxford in morphogenic field propagation, because of quantum entanglement, let me explain to the audience what that means. Quantum entanglement is at that level of quantum physics where every point in space and time is interconnected. Now, the ultimate quantum entangled field is mind or consciousness, which we can get into this. It gets into the deep into the pond very quickly. But when let's say something works in one area, and it becomes something that is within that morphogenic field at a quantum entangled level, it spontaneously begins to pop up elsewhere. And this is known as field propagation through quantum entanglement. So it would make total sense that be the case. Now, there's certainly a huge variety amongst that, say, within that template. And there may be other forms as well. But I think that form, what's called the form of a universal person, a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, is probably pretty consistent. Now, there may be others. And they may have evolved from, like, we're 98% identical to chimps. So take a look. I mean, some of us more than others. One of my best friends calls me a big A because I'm muscle furry. So we just go, okay, that's us, right? But there could be a species that evolved from the equivalent of a cetacean or a dolphin or a...
I didn't want to imagine that.
There's a huge amount of variation in the cosmos, but it's not that surprising that there would be this morphogenic field propagation. Some people call it the 100th monkey effect, where they studied monkeys on an isolated island, and once the troop learned how to do a skill, spontaneously hundreds of miles away, the monkeys on another island started doing it. Yeah, it was like this entangled field.
Right, I understand what you're saying. You're talking more about consciousness, but I'm talking like hard
physics.
Biology.
I am too, but you're acting like those are separate. They're not. So
how are they not separate? Like I'm saying, like, how is it if physically on a planet, if the gravity is different, if the atmosphere
In my
is different,
mind, it's like the field
but that's external. So I'm talking about the internal.
guides
See, here's the thing that's
the
very
material.
We're different in every imaginable way, but we're the same in a very essential way, and that they're sentient and conscious. So let's talk about field consciousness. And what Erwin Schrödinger, the father of modern particle wave theory and quantum physics, in 1908 said, the total number of minds in the universe is 1. That is, it is a singularity. So I know it sounds very Spockian, but this is a fact, actually. It's been proven.
Very Jungian.
Yeah. It's been proven by Dr. John at Princeton University, who had the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab. And I knew him before he passed away. And they did very accurate studies with random number generators, where you would just think to it, and it would change it from just equal distribution of zeros and ones to shifting to, say, ones. They were just quantum digital random number generators. Very well done studies, and they're replicated all over the world. So what is that? So we always think of ourselves as sort of these islands that are completely separate because of 3D, right? Our bodies, the environment. Right. But what if there's a level of not only in physics, physically, what they call quantum entanglement, and Einstein called it the spooky effect, but also on a level of consciousness and mind. It explains a lot of phenomena, a great deal of the phenomena. So the one good thing, before I went to medical school, and you're going to laugh, it's such an anachronism now, I became a meditation teacher and studied Sanskrit and the Vedas and sort of learned really in depth about the science of consciousness and all of that.
You're hippie.
When I was 19, 20, it was great fun. Yeah, I was a sort of, finished college when I first went in, and I said, what am I going to do now? So I said, well, let's do this. And that was a consequence of a contact experience I had. And then that was a consequence of having had a near-death experience when I was 17. So it sort of opened up that trajectory into consciousness and the study of that. And then where does that intersect with all this? Well, it's actually, it turns out to be essential. So, you have this team of people who just defected from, I can't say which black sites, I've been at those black sites, and they were using a type of psionic or psychic interface with technology to intercept and bring craft in and then hit them with electromagnetic pulse weapons. Right. I've been at these sites. I know where they are. And I've met some of the operators. And it's real. I mean, it sounds like something.
Okay, there's again. And it sounds like it's kind of related to what these claims are in the first video with Ross Coulthart.
Consequence of having had a near-death experience when I was 17. So it sort of opened up that trajectory into consciousness and the study of that. And then where does that intersect with all this? Well, it's actually, it turns out to be essential. So, you have this team of people who just defected from, I can't say which black sites. I've been at those black sites. And they were using a type of psionic or psychic interface with technology to intercept and bring craft in and then hit them with electromagnetic pulse weapons.
Right.
I've been at these sites. I know where they are. And I've met some of the operators. And it's real. I mean, it sounds like science fiction, but
No, it sounds like Stranger Things in real life.
well, I mean, the science fiction is all ripped out of the things that are real often. But this is the real end of it, and it's serious. But that's why the CIA had a remote viewing program for years on. I know a lot of those original remote viewing guys. Actually, in terms.
Okay, the remote viewing stuff is no joke. Right after this, after I get this note figured out and we'll continue this podcast, I'm going to jump to the Defense Intelligence Agency's YouTube page that talks about using remote viewers.
Turns out to be essential. So, you have this team of people who just defected from, I can't say which black sites. I've been at those black sites. And they were using a type of psionic or psychic interface with technology to intercept and bring craft in and then hit them with electromagnetic pulse weapons.
Right.
I've been at these sites. I know where they are. And I've met some of the operators. And it's real. I mean, it sounds like science fiction, but
No, it sounds like Stranger Things in real life.
well, I mean, the science fiction is all ripped out of the things that are real often. But this is the real end of it, and it's serious. But that's why the CIA had a remote viewing program for years on. I know a lot of those original remote viewing guys. And so that whole area, where does that have to do with UFOs, though? Well, it has to do with the fact. And I wrote about this in a 1991 paper called The Comprehensive Assessment of the UFO ETI subject, extraterrestrial intelligence subject. And it describes two related phenomena. That those civilizations have technology that assists their consciousness in these capabilities to consciousness and the study of that. And then where does that intersect with all this? Well, it's actually turns out to be essential. So, you have this team of people who just defected from, I can't say which black sites. I've been at those black sites. And they were using a type of psionic or psychic interface with technology to intercept and bring craft in and then hit them with electromagnetic pulse weapons.
Right.
I've been at these sites. I know where they are. And I've met some of the operators. And it's real. I mean, it sounds like science fiction, but
No, it sounds like Stranger Things in real life.
well, I mean, the science fiction is all ripped out of the things that are real often. But this is the real end of it, and it's serious. But that's why the CIA had a remote viewing program for years on. I know a lot of those original remote viewing guys. And so that whole area, where does that have to do with UFOs, though? Well, it has to do with the fact. And I wrote about this in a 1991 paper called The
All right. $1991.
Comprehensive Assessment of the UFO ETI subject, extraterrestrial intelligence subject. And it describes two related phenomena. That
Oops.
this is the real end of it, and it's serious. But that's why the CIA had a remote viewing program for years on. I know a lot of those original remote viewing guys. And so that whole area, where does that have to do with UFOs, though? Well, it has to do with the fact. And I wrote about this in a 1991 paper called The Comprehensive Assessment of
Paper.
the UFO ETI subject, extraterrestrial intelligence subject. And it describes two related phenomena. That those civilizations have technology that assists their consciousness in these capabilities, but they also have the ability to have their consciousness augment the technology, so they can think to that camera. It's like Neuralink without the wires, at the speed of thought rather than the speed of electromagnetic field propagation.
Yeah.
So, and that's real. And so civilizations that, if they're, from the Andromeda galaxy, right? 2.5 million light years from here.
Mm-hmm.
They're not using your cell phone at the speed of light. It would take 2.5 million years to say, hey, how you doing?
Right.
And another 2.5 million years for you to return the reply.
Right.
So the speed of light ain't going to cut it. So when you go what I call superluminal, beyond the speed of light, you're going into transdimensional. You're crossing dimensions. And within those finer dimensions, it becomes more and more preeminent that you're using conscious fields and thought. And it's really strange stuff, but it's true. And so if you don't understand that, you're never going to understand extraterrestrial civilizations.
How much faster is this conscious superluminal?
Instant. So
I
it's
was hoping
instant.
there'd be
Now,
a
not necessarily
straight line.
transport systems, but if you're communicating, it's in real time. Because there too, let's say you're here and your home base is 2.5 million light years away. It's because it's not going in a straight line. Forget about the speed of light. Think again about this interrelated quantum entangled cosmos at the level of not only thought and consciousness, but even very refined electromagnetic systems. So then you go, boom, it's in real time. And this is where they've done studies recently where they have teleported particles and they have the spooky effect where the same particle can be in two places at once that Einstein described. So I don't know if I'm boring your audience at this point. But
Yeah, they've recently teleported data for
like
quantum data teleportation.
Using the junk that all of us think is so I'll get out from Silicon Valley. I mean, that's rubbish, really, right?
How did you figure this out? This stuff, the superluminal consciousness communication.
Well, the truth.
I prefer the truth.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit of a long story. But anyway, in 1973 in March, I got very sick and I died. I had a near-death experience. Okay. I was raised an atheist and we didn't believe anything. The infinite test tube didn't exist. Nonsense. But I had this amazing, beautiful experience, actually. And I had personally this experience of my own, say, drop of my individuality become the ocean, sort of this expanded consciousness state. That was infinite. It was boundless. It was very beautiful. And obviously, I didn't die because here I am. But it was a very serious near-death experience. And about 6 months later, a couple months later, I decided I'm going to learn meditation because I want to get back to that state without getting sick and dying. So I learned how to meditate and started studying that. And then I was up on a mountain in North Carolina, up outside the little town of Boone, North Carolina, and I was hiked up there before sunset, and I wanted to see the sunset and meditate, and that was it. And just before sunset, I saw a perfectly seamless disc that appeared, and I'd seen almost an identical one when I was 8 or 9 in North Carolina. I grew up in the Charlotte area, and I went, "Oh, they're back." I didn't think anything more about it. I thought, "Well, there it is." I just accepted this, because I looked into this when I was a kid after I had my sighting. But that's all that happened. It was there, and it didn't move off. It just winked out, just sort of like dematerialized, it vanished.
Right.
So I go and I meditate. I'm sitting there, and it gets dark, and when I open my eyes, I have the whole Milky Way is up above. I'm up at over 5,000 feet up there, crystal clear, October 1973, and I had this beautiful thought that entered me. I said, "Oh, what a beautiful universe God has made." And with that, I went into that same experience I had when I died. It was phenomenal, but I was in my body. So I looked over, and there was a glow over the edge of the Hilton mountainside. I think it was that crap, and there was a person. Now, as an 18-year-old kid, I thought it was a deer standing on its hind legs. Had beautiful eyes, maybe about 4.5, 5 feet tall. It came over and it touched my right shoulder, and I left. I just dematerialized for about 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah. Now I thought it was about 30 to 45 minutes, something like that, because time isn't the same in these dimensions. But so during that encounter, I started having this experience of where non-human and extraterrestrial and humans, where could we connect? And it was at this place of non-locality. It's called in physics and consciousness. So I started practicing this with these ETs.
This episode is brought to you by TrueWork, a clothing company hell-bent on bringing you the most technical, high-performance workwear on the face of the earth. The TrueWork story begins in the Colorado mountains, where a trade worker knew there had to be a better solution.com/Danny. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
And
this meditation?
Yeah. So we have an app called CE5 Contact. It's probably the most controversial things I'm doing.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah. And it works. And if you look at the movie Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, you're going to go, wow. I just sent your producer a picture of a ET that appeared in
Oh, yeah, you sent the alien.
Okay, no, for real. There's apparently some controversies about Stephen Greer from other people, and this whole world of like strange things, I guess you could say. And aside from all that, I mean, I did try that app with some friends when we were like teenagers, and it was pretty profound. We got kind of spooked because some lights came down that were clearly like between us and the bush, and like yeah, it was, they got all spooked. It was kind of spooky, but I from traditional stories and different things, we believe in spirits, and native people have all sorts of stories about star people from not this planet, different looking people and beings, stories all through the Americas, from Greenland to Alaska and Chile. So it's not profound or startling for us that there's other beings. I mean, it might be startling to like see one in today's modern world, the way we're just so trained to not, or we don't see stuff like that, so it's probably spooky to us. But yeah. um Check that out.
Can we see the alien that he's
Well,
like?
no, the aliens are from Guatemala.
Okay.
These are extraterrestrial biological entities.
What's the difference?
I'm just making
Oh,
a joke.
okay.
I know we're in Florida, but it's
No,
you
we
can't
jokes
make
in Florida.
jokes.
They're way dirtier than that.
It's impossible.
So this is, where did you see this one?
So this is an
That joke was really distasteful because he's apparently really connected to Israel, and that joke's distasteful because Israel and U.S. intelligence and like just bad people actually committed the Guatemalan Mayan genocide and funded their like far right paramilitary to just harm Native people and traffic Native people, actually. So during a lot of these really horrendous, like, and even Greer and other people talk about it during natural disasters and war and other horrendous things, a lot of these really evil settlers are like trafficking people. So I mean, that was a really distasteful joke.
And you
Full screen, Steve?
Yeah, you have to do full screen, otherwise it's useless.
Yeah. He's learning how to use
There
it.
you go. So it looks like a beak, and it's this round head, and you see the eye socket on the left. There's a light source that was not ours coming from his left, and sort of a feathery tunic. Now, this was about 3 feet from me. And we had David Marconi, who wrote Enemy of the State with Will Smith, had a great Nikon camera set up on a tripod with a remote. And we had seen what looked like a red orb right between this older gentleman and a member of our team, and it was me. And I said, take a picture here, and he did. And here's this person that we had heard walking around behind us without seeing it with the naked eye, but it captured this person.
It's weird.
It's very
what the
unusual.
hell? Like, I can't, it's hard to make anything of it.
Oh no, I mean the right eye socket. You can see it's a very big head with like a beak-like nose,
I can see it, yeah.
and then a tunic, and the right hand there. I mean, this is at night with no illumination, by the way. We're out there in the middle of the wilderness in pitch black. So this, by the way, we call this ET the healer because he has appeared at other times, and the man right beside him had lost his hearing since he was in middle or high school, and even with hearing aids, he could barely hear. And this,
wait, what is that next? Is
I feel like he should like have a second image where he draws what he sees.
That's that older gentleman.
Oh, that's a person?
Yeah, you know, eyes checked. That's a person.
So there's no face floating in the middle of it.
No. He's sitting in we're in chairs in a circle.
Okay.
Yeah, we could give you the whole context of it. But what's interesting is that he was healed of his hearing loss. But next morning he woke up, totally fixed. So it's, I've been doing this since I was 18. So now I'm 69. So for 51 years. And what I find interesting about retail ufology, it's always I was abducted and I was tortured and I was this. I'm going, yeah, that's the CIA. You mentioned the Greys. I know who manufactured.
All right. that's pretty much what we're tracking down right now. Is that one accusation at the beginning that Ross talked about is basically like the stereotypical like you know what they would say like about an abduction. So it's like yeah, there's a connection.
You
3356.
know who manufactured
Yeah,
the gray
sure.
aliens?
Yes, not aliens.
Well, the gray beings that like Willie Streeter talks about.
Yeah, the fake ones, as they're called.
So how do they get them to abduct people? Like there's all these stories that John Mack has talked about.
Oh, yeah, I knew John very well.
Yeah, and then he talked to I think hundreds of people that explained being abducted by the little grays and taken up into ships and had sperm and eggs extracted from them.
Yeah,
How do you explain
talk
that?
about delusions of grandeur, like they need our sperm and eggs.
Have you heard the theory that the future human theory, like if there was a cataclysmic event in the future, like way in the future, they'd come back in time to get our DNA to repropagate humanity in the future? That's a hypothesis.
Yeah, I call it the cosmic Noah's Ark.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there's a mixture of things. So here, remember this.
Okay.
October 1954, we mastered gravity control.
Who mastered it?
Covert programs in the United States aerospace.
But there was a couple people working on it. There was Lewis Whitten and
No, I'm talking about if
You
take
say
the Townsend
October
Brown's work,
94?
there's a mixture of things. So here, remember this.
Okay.
October 1954, we mastered gravity control.
Who mastered it?
Covert programs in the United States aerospace.
But there was a couple people working on it. There was Lewis Whitten and
No, I'm talking about if you take T. Townsend Brown's work,
Okay, T. Townsend Brown.
and the Beefo Brown effect, all that started in the 20s. And if you look at a film that we released a couple years ago called The Lost Century, it kind of unpacks.
Oh, yeah, that's a hypothesis.
Yeah, I call it the cosmic Noah's Ark.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there's a mixture of things. So here, remember this.
Okay.
October 1954, we mastered gravity control.
Who mastered it?
Covert programs in the United States aerospace.
But there was a couple people working on it. There was Lewis Whitten and
No, I'm talking about if you take T. Townsend Brown's work,
Okay, T. Townsend Brown.
and the Beefo Brown effect, all that started in the 20s. And if you look at a film that we released a couple years ago called The Lost Century, it kind of unpacks all this, a documentary.
Okay.
And people should look at that. It explains all this and this trajectory of how this evolved. And so there were experiments with very high voltage systems called an electrogravitic.
Okay, aside from all this stuff, gravity control is very, very seriously being talked about now that we're becoming a spacefaring civilization for things like prenatal care. So they're finding out that we need to simulate some sort of gravity to be able to have healthy babies in space. So this stuff isn't far fetched by any means in today's like most modern research.
Effect where things would lift, right?
Okay.
And that was in the 20s. That was 28, 29. It was replicated in Germany in the Kautsky-Frost experiment. We have a physics journal. We show that in the film.
Okay.
It's in here for the briefing.
Okay.
Now, imagine those early experiments with so-called anti-gravity.
Okay.
Not a good term, but those used a pop culture term. It's actually electrogravitics and electrogravitic field propulsion. But it's not a physics class.
Okay.
So what happened is that that research combined with a augmentation of that research, a big leap forward by studying the extraterrestrial vehicles that we downed in the mid 40s and 50s.
Right.
So by the time those two streams combined into a mighty river of research, but it was covert. As I was referring to that Wilbur Smith document, most secret, and he said this is the most secret operation in the United States, exceeding the secrecy of the hydrogen bomb research. Now this is 1950, before we detonated the first hydrogen bomb. So imagine something more classified and secret than the H bomb, the ultimate doomsday weapon. That's this stuff. So my uncle had his whole career at Northrop Grumman. He worked on the lunar module. But those big aerospace companies, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Skunk Works, and Raytheon, EG&G, way back then, and others, they got the portfolio for their special projects to study this material.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing your message. I just came here to put
so that we were building our own
oh, the voices are low. Okay, I am sorry.
UFO or
There
UAP.
we go.
You have to ask yourself, it could be one of three things. It could be an extraterrestrial vehicle or NHI craft.
Thank you so much,
it
David,
could be
for letting me know.
coming out of one of these big aerospace companies because they've been zipping around since the late 50s.
Right.
Or it could be neither of them, and it could be some
This is
extra-dimensional entity,
yeah,
something from
just
another dimension. It's
starting
not
to get
extraterrestrial.
So my
all
away
the
This is where it gets
feedback
confusing for
now.
people, and it's
So
deliberately been
appreciate
commingled.
it.
In other words, disinformation specialists from the
Oh, the
CIA and other
voices
places like
are
Lou
low.
Elizondo.
Okay, I
he calls you a terrorist.
Yeah, I know, it's very funny. I'm a terrorist for speaking the truth. Well, that's I mean, as opposed to people who are actually trying to create Armageddon, which would be his crowd.
Yeah.
But the problem is that if you don't have enough of the information, and this information's been in a blackout for 70 years, if you're David Fravor flying an F-18 chasing one of these things, and you're not read in, you're a jet pilot. You're not read into what's coming out of the underground facilities at Skunk Works out there in the desert.
Yeah.
So you're going to immediately think, oh shit, I just saw an alien craft. No, you saw something that was made at the Skunk Works that was moving in a way with no visible means of propulsion.
I was just trying to clarify earlier on the anti-gravity side of things. Jeremy Riss, alien scientist, who's a physics historian, was explaining to me that there was two main groups. One was Lewis Whitten and the people that he was working on it with, and then Bryce DeWitt, who was working on anti-gravity in like the earlier 50s, like before 54. And he thinks that one of them figured it out, and then I guess from my understanding is it went black all of a sudden.
Yep.
Like he got co-opted by somebody, and then like in 50, I think it was 57, there was like a what was it? There was some big like anti-gravity conference or something,
right?
Where they were trying to figure. But why would they have that conference in 57 if they figured it out in 54? You know what I mean?
Well, because the compartment. I mean, the left hand doesn't know the right hand exists. I mean, I've done briefings for the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, three-star general, and he didn't know anything that's going on with this, even though he made inquiries. He was blown off. So everyone thinks.
Oh yeah, that's right. The DIA. So here, let me. I'm gonna go back just a little, let that play on just half a notch down, and I'm gonna pull up the Defense Intelligence Agency's video about remote viewers.
Yes, from my understanding, is it went black all of a sudden.
Yeah,
like they got co-opted by somebody, and then like in 50, I think it was 57. There was like a what was it? There was some big like anti-gravity conference or something,
right?
Where they were trying to figure. But why would they have that conference in 57 if they figured it out in 54? You know what I mean?
Well, because it's compartmented. I mean, the left hand doesn't know the right hand exists. I mean, I've done briefings for the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, three-star general, and he didn't know anything that's going on with this, even though he made inquiries. He was blown off. So everyone thinks that there's sort of this, you're the president or you're a 3 or 4-star general and you have an all-access pass. You do not. And that is what my big coming of age on this and why I started the Disclosure Project.
Right.
In 1993 was when I briefed the director of the CIA for Bill Clinton. I learned, and it's a 2 or 3 hour
Woolsey?
Okay.
Turn on your TV anytime, day or night, and you won't have to search very long to find a show about paranormal activity.
I don't know what that is.
Paranormal, as in beyond the scope of normal scientific understanding.
So, Greer was talking about how he was
At one time,
reading
even the
in
Defense
one of the
Intelligence
DIA directors
Agency
and they didn't
had
know
a
about this
paranormal
stuff?
program. Wait, what? The DIA had a paranormal program? Yep, you heard that right. But our program wasn't on television. No commercials, no streaming, no binging, nothing like that. Ours was a United States government military psychic program. It involved the use of paranormal phenomena, primarily remote viewing for intelligence collection. The mission for the remote viewers was to describe anything they were able to see at various locations around the world known as target sites. Seems like routine stuff, right?
Spooky
Except by
music.
see, I mean visualize.
Very
That is the
DIA of
distinction.
them.
Remote viewers used visualization to ascertain information about strategic buildings, weapons, or writings on secret documents. The objective was to foresee, prevent, and counter an enemy attack. It sounds a little out there, but it really did happen, and the program's name was Project Stargate. This is DIA Connections.
This is straight from
What if
their YouTube.
the Soviets are able to figure out ways
So if you don't take
to
this stuff
influence and control
seriously, I
human
mean,
behavior? Well, if
whatever.
they are,
You
then
can be
we
wrong.
must too. And so there began this race, not the space race, not the arms race, but the psychic race.
I would have to put myself in a self-hypnotic state where I had to go down and relax. And when you go down, you start visualizing. Sometimes you just know things. It's more like it just comes into the body or it comes into the mind. But when the third eye opens, you see it.
The fact that I kept seeing data, I couldn't just dismiss it. There's some physics or God knows what involved here that we're simply not privy to. And that's how I came to accept it.
Thanks for joining us for what should be a real mind bender. We're calling this one Strange Things at DIA. Gathering intelligence on foreign militaries to prevent and decisively win wars has been the mission at the Defense Intelligence Agency for more than 60 years. And we do it by using various conventional sources and methods, which you can easily check out on dia.mil. On this episode, we're not going to discuss any of those. Instead, we'll be talking about a more, shall we say, unconventional approach to gathering intelligence.
This is the story of a 30-year search by U.S. intelligence agencies to perfect mind control.
$20 million was spent by the U.S. government over 20 plus years trying to ascertain pertinent information to national security by using psychics. We know this from declassified records made public by the CIA at the request of Congress when the program ended in 1995. The CIA played a pivotal role in initiating the program in 1972, but they ended their research 5 years later. DIA's direct involvement began about 1985 with 3 basic program objectives. Number 1 was operations, which was using remote viewing to collect intelligence against foreign targets. Number 2 was research and development, which in 1995.
Go back a little. I'm gonna
The CIA
write that
played a
down.
pivotal role in initiating the program in 1972, but they ended their research 5 years later. DIA's direct involvement began about 1985 with 3 basic program objectives. Number 1 was operations, which was using remote viewing to collect intelligence against foreign targets. Number 2 was research and development, which used laboratory studies to find new ways to improve remote viewing for use in the intelligence world. And finally, number 3 was foreign. Number 2 was research and development, which used laboratory studies to find new ways to improve remote viewing for use in the intelligence world. And finally, number 3 was foreign assessment, the analysis of foreign activities to develop or exploit the paranormal for any uses which might affect our national security. Before we get into DIA's role, we thought it worthwhile to learn more about those early years when the program was called MK Ultra. That's when it was under CIA influence. Emphasis there on the word influence.
The aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will.
Project MK Ultra was a study that used the drug LSD to test its effects on mind control. And if the name MK Ultra sounds a little familiar, you might just be a fan of Stranger Things, the hit sci-fi series on Netflix. A subplot of the show is rooted in the very real secret CIA program. It's referenced with regards to the character named 11, a girl with amazing psychokinetic abilities.
11? Are you listening?
Yes, indeed, there were some strange things happening at the CIA and at DIA 2. Here to explain is our first guest, author Annie Jacobson.
The earliest moments of the phenomena program, of these various psychic programs having to do with ESP, having to do with psychokinesis, stem from those MK Ultra programs, which had to do with investigating, whether or not it is possible to control human behavior.
Annie Jacobson is a New York Times bestselling author and Pulitzer Prize finalist. She spoke with us about her book, Phenomena, The Secret History of the U.S. Government's Investigations into Extrasensory Perception and Psychokinesis. Annie, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Annie, let's get right into it. In your book, you write about a discovery at the end of World War II, which, if it were in the wrong hands, or in this case, the wrong minds, had the potential of turning psychokinesis into a lethal weapon. Can you talk about that?
It is fascinating to think that a lot of this began, and this is in my research, with the idea of that the Nazis were working on these programs. So much of that information comes from the Nazi documents which we captured after World War II, and a very specific set of Nazi documents called the Ahnenerbe documents, which were part of Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsfuhrer SS sort of, pet program, dealt with the occult, dealt with the things that are normally affiliated with superstitious people. And maybe the CIA and the Defense Department wouldn't have been that interested in it. Maybe they would have written this off as, insane, except for the fact that the Soviets got half of the Ahnenerbe documents. And so there began this race, not the space race, not the arms race, but the psychic race.
Okay, a psychic arms race sounds frightening. I assume that the CIA had to know what the reaction would be if this information was released to the public.
The people at CIA that were involved in the very sort of origins of the actual CIA program, they were very clear about how crazy a lot of this would be seen, right? So there was under no circumstances did CIA want to be associated with this program, and yet they wanted the program at the same time, which I find kind of brilliant and fascinating. And, there was a very clear set of CIA ground rules, which I found in the archives, which are incredibly interesting in and of themselves. One of them was this, okay, and I'm going to quote here. It says, "It makes no difference whether you are a believer or a non-believer or somewhere in between." And then I'll paraphrase here. They just go on to say, we just want to have the information about whether or not this is real. And if it is real, or if it's even partially real, how can we use it in espionage? How can we use it in intelligence gathering purposes? And they made sure to keep the program under wraps, mostly because of this reason, that they didn't want anyone making fun of it.
I want to step back for a second and ask you about your personal interest in this. Why the fascination with paranormal intelligence?
I'm a national security reporter, so I write about war and weapons and security and secrets. And I found that this subject, it was secretive for a number of reasons. A, because it was a special access program, which made it very classified. And two, the subject matter being dealt with, extrasensory perception, also known as ESP, and psychokinesis, PK, are these incredibly sort of occultish, mystical, magical concepts that one does not necessarily associate with the intelligence community and the military community. And so I think a lot of the secrecy in this is sort of the double-edged sword of both of those concepts.
Can you explain how psychokinesis is different than ESP?
Extrasensory perception is like the short version of that would be mediums or psychics telling you everything from your future to I see things in your past. Psychokinesis, also called telekinesis sometimes, is a very different concept from that because it involves, allegedly, the physicality of things. So, in short, psychokinesis is defined as being able to perturb matter with the mind. So, like affecting physical things with your mind.
And remote viewing is defined as the ability to describe remote areas or concealed data via some unknown mental processes. Where and when was that term first used?
It wasn't until 1972 that the program really got going at CIA, at Stanford Research Institute, a lab there out in Stanford, California. And that is where the CIA tasked some of its sort of defense contracted scientists to figure out if there was any science behind this idea of ESP. And that is where the term remote viewing was first born.
After the top secret...
And that is where the term remote viewing, and that is where the CIA tasked some of its research institute, a lab there out in Stanford, California. And that is where it got going at CIA, at Stanford Research Institute, a lab there out in Stanford, California. And that is where the CIA tasked some of its sort of defense contracted scientists to figure out if there was any science behind this idea of ESP. And that is where the term remote viewing was first born.
After the top secret remote viewer program shifted from CIA to DIA, a medical intelligence team put together a 177-page assessment of what the Soviets were doing. It stated that they were really looking hard at electromagnetic and magnetic fields, trying to explain the paranormal through real scientific analysis. They were looking at autosuggestion, psychokinesis, ESP, dream state clairvoyance, precognition, and telepathy. Annie, during that time, what was the fear in the intelligence community, and more specifically at the DIA, about mind control and the damage that it could inflict?
What if the Soviets are able to figure out ways to influence and control human behavior? Well, if they are, then we must too. And the DIA's conclusion was incredibly alarmist. The original report came to 4 conclusions. 1, we need to look into this, we being the Defense Department, because potentially military equipment could be disturbed. 2, potentially one of these remote viewers could see our secret documents. 3, one of these individuals could potentially mold the thoughts of foreign leaders. That's an actual quote from the document. And 4, could cause instant death. You know, there was an idea that psychokinesis could potentially give someone a heart attack.
The program was not without its share of skeptics, but even the most pessimistic person would think that it's worth looking into because of a few factors. First, it's cheap. Only a handful of remote viewers are needed to supply espionage information. And it's passive. An enemy can't tell that you're collecting information against them. Plus, there's no defense against it. You can't put up a wall around it. Think about all the places that you would love to get a spy into. Over the 16 years of the operations effort at DIA, the total number of remote viewers never exceeded 25. At any given time, there were no more than 3 to 5 viewers available for operational remote viewing. While some were part of the team for a year or so, most others were at Fort Meade for about 3 to 5 years, and a few served for 8 to 10 years. One of those that stayed in the program for a decade was Angela Della Fiora. Annie, can you tell me about Angela?
She was actually an analyst at DIA, and she heard through the grapevine about this psychic program. Angela always felt that she had the third eye, which is this old idea, you know, going back across time, that some people can see things. They were called seers, they were called diviners, people who had access to the oracle. And Angela felt that that was a gift that she had, and so she worked very hard to get herself into this psychic program when it was at Army INSCOM and later at DIA. And this created an extraordinary amount of tension.
There was friction between Angela and her coworkers because she identified herself as a psychic. Her abilities came naturally, and for many of the other remote viewers, that wasn't the case. When DIA took over the program, the thinking was that the Army soldiers and civilians could be trained to become psychic. After all, anything that would aid in demystifying it from the supernatural was beneficial to the program's staying power.
And so you had these very masculine military individuals who were learning remote viewing because, darn it, it was a skill. And then along comes Angela with her third eye, and she outperforms all of them.
When you say she outperforms all of them, what do you mean? What unique abilities did she have that set her apart from the others?
You know, Angela was so good at so many different things that the chief of DIA's Science and Technology Department, Jack Verona, was convinced that Angela had this talent to locate people. And so she became incredibly valuable to Dr. Verona, and he gave her awards, and he often used her skills above all of the other so-called remote viewers at DIA. Angela was always the one chosen for the hard jobs.
I thought she was excellent.
That's Dr. Jack Verona speaking about his prized remote viewer, Angela Della Fiora. We'll hear more from Dr. Verona about Angela in a moment. But first, here's a little bit about his Defense Intelligence Agency legacy and his connection to the Stargate program. In 2021, he was inducted into the DIA's Torchbearer Hall of Fame. It's an honor bestowed to former employees who distinguished themselves during their careers with extraordinary achievements.
Side note, I found out about the DIA because I had a...
Did you know that you can treat your entire operating system, your computer, like a SQL database and query it using
DIA offer? While I was going to school for cybersecurity at GBSU, I got an offer to take their cybersecurity internship, which was just a very interesting thing to come up in my life. And that's how I found out about the Defense Intelligence Agency YouTube. I basically just watched every YouTube video they had after that.
Dr. Verona came to DIA in 1964 as the head of a new unit addressing nuclear energy, eventually becoming the director of the Science and Technology Directorate. He was known to have an open mind, and he was willing to explore and change scientific norms. And that was essential in overseeing the Stargate program, which he did for 10 years. He's a DIA treasure, and we were thrilled when he graciously gave us a few minutes for a few questions about Stargate. I think you'll find his answers to be quite interesting. The first thing we wanted to know was, how was a controversial program like this able to survive for as long as it did?
One of the really credible things that kept it going, was it had congressional approval. High-level congressional approval. Senator Glenn, Senator Pell, Senator Nunn. I mean, these are key people, right?
And we asked why it was important for DIA to take over the program from the CIA.
I wanted to know whether there was a threat to the country or not. And so the only way you do it is you take the program over and determine as best you can, is it fraudulent? Is there something to it? Is there a threat? Can we use it? And if it's a threat, what can you do to counteract it? And all these kind of things.
Dr. Verona was once quoted as saying, the implications of this could be revolutionary. His answer surprised us when we asked if he still had doubts about its validity.
Yeah. The fact that I kept seeing data, I couldn't just dismiss it. There's some physics or God knows what involved here that we're simply not privy to. And that's how I came to accept it.
Finally, we asked him what he thought about Angela Della Fiora. He had once referred to her as the jewel of the Defense Intelligence Agency remote viewing program.
I once asked her a question, when you're doing your thing, what can you tell us about your experience when you're out there doing your thing? And this is an incredible thing. I've never forgotten it. She told me that she met another young lady from the other side doing the same thing that she was doing from another intelligence agency, an unfriendly intelligence agency.
Now that's weird. This is definitely weird. After listening to Dr. Verona and Annie Jacobson talk about Angela Della Fiora, the only thing left for us to do was to talk to her ourselves. So we did, in person.
Hi.
Hi, Angela. Great to be with you.
Good, how are you?
Thank you for having us.
Angela welcomed DIA Chief Historian Paul Isaacson into her home for an enlightening discussion about her experiences as a remote viewer at the Defense Intelligence Agency.
I'm Angela Della Fiora Ford, and I was remote viewer 079 in the Defense Intelligence.
That seems like something I should probably look into.
Fiora Ford. And I was remote viewer 079 in the Defense Intelligence Agency's program, Stargate.
So let's start by asking you, at what point in your life did you realize that you had these, I guess, special abilities?
At a very young age.
How did you know?
Because I was doing things that other people weren't. But I also knew intuitively not to talk about it.
Why not?
Because people wouldn't understand.
Can you share with us just an example of something that was happening there?
Well, I would have a lot of out-of-body experiences. And I think my mother was the only one I would tell because it just intuitively, I just knew. You couldn't tell this to other kids. But I did notice at certain times in my life, and maybe at school break or when things I wasn't so busy learning new things, it would come in again. The psychic abilities would come in again.
Now, as I understand it, you came to realize you had a third eye?
Well, it's a third eye opening.
Tell us what it means to have a third eye.
Well, it's one of your chakra centers. Sometimes you just know things. It's more like it just comes into the body or it comes into the mind. But when the third eye opens, you see it. Information is out there and it hits the mind. It's like a mental feat. So information is out in the ethers. And so you're picking up information and it comes into the mind and then you verbally say what you're seeing.
So there was this term out there, remote viewers, that was being used at Fort Meade and other places, but you identified yourself as a psychic. Was that an issue?
No, when they said you're a remote viewer is fine to me because that's what the government said. They had to say something when they went to Congress to get the money because remote viewing and remote viewer sounds better than, hey, we're using psychics. I understood that.
During 10 years on the job, there were days when Angela was asked once, or possibly twice, to have a remote viewing session. And there were plenty of instances where she was unsuccessful, but there were times when she was quite accurate. 2 examples in particular brought attention to Angela and the program. The first was when she gave the FBI location information about a former DEA agent who had gone rogue. The next was when she identified the name of a ship off the coast of Libya, almost to the letter. And that ship contained chemical weapons capable of mass destruction.
I suppose I could phrase this as the elephant in the room. There are certainly skeptics of psychic abilities, right? There are plenty of people that will listen to this and wonder how is this possible, or they'll have their doubts. So much of our work depends on facts and so forth. So how would you respond to those folks who may doubt this?
When I worked for the government, for DIA, we didn't mind skeptics. The reason being is if somebody is skeptic and they still wanted to use us, that was fine. And if we were able to give a good product or something worked out to help people, that was fine. What we found is that if people were really against it and it caused a lot of anger, that wasn't good for us. And a lot of times people are so against it because it goes against their belief system. So if somebody was really against us or didn't believe in it, we were better off. We didn't want them as customers. They were going to do more damage to us. Having a skeptic, we could deal with. Then on the other side, you had people that just believed in us 100%, and that wasn't good either because they would just run with the information without checking it out either.
You gave me something new. I wasn't aware that that was also a concern.
A skeptic isn't bad. A skeptic isn't bad.
And trusting it 100% is not good either.
No, it isn't. Because actually our information should have been working with the other intelligence collection methods.
In her book, Phenomena, Annie Jacobson writes this about Angela. Quote, there was no question that Angela's work was favored above other viewers. Her results were being shared in congressional meetings, in intelligence committee meetings, and in briefings across the military and intelligence communities. Her intelligence information was more likely to be considered by analysts, and she continued to get more tasks and produce actionable results.
Walk us through, very simply, what the process was that you used to do your job.
We had our desks and offices, and then there was a second building that you would walk over, and there were couches, there were big sofas, there were some beds, there were dark rooms with red lights, and it was quiet. And I would have to put myself in a self-hypnotic state where I had to go.
I feel like I should write that down.
There were some beds, there were dark rooms with red lights, and it was quiet. And I would have to put myself in a self-hypnotic state where I had to go down and relax. And when hypnotic state where I had to go down rooms with red lights, and it was quiet. And I would have to put myself in a self-hypnotic state where I had to go down and relax. And when you go down, you start visualizing. The person, known as the monitor, would give me 4, 5, 6 minutes, maybe 8 minutes. And then he would say, please access and describe the information in the sealed envelope known as Target A. So there is something in that envelope. It's either a picture, it's either a picture of a person. There could be a question. It could be just a written question, but there's something in that envelope that I need to answer. And then I would come out and I would draw pictures and write a report.
I'm actually like in the process of making like a voice cloning tool to like do self-hypnosis, and yeah, you could totally have like some sort of like heartbeat detection or some means to like program like a detection of like your state of relaxation, and then have it prompt you targets that you pre-set up. That way, like you can still be in your focused mental space, but have these goals, like and objectives, so that your mind isn't unfocused or whatever.
2,865. That's how many remote viewing sessions were documented over the lifetime of the program. And that number was the result of being tasked by 19 different agencies. But what exactly does an RV session sound like? What you're about to hear is not Angela. We'll get back to her in a moment. This is from a session that took place prior to the program coming to DIA. The first voice is the monitor of the session, and the other voice is the remote viewer. For time purposes, his responses have been edited closer together.
Okay, basically what I have here in the sealed envelope is a 200 square mile map. And the desire for information is to begin by describing the general terrain, what it looks like, and then to look for target areas.
I had a feeling like this whole area is also used for simulated combat type of things. I keep trying to get a picture of what the equipment or the material or whatever it is that's here, and I keep getting, I get snap impressions of chain link fences, but not in any specific place. It seems like they're all over the place in different areas. And I just get across the board all kinds of military hardware. An impression of helicopters, predominantly. A real grab bag mixture of different armored type vehicles. And the only specific one that comes to mind is BMP, which is a Soviet armored vehicle. I think it's got an anti-aircraft gun. Simulated opposing force activities or plans or concepts of operation.
When you're solving a problem, you get a focus, and this energy will come in and it will give you the focus, but that focus only lasts for so long. So you got to get in there and you've got to get that answer and you've got to come out. When that focus leaves you, then you're out of it and everything else starts coming in, and then you don't know. It's like you just know when you have it, and then you've got to come out, which I think would frustrate a lot of the people that I work for, because they wanted more. They always wanted more information, or they wanted me to stay in longer, and by that then you're making stuff up.
Thank you for explaining that. I never understood how that worked. So you were like, get in and get out.
Get out, yeah. 20, 30, 40 minutes. Anything after 40 minutes in a session, when you're into 50 minutes in an hour, then you're into you're either repeating the information or you're into imagination, especially on locations. If people want to know where something is, you don't need to describe where it is. You need to say where it is. You say where it is. So you got to get in there and say where it is and get out. And I think it would just drive people crazy, because, it's management. It's government. They want reports.
Did your targets or missions change over time, especially with the fall of the Soviet Union in '91? Did you start getting different missions?
We were big on the Soviet Union structures, fixed sites they call them. We have a building here. What's going on in that building? I think there was one remote viewer, Joe McMonagle, that worked there before me. I think he remote viewed, the first nuclear submarine that the Soviet Union's built. So a lot of it was fixed sites, which I did in extended remote viewing. Prior to 1991, when I started to do my channeling, I started to do hostages. I did a lot of the hostages in Lebanon, because the channeling or the written remote viewing also lent itself to personalities.
So did you have a specialty, and can you give us an example of how that might have worked?
I had a specialty. My specialty was known as automatic writing or channeling, and they called it written remote viewing. If somebody was looking for something, it was good for locational work, because I could tell you where something or someone was. It's better than a description. If you're looking for someone and I say, I see a tree in a mountain, well, that could be anywhere. If you're looking for someone and I can tell you a name, that's going to help you. That was my specialty.
Angela was a shining star in Stargate, but her efforts weren't enough to sustain it. During the 1990s, due to several factors, the new DIA management was not keen on the program, leading to disarray. In February 1995, this led to a congressionally directed action that called for a transfer of the program to the CIA, where it was unceremoniously canceled after an independent study concluded that, quote, enough accurate remote viewing experiences existed to defy randomness, but that the phenomenon was too unreliable, inconsistent, and sporadic to be useful for intelligence purposes, end quote. That's the official reason for ending it. Unofficial reasons run the gamut from politics, money, unrealistic expectations, lack of consistent positive results, to just too many naysayers. The definitive reason is an enigma, which seems appropriate for a show about the paranormal. Once again, here's author Annie Jacobson, who has her own theory.
When you're thinking of taxpayer dollars spent, certainly when it comes to the Defense Department, it is very wise to be running programs that have to do, that pass scientific method muster. Those are just 5 simple steps in any laboratory experiment. You make observations, come to a hypothesis, then you make a prediction, then you experiment and you draw a conclusion. And you have to be able to repeat this over and over again in order to define something as scientific. Well, remote viewing lives way outside of those bounds. And anyone will tell you, oh, it works sometimes and it doesn't work other times. That's when I say anyone, I mean someone who actually believes that this is a legitimate intelligence product. So the fact that it cannot be relied upon makes it a poor area to spend a lot of money in, a lot of taxpayer dollars in.
As for Angela Della Fiora Ford, the end of Stargate didn't mean the end of her intelligence career. She remained at DIA for 15 more years, winning numerous awards while serving her country as an analyst until her retirement in 2010. She even received high praise from a high-level admirer. William Cohen, former Secretary of Defense under President Clinton, wrote this about her in one of his books, quote, "We owe her a special debt of gratitude for lifting the veil that conceals the world of the paranormal."
So looking back on your work with the Stargate program from 1986 to 1995, how did you feel about your work? Were you proud of it?
Oh, yeah. I was very proud. I did what other people couldn't do.
To learn more about the Defense Intelligence Agency, check us out on social media or go to dia.mil. And don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe to DIA Connections. Thanks for listening. About the Defense Intelligence Agency, check us out on...
Looking back on your work with the Stargate program from 1986 to 1995, how did you feel about your work? Were you proud of it?
Oh, yeah. I was very proud. I did what other people couldn't do.
To learn more about the Defense Intelligence Agency, check us out on social media or go to dia.mil. And don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe to DIA Connections. Thanks for listening.
And they called it
that the phenomenon was too unreliable, inconsistent.
Running programs that have to do a hypothesis, find something, will tell you, oh.
Fiora Ford, the end of Stargate didn't mean the end of her intelligence career. She remained at DIA for 15 more years, winning numerous awards while serving her country as an analyst until her retirement in 2010. She even received high praise from a high-level admirer. William Cohen, former Secretary of Defense under President Clinton, wrote this about her in one of his books, quote, "We owe her a special debt of gratitude for lifting the veil that conceals the world of the paranormal."
So looking back on your work with the Stargate program from 1986 to 1995, how did you feel about your work? Were you proud of it?
Oh, yeah. I was very proud. I did what other people couldn't do.
To learn more about the Defense Intelligence Agency, check us out on social media or go to dia.mil. And don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe to DIA Connections. Thanks for listening.
All right. Yeah, it's these research institutes various non-natives under national security feel like they have the moral leeway to torture native people for their greed worshipping goals.
Yeah, R. James Woolsey, who's since flipped on everybody.
How did he find you, by the way?
A friend of his, he had been on the board of a think tank, Pentagon think tank, knew him and was following what we were doing. Okay. And it was mainly because in 1992, here in Pensacola, Florida, near there, we had a CE5 contact team, and we vectored in 4 ET craft, and one of them was on the front page of the Pensacola paper, got picked up by the intelligence community. And before you know it, I had all kinds of spooks knocking on my door. So, everyone who laughs at that, I say, yeah, what you're missing is the main part of the secret, dude. You're missing the big picture totally. You're flat earthers if you think the universe is 3D flat. You're a flat earth society, But anyway, so that got on the radar of this think tank that was looking into the subject under a contract with the Pentagon. And then, and the director of that think tank and the CIA director were friends. So once he became director of CIA, he and Clinton and some other people, Webster Hubbell at Justice, were trying to find out about UFOs, and they were being gaslit and lied to or deceived, and they knew it. I mean, Clinton was smart enough to know he was being zoomed. And so they reached out to me to come up and provide the information I had. Now, initially, I will say, if you look in my archive, you'll see the letter, the correspondence about this. I thought they were just trying to pick my brain, and there was intel gathering exercise. No. I mean, the director of CIA and the president had been completely denied access, threatened, and told nothing. And I, at that time, look, I'm a 30-something year, mid-30s medical doctor working full-time in his ER, like the show or something. Never seen the show. But the truth is that I thought surely they have more information than I do. This is nuts. So, and they were just lying about what the purpose of the meeting was. And they were just trying to gather information from me. But it wasn't. He was shaken, and they really did. And that's when I realized that the organization that's running these covert programs is unconstitutional, criminal, and has been since the late 1950s, since Eisenhower kind of lost control of them. He was betrayed. So there has been no proper legal constitutional oversight of any of these operations. And this is dangerous since at least 1956, 7, somewhere in that period.
Yeah.
So,
and that's where Grush came into the picture, and he was tasked to track down some of this lost black budget money, right? And that's when all these whistleblowers started to come out recently.
Well, not really. I mean, that's a recent event.
Yeah.
Okay. So there were more significant events that happened in the 90s that people don't know about or don't talk about, because Clinton had set up a military team. Because they used to call it Team Blue was the regular military. Team Black were these illegal projects. And he set up what's called Team Red to penetrate those covert illegal programs. Most of those, and I know some of these guys, most of those guys were killed or absorbed into Team Black. So some of the whistleblowers just now coming forward, some of the older ones, had been on Team Red. I can't say which ones, but they'll disclose that when they're ready. And they got totally pulled into these illegally run operations. Now, remember, if you're a 18, 20, 25-year-old...
When all these whistleblowers started to come out recently.
Well, not really. I mean... that's a recent event.
Yeah.
Okay. So there were more significant events that happened in the 90s that people don't know about or don't talk about, because Clinton had set up a military team. Because they used to call it Team Blue was the regular military. Team Black were these illegal projects, and he set up what's called Team Red to penetrate those covert illegal programs. Most of those, and I know some of these guys, most of those guys were killed or absorbed into Team Black. So some of the whistleblowers just now coming forward, some of the older ones, had been on Team Red. I can't say which ones, but they'll disclose that when they're ready. And they got totally pulled into these illegally run operations. Now, remember, if you're a 18, 20, 25-year-old Delta Force guy or a Green Beret, you're not read into the chain of command up above you. You just go, yes, sir, and you're going to do what you're going to do.
Right.
But once they reached a certain level of seniority, they realized they were in an illegal criminal operation, which is when they reached out to me. And they said, one of them said, thank you for what you're doing for those of us stuck on the other side, meaning stuck in this illegal criminal operation, and they won't out. So the good thing is there's a momentum happening now. If we can get whistleblower protections through the Congress and an executive order from the president, where there's a whole dam ready to break of folks like that, that we have, who will come forward and with the evidence, and this will begin to be solved. It's just the beginning. So that's what we're trying to work on. But it way predates Grush. I met with Mr. Grush when he was still undercover and gave him information, and his bosses were people that were people I had briefed in the SCIF, the Secure Compartment Information Facility. So he came out with what he had done, but he was secondhand. He had not been operational. Right. I'm talking about the firsthand operational people. And what's interesting, if you look at the House Oversight Committee hearings, it's all been all these secondhand people. And I told Congressman Burchett and Luna, why don't you subpoena the people that we have? Here's a list of the top 25. Right. And these are people, like I just described, who are operational at the Skunk Works. Interestingly, they never call those people to a hearing. I said, don't call me. I'm just the doorway. I'm the opener, right? No. Call these guys. And here's their name. And by the way, here's their DD-214. And here's where they're operational. Guess what? You have to wonder why. I mean, are really people that clueless in Washington, or is something going on there? I don't know.
Yeah, so your disclosure project has, I believe, over 400 military witnesses.
760 some now.
760.
Yeah.
And what would you say is the most credible out of all of those witnesses?
Well, it's the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Now, remember, I think these guys just starting to come out who dealt with the targeting and downing of these craft and how they've done it and the collateral damage, the civilians in private airplanes that have been killed in the process. That is one of the biggest stories in American history that's about to come out. So
private planes that have come down?
So let me explain how this works. So let's say you're out at some black site out in the desert out west.
Okay.
I won't say which one I was. And I've been in this Special Forces guy's chopper that's on the retrieval teams and flown over this area and seen the equipment and the underground base opening, all that. And I have pictures and videos of it. It's in here.
It's in your presidential briefing right here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that actually, this is available for people to order now. We've sanitized some of the sensitive names out, and you can go and order it in a hard.
This thing right here?
This whole thing.
How do you order it?
Well, I don't know. I don't do that. My assistant will give you guys a link, but everyone listening can get one.
And how would they go about doing that? They would get the link from your assistant?
Mm-hmm. No, well, you can put it up.
I can put a link to it?
And it's drstephenguer.com. There'll be a link to it, right, Raven? Anyway,
and then this
I don't do that stuff. But
and then what is your plan with this? You're briefing.
This has already been provided to the incoming new president and to some of his senior folks. And we're continuing, and also to the key oversight committee, Senate Intelligence, Armed Services.
And what was their reaction to it?
Well, they're just now studying it. It's an enormous amount of information and intelligence. So there are some entities that are on the enforcement end of U.S. government that are now drilling down heavy on the, let's say, methods and sources that are in here, the people, the witnesses, the whistleblowers, and the facilities and corporations. Probably one of the most significant people to come forward, if we can protect them, is the former chairman of a Fortune 50 company that's been involved with this. It's a household name. I won't say which one. And he wants to come forward. He's like 80 years old this year, and he deeply regrets what they've done. And, he's admitted that they have the schematics and the designs to provide free energy, quote unquote, to the whole world. And he really regrets all this secrecy. But at the same time, as soon as he reached out to me through his assistant and friend.
Fortune 50. It's one of the top 50 companies.
Yeah, it's huge.
Can we play? Can I guess?
No, I'm not going to play that game.
I have to go to the bathroom.
I would betray that man's trust because
the
it'd be easy
video that got all this
started. Military
started.
contractor, though.
I'll be right back.
It's a big company that has a lot of fingers and a lot of pies, right? Okay. But
Of the disappearance of one of the most senior generals in the US Air Force, retired. It really is quite extraordinary, and I don't accept the assertions that have been made by some people in officialdom that there is no evidence of foul play. Foul play has to be considered now as a serious possibility 1 month into the general's disappearance. Either, sadly, the general has killed himself, which is a horrible thought, or someone has taken him, or maybe he's gone of his own volition. But this does need to be investigated, and it would be nice to see the Pentagon and the intelligence community, with whom the general has had a long and intense association, including beyond his time as the head of the Air Force Research Laboratories, his last official post in 2013. He's been working on secret projects with the Defense Department since 2013. So the idea that he doesn't know anything since 2013 is nonsense. This is a man with some of the most sensitive secrets in his head. And yes, I would like to see a more intense focus on searching for the general and explaining the significance of his loss from public life.
Okay, we have an email. This is from Greg from Illinois. In your interview with Jake Barber, I seem to recall you're asking him if psionic ability could be enhanced by electrically stimulating the brain, something I've heard discussed by Dr. Gary Nolan in connection with remote viewing. I couldn't find that spot in your interview video just now, but I think Jake responded, quote, certain protocols are followed, without directly answering your question. Do you know from other sources if this is done? The reason I ask is because it appears to me that the upcoming Spielberg movie may be about a psionic program. In the original trailer, we see Colin Firth with electrodes on his forehead. And in the later extended trailer, we also see Emily Blunt and Josh O'Connor with the same attached electrodes.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? There does appear to be ECG monitoring being used in Disclosure Day. And that's fascinating because, of course, I can tell you, people who are psionic subjects, psionic assets that are used by the government, their ECG is monitored. And yes, I think Jake's used the term stress inoculation. This is an horrific issue, and Jake's been very guarded about how much he's talked about it, but I've been able to investigate further. I commend to you, if you haven't already seen it, the interview that we did with a young man called Tim Lauker, which aired, I think, about 3 weeks ago. Tim was a young psionic asset who was, on his own account, taken into some kind of military facility and given essentially torture. He was induced with electric probes up his rectum to try to induce psionic activity. And that is what's called stress inoculation. There does appear to be a link between the inducing of trauma, stress inoculation, and the ability to enhance psionic abilities. I think it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near-death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us after we die and our present existence in our meat bodies, there's something about people who've suffered near-death experiences or had severe trauma, people who've been through combat. One of the other things that I'm also exploring, and this is something that is an active investigation, I don't know if I've spoken about this before, is that it is my understanding that people in the official US legacy psionic program, including indigenous American people, have been given appalling levels of combinations of barbiturates and amphetamines at the same time, so that their bodies, their physical bodies, are in it's essentially almost like an induced coma state, but their mind is operating at 100 miles an hour because of the amphetamine. And needless to say, the combination of these drugs at the extent to which they've been being used is appallingly bad for the physical subjects. And apparently, there have been a lot of psionic subjects who've suffered shortened lifespans as a result of the exposure to these drugs. I suspect this is one of the reasons why there is some reticence about talking publicly about the psionic program. And I can only urge government that if you are thinking of being in any way evasive or manipulative or deceitful about the psionic program, here's your chance to be upfront and honest before the rest of us tell the full story. This is an active investigation, but I think the term stress inoculation, stress-induced trauma, is going to become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petroldemic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as petrol becomes more scarce? Or will we see more draconian travel restrictions and digital ID energy consumption limitations?
What are the chances of the government suddenly revealing that it's sitting on alleged 0-point energy, or what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, or cold fusion? I think, as we say in Australia, the chances are Buckley's or none. Absolutely no chance. I think there is a determination by the US government to try and sit on, if there is any recovered breakthrough in highly advanced technology such as 0-point energy. I think a determination has been made to conceal such technologies unless it's absolutely essential to reveal its existence. There's long been allegations from within the national security state by scientists and whistleblowers that there is repeated breakthroughs that have happened in 0-point energy, energy from the quantum vacuum. And I wrote down what ZP is. ZPE refers to the ground state energy of quantum vacuum fluctuations, which is a real measurable phenomenon that's been demonstrated by what's called the Casimir effect. And so, in theory, tiny amounts of energy could be extracted to without violating known rules of physics, but you could scale it to make incredibly powerful generators, which would break through barriers that have previously stopped us from generating huge amounts of power. The idea being that a cup of space could essentially power the world. There's great work that's ongoing looking at this idea. I'm a fan of a guy called Professor Garrett Model from the University of Colorado, Boulder. He's published on metal insulator metal MIM Casimir cavity tunneling devices that reportedly generate small measurable electrical currents or power. And that's been attributed to ZPE fluctuations. There's been about 1,000 experiments have been done, but he hasn't had the huge breakthrough, or at least none that have been publicly acknowledged. There's also been claims of quantum energy teleportation, QET, that has seen experimental proofs, but these are only proof of concept for information-based energy transfer, not generators. There's a guy who keeps on bobbing his head up called Andrea Rossi, who has something called the ECAT NGU units. And he's been claiming that these are ZPE linked, and they're claimed to have entered industrial delivery in late 2025, early this year. But I haven't seen any evidence of this yet. And Andrea Rossi is one of those frustrating characters who bobs up periodically in the custard and makes extraordinary claims about energy breakthroughs. Everybody's cheering on and getting very, very excited. And I will no doubt attract fury from people out there in the community who believe passionately that he has made a breakthrough. Let's see the evidence. If he has made breakthroughs in ZPE, prove it. Prove it in a way that we can all be happy is definitive proof. At the moment, though, there is no official evidence that there is a 0-point energy device that is generating energy at all. Mainstream physics still reviews the idea as speculative and implausible. So the research that's being done is exploratory and only on the micro scale. As for low energy nuclear reaction, now this is where things get more interesting. LENR, of course, goes right back to the 1980s Pons-Fleischmann claim that was severely, allegedly discredited back in the 80s. And poor old Pons and Fleischmann, two scientists who claimed to be discovering cold fusion in a lab in the United States, were accused of having bogus data, and their entire claims were swept under the carpet for the last
Almost
50
back. I'm
years.
just gonna heat up some hot
I
water
have
and
heard
we'll continue on.
that there have been breakthroughs in LENR inside government laboratories, notably at Pax River in the United States. And I have spoken to people who have witnessed test platforms that are allegedly producing LENR energy reactions. As for publicly acknowledged evidence of this, there's not a lot. I think the University of British Columbia has demonstrated a 15% electrochemical boost in deuterium fusion rates in palladium lattices, none of which I understand. But they're making claims that they've got evidence of LENR, but it's still very early days. There's claims of self-sustaining operation by an LENR researcher called Jean-Paul Beberian, which has reportedly confirmed extended self-sustaining runs and net power output. There's another one called Brilluin Energy, and they've got patents ongoing. They've shown alleged outputs in controlled tests of heat production. But again, there's no up and running generator. And then, of course, you've got Andrea Rossi with his ECAT NGU. He claims he's got industrial delivery and megawatt scale operation. Let's see the evidence, Andrea. I want the evidence. If there is LENR generators operating, I want to hear about it. I just want to come back to Pax River for a moment. What I'm told is that an LENR generator reactor was up and running. I know the names of the researchers involved. They were absolutely convinced that they'd made an LENR breakthrough. I'm told the whole thing was covered up and swept under the carpet by the Department of Energy. I sincerely hope that hasn't happened. But let's just say that is a subject of ongoing investigation.
All right, we have an email from Pierre. Hi, hope all is well on your side. When Ross was interviewed by Area 52 Investigations recently, he mentioned that he got a tip and followed up a lead where a family eventually admitted that their son or a family member died on the moon. Can we surmise that it is probably true and that secret missions to the moon has been conducted all along? Let me know.
It wasn't a family, it was an individual, and it was a story that they told me about someone they knew, a very close friend, who had allegedly died on the moon. Um, I wouldn't feel comfortable about making an assertion that I know for a fact that that is true, because essentially it's a hearsay assertion by somebody whom I know has had a role in what is a covert program that they allege to have been involved in. I'd like more evidence, more corroboration before I could feel satisfied that this is indeed a real thing. But yes, I do suspect that the United States has been to the moon since 1969. I'm very interested in allegations that have recently come my way suggesting that there may be craft of some kind, perhaps retrofitted non-human craft that are being used by the United States. And are they being used on the moon, on the lunar surface, and do they explain some of the strange transient objects that have been seen by independent witnesses and astronomers? Maybe. Another.
All right, back to this.
This man then was threatened, and they threatened to kill his whole family and his grandchildren. So what I'm trying to get, and it was,
And we're watching this because earlier today, when I was posting a clip from the video we were just watching, where they mention drugging native people for these psionic programs, this video happened to pop up, or a clip of this, where Greer was talking about basically the same exact thing. So somewhere in here, he mentions that stuff.
The Senate Intelligence Committee passed in 2023 unanimously the provision to give amnesty or safe harbor to these kind of people, right?
Yep.
But the House, in the reconciliation of the bill, took it out due to a couple of guys who were, I think, bad actors there.
Yeah, who were those guys again? Were those the Ohio guys? The Ohio
Mike Turner was chair of Senate Intelligence, and the other Mike Rogers, who was chair of Armed Services, and a few other people gutted that. And it kind of.
And why? Why do you think those two guys?
Because I think they receive a lot of funding from the very people that need to be exposed. I mean, I think it's obviously they're carrying water for someone, which is corruption. But that's Washington, right? I mean, who's got the money? Who's got the blackmail file on you?
Right.
People get bribed, people get threatened, people get killed. It's not a conspiracy theory; it's a fact. I've had all those games run on me. So, but I think that someone like that would have a lot of the keys to the kingdom. But if you're at risk for RICO charges, right, federal racketeering influence corrupt organization charges due to the criminal activity that you oversaw as an executive, and maybe worse things, but you're also under threat from the organization keeping the secret of having you or your family killed. Like this gentleman, I don't think he would mind if he got killed, but he doesn't want his children and grandchildren killed.
And what is his? What did he see? What is his connection to this stuff?
No, he was a chairman of a massive corporation, but he was read into a very special projects compartmented area dealing with the technology.
And that's the reason he doesn't want to come forward publicly, because he's been threatened, his family's been threatened.
Of course, yeah. And so now I know who he is, and the people who are going to need to know, the president, attorney general, law enforcement, and on down the system will know, or do know by now. So the only question becomes, what are they going to do about it? Now, when I was beginning to tell you about these black sites, all right. Now imagine, okay, you're out in a desert site, remote, no access. I mean, ground sensors, you're not going to get in there easily. And underneath the ground out there, there is a huge complex of STIFs. There's subterranean facilities, and some people call them DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And in our briefing document you can get, it actually has 150 or so of these sites where UFO-related operations have been. Some are key ones. Some have been incidental or peripheral ones.
Right.
And that's available for anyone to look at. Anyone who wants to look at it can see it.
Okay.
And so I'm in this chopper hovering over one of these, and there's the opening from underground where the man-made UFOs go up, go over a test range, and they're hit with electromagnetic weapons to see how hardened they are before they're good to go. Those are man-made, and they're manned with people.
And are these similar to like Tic Tac stuff, the Tic Tac UFOs?
They're all shapes.
They're all different shapes. Eggs?
They're octagonal. They're discs. They're the ones that are Northrop Grumman and Raytheon generally, not all, tend to be triangular or trapezoidal. or they're not necessarily equilateral triangles. Isosceles, and many of the ones that are cigar-shaped or tic-tac-shaped or discs or octagonal are Lockheed Skunk Works, EG&G, and some others. So all the prime contractors that we know of where we have sources are named in the briefing document. And I've been building that list for 30 years, ever since I was asked to put it together. And, the problem is, and this gets to sort of a gut check here, what are you going to do about it? Because let's say you're the president, or if I was on Patrick Bet-David's show a couple of days ago, he's a big podcaster and a great guy, and he asked me, he said, well, do you think the president is the most powerful man in the world? I said, well, he could be, but he isn't. He showed a clip of Mr. Trump saying he is. But when they realize what they're up against with this, the power you're talking about derives from extraordinary technological prowess. So to make this real for people, I just tell this as sort of apocryphal. But in 1997, excuse me, I was asked to do a stand-up briefing and this document leaked, a report about this leaked out of Edgar Mitchell's archive when he died. But my military advisor, who I'll be seeing tomorrow, who's retired, and I and Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon, and an Eisenhower era whistleblower, and my assistant, Sherry Adamak, were in attendance. But I was asked to do a stand-up briefing for Admiral Tom Wilson, who is J2, the head of Intelligence Joint Staff. And, prior to the briefing, I'd sent over something similar to this, but different. But one of the documents that was in there is in here, and it's a National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, which is the big entity that runs all the spy satellites, document from Area 51, Nellis, warning of civilians trying to spy on the range where they test and do the research on the man-made UFOs, right? And they didn't want that to get out. But in that, it's not been declassified, but it's legit. And it lists the project code numbers and names, right? So, and it's a 91 document. This meeting's in 97, so it wasn't antique, right? So I have someone hand-deliver it to the Admiral prior to the meeting. So he starts digging into this, and he hits pay dirt. He finds a few key offices where this is going on. He calls them up, and he says, hey, I want to be read into this. And he says, I'm Admiral Tom Wilson. I'm J2, head of Intelligence Joint Staff. And they say, sir, we can't discuss this with you. And you don't have a need to know. And of course, his reaction was, well, God damn it. I'm the head of intelligence with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. How can I not have a need to know? Right. Excuse my language. But this is like mind-blowing. Right. All right. So then he gets threatened, and he's threatened with being demoted, where they take a star off your lapel and put you out to pasture with much lower benefits and pay and retirement.
Yeah. Let's be real. 2025 has been all about change. And a big change for me is how I've been dealing with the world, these mind-blowing guests, and general life stress. And it's all thanks to these incredible gummies produced by our sponsor, Via. Trusted by over 500,000 happy customers, Via is the Swiss Army knife of wellness, dedicated to harnessing the natural benefits of hemp to create high-quality wellness products. With award-winning THC and THC-free gummies, Via has a dosage to encourage your comfort. No need to block off hours of the day for an unproductive high, when you can experience the full spectrum benefits from hemp and hemp products with a microdose of THC to give you a little boost without compromising your responsibilities. Via is also well-renowned for their award-winning THC and THC-free vapes, THCA flower, soothing topicals, and calming drops, all crafted with the and please.
I realized going up against corrupt interests that have that level of technology, which is very dangerous. And when I literally tell people the threat from that organization, which is international, have these technologies, far exceeds the threat of China, Iran, Russia, terrorism, by order of magnitude. And no one's doing anything about it because no one has quite figured out what the threat matrix is, what the threat assessment. So what we're trying to do, not to scare the hell out of these officials, but to say, here's the problem, here's a solution. Now the solution, the best outcome of this that we're recommending is a glide path out that's not kinetic. In other words, not violent. It's not a red on black war or something. It's giving people who want to come forward a path out, and they take it, and it unravels that system, and it gets transformed into another initiative. That those old legacy programs that have been going along without any accountability for 60 plus years, those are put out to pasture. So, and wound down. But it's got to happen that way, or it's going to be a mess.
Are you saying that these organizations that are in possession of this technology and that control this stuff, that are keeping it away from the U.S. government, are they like their own autonomous government, slash military slash Air Force, that is completely detached from any other world government?
They're detached and embedded at the same time. So it's,
and almost and more arguably more powerful.
Oh, way more, absolutely way more. This is why it's interesting when Jimmy Carter. I was asked not to tell this story. He's passed away now, so
he's adjusting your camera.
When President Carter was some years ago in Spain signing guitars, it was a classical guitarist who was there, told me this, who was part of our team, and he said that afterwards, it was a fundraiser for the Carter Center, and they were auctioning off these guitars, and the president signed them. And at a dinner afterwards, there were a few people there, and someone asked him, they said, "Sir, what was it like being the most powerful man in the world?" And President Carter says, "I wasn't that man." And they go, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, there are certain things that I had no control over and I wasn't even allowed to know about. And someone giggled. No, you're joking. Well, you mean things like UFOs? And he said, yes, that and more. So that was, of course, he was president 76 to 80. Took off 77 January and left in 81. Then Reagan came in.
Right.
So once you understand that, then you go, well, who is minding the store here? Well, it's sort of like if you remember a brilliant guy, Senator Inouye of Hawaii, who did the Iran-Contra hearings.
Right.
And he said there exists a secret government, shadow government, with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own funding mechanism that's free from the law and above the law itself. I'm paraphrasing, but that clip is in our archive. And years later, after I did the original Disclosure Project conference in 2001, an attorney on our team, who was then an intern, undergraduate intern, met with Senator Inouye, and we had just done the National Press Club event in 2001, right before 9/11. And this attorney, Derek Garcia, has written an affidavit to this effect. He talked to Senator Inouye. He says, yes, like basically these UFO issues, that's the crown jewel of this shadow secret government operation.
Right.
And it is above the Constitution and the law. But the kinds of technologies they have, I mean, we're not talking about a jet aircraft or a rocket. I tell people rockets were cool up until 1954. So if you think a SpaceX rocket, as we call Get Out, you're only 70 years behind the times, bro. So, but that's fact. But this means that you have an organization. One of the initials on that NRO document was MAGIC, stands for Majority Joint Intelligence Committee, or MAGI, M-H-A-I.
Ooh, MAGI, that's much fun.
Yeah.
Do you think that any of these witnesses are
organization? One of the initials on that NRO document was MAGIC, stands for Majority Joint Intelligence Committee, or MAGI, M-H-A-I.
Ooh, MAGI, that's much fun.
Yeah.
Do you think that any of these witnesses are strategic disinfo? Like if I was the secret government that had control of this stuff, I would deliberately inject some bullshit into this and I would absolutely put some fake whistleblowers out there.
Yep. And that's something we have to we've had this happen a couple times. Right before we did the meeting for Admiral Wilson, we had a gathering offsite for members of Congress. And the chairman of the House Oversight Committee was there, Dan Burton, and all those people. And we found out the night before, and I don't credit myself with this, my military advisor, who has to be nameless, and Edgar Mitchell, another person, was sitting at a bar with this guy. And he started telling things that they knew were factually not true. So I got word of that. I was already up in my room, and I said, that person is removed and escorted off the properties immediately, and if necessary, by force. So that person was ejected from the meeting that was happening the next day with these members of Congress. So yeah, of course. I mean, that's something we always watch for. And I'm not 100%, but I'm certain that what I'm sharing with you about this is true. And I don't rely on one source. So in other words, the crazier the count is, the more I want to hear from multiple corroborating witnesses that don't know each other. So there's no collusion. So that's what we tried to build with this mosaic, this disclosure mosaic, to create the picture.
Yeah.
Because you could always have 2 or 3 people who work with each other that confabulate the same nonsense, right? So it's
that's something that happened with this recent fella that was just on Jesse Michaels' podcast, Jake Barber, I believe his last name is.
Oh, I know Jake very well.
Yeah, he mentioned you. Fantastic little documentary that Jesse Michaels put together. And Michael Herrera, I believe.
Yeah.
And he mentioned during that interview that Jake, and I'm probably butchering this, I don't remember it perfectly, but he said that he was a part of some secret black program going to one of your conferences to try to subvert some of your witnesses.
A year and a half ago.
Some of your Oh, that was a year and a half ago. And then when he heard this guy Michael Herrera's testimony, he said, "Holy shit, that's exactly what I was doing."
Yep.
That's like I saw this with my own eyes. Yep. And then he said he had some coming to Jesus moment where he said, "Oh no, I can't do this. I have to go against the grain here."
No, he's legit. No, he's I know his cover. I know who he worked for. I've been at the facilities.
Jake
Barber and his team, and Fred, and also Don Paul, great guys. And they're not gaslighting anyone. Now they're not sharing everything either, because it's dangerous. But now there's some unsavory people that I think have attached themselves to these guys. The Lou Elizondo crowd and the whole disinformation nexus of great guys. And
the Jesus moment where he said, "Oh no, I can't do this. I have to go against the grain here."
No, he's legit. No, he's I know his cover. I know who he worked for. I've been at the facilities.
Jake
Barber and his team, and Fred, and also Don Paul, great guys. And they're not gaslighting anyone. Now they're not sharing everything either, because it's dangerous. But now there's some unsavory people that I think have attached themselves to these guys. The Lou Elizondo crowd and the whole disinformation nexus of retail.
Yeah, I want to get to that.
ufology.
I want you to explain that to me later. I don't want to interject that right now, but that's something I would definitely want to put a pin in.
Yeah. Well, that's the way the world works, man. In 1 part information, 9 parts disinformation.
Right.
1 part truth. And by the way, the best disinformation, false information, is sort of like a poison pill. It's coated in real information. Right. You swallow it, and then you're done, right? So this technique of counterintelligence, I'm quite versed in, and how it operates, and how the PSYOPs, psychological warfare operations, run these operations on people who are innocent, good people. But Herrera, by the way, had approached me some years ago, and Michael Herrera was a Marine. For people who don't know, you can go to our archive and see this account and the illustration of what he saw.
Okay, can you explain it for people who don't?
Sure.
know?
So it was in I believe 2009. He was a young Marine, I think 20 years old. and there was a tsunami and earthquake in Indonesia, and they were on an expeditionary force, a humanitarian mission, to go there and help people. And out of the Pacific, they were in the Pacific region, and he and 5 of his platoon buddies went off in a direction, and in the jungle, and there was a clearing, and there was a 300-foot diameter man-made UFO, basically octagonal.
He knew this? It was man-made? He knew that it was man-made?
Oh, he could tell it was man-made, and it was manned by special operations guys, but in civilian garb. They were told, basically put down your weapons. They confiscated their weapons. They took their IDs. They threatened to kill them for being seeing this. And one of the things he saw,
they threatened to kill their own U.S. Marines.
Well, they're not their own. This is this shadow secret government.
Right. Okay.
I mean, those are the real people committing treason and are traitors. And yes, they'll kill their own. I mean, look at Jonathan Weigand's testimony when he was in the Peruvian-Bolivian border where we shot down an ET craft. And he and his guys came across it first, and the security people who were in there to retrieve it said, you talk about this, we'll throw you out of the helicopter, and they'll never find you in the jungle. So this happens all the time. They do kill their own people, but they're not their own people.
They're Americans, though, right?
Yeah, they're Americans. But it's, these are people who are running a criminal enterprise, the biggest. Think of the mafia. It's the largest criminal organization on the planet. So, when the FBI is ready and wants to grow up.
Okay, I'm focused on this. I'm not sure if my mic was off or not, but I'm just going to repeat it anyway. In my last video, I had mentioned this where some special operations guys came upon these black project operators, human trafficking people. So this is just full circle coming back here. Here's him talking about that thing I mentioned.
Up and be serious. They have a real target here
with technology that very few human beings can comprehend.
So the other thing that Michael Herrera saw was this crate, and it looked like it had like a little oxygen and HVAC mini portable unit on it. And he thought they were running drugs. And it turned out, because Jake was at this conference to try to bump witnesses and see who need to be turned over for either wet works or arrest, he heard this, and of course he immediately texted me because he has my number, and we went to the green room.
Jake did?
Yeah, and his security guy.
So he knew you.
Oh yeah,
but he was going to your conference to subvert some of your witnesses.
Well, that's what his job was. It was to stop leaks and find out if I had the Panasonic Tough Book that had gone missing out of one of these corporations. I know which one it is, that had all this intel on it, because I received stuff all the time, right? And he thought maybe I had it. Now, I didn't know that's why he was there, right? And prior to that, I'd had a meeting with one of his security people at a bar near Langley and near CIA, Tyson's Corner in Virginia. And he gave me a little thumb drive that was like a 10-page description of his involvement, what he was doing. And he subsequently, a month or two later, came in June 2023 to this Disclosure Project conference and press conference we did, where Herrera and some other whistleblowers were speaking. But he immediately said, I need to see you. So I go back to the green room, and he says, that isn't drugs. Those are people. And so what they were doing, the way they get their psionic and other staff, let's call it, at these underground facilities, is that, let's say there's a terrible disaster or a war-torn area, and people are desperate. And they're not kidnapped per se, but it's under duress. They're basically told, you can either come with us and be part of our program, and I'll describe it in a moment, or you can stay here and die. You choose. Now, I wouldn't call that but this is how this is brutal stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what was in those crates. These are people. And there were people who were candidates for being...
How do they discern what kind of people they need?
They were looking for people with a certain demographic that they felt would have a high psionic capability.
And am I correct in saying they were children?
They were children. There were women. Somehow there's a tendency for left-handedness for that ability, and gay and bisexual men. So that's who they were looking for, because like Ingo Swann I knew him very well. Ingo he was a gay guy program. Well, I'll describe it in a moment. Or you can stay here and die. You choose. Now, I wouldn't call that but this is how this is brutal stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what was in those crates. These are people. And there were people who were candidates for being...
How do they discern what kind of people they need?
They were looking for people with a certain demographic that they felt would have a high psionic capability.
And am I correct in saying they were children?
They were children. There were women. Somehow there's a tendency for left-handedness for that ability, and gay and bisexual men. So that's who they were looking for. It's a terrible disaster or war-torn area, and people are desperate. And they're not kidnapped per se, but it's under duress. They're basically told, you can either come with us and be part of our program, well, I'll describe it in a moment, or you can stay here and die. You choose. Now, I wouldn't call that but this is how this is brutal stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what was in those crates. These are people. And there were people who were candidates for being...
How do they discern what kind of people they need?
They were looking for people with a certain demographic that they felt would have a high psionic capability.
And am I correct in saying they were children?
They were children. There were women. Somehow there's a tendency for left-handedness for that ability, and gay and bisexual men. So that's who they were looking for, because like Ingo Swann was, I knew him very well. He was a gay guy, brilliant remote viewer. So. And who cares? I mean, people get hung up on that.
Well, like if you're gay, raise your hand. If you're left-handed, we need you.
No, they don't do it that way. Let's not be silly. But I mean, they'll scope out, and then they'll say, and of course, it's a rough sort of assessment. They're then crated up, taken to a facility, and the ones that pass muster for their psionic psychic capabilities go through a program. Now, a lot of those end up dying because they're put on drugs, dopamine, electro.
Okay, wow. So that's really messed up. So it's really disturbing that Greer is here playing cover for these people, saying, "Oh, they want to go. You know, it's war torn. It's so and so." When it's a fundamental fact that Israel and the U.S. have worked very closely with like disrupting these countries. Like Greer's shitty joke earlier about Guatemala and aliens. Like, as far as I know, Greer's very connected to Israel from what other people have been putting out content about him. Um, and so Israel's very connected with the Mayan genocide in Guatemala, specifically providing arms and training to the paramilitary dictatorship there to specifically take and kill Mayan people to specifically disrupt the area and take the land. So it's really kind of disturbing to hear this from him, like he's playing cover for this. They want to go, right? That doesn't sound right. And here he is mentioning the drugs and the electronic like torture methods. Oh, and on top of it, just a side note to Native people, um, a lot of Native nations view queer people as like being like a two spirit or having, you know, abilities, and you know, kind of like what they're talking about. But these like greed worshipping settlers make it so monstrous and exploitative, like they always do. They're always looking to exploit.
Magnetic enhancement. So many end up dying or put in comas. And
wait, hold on. Man. So getting these people.
Ingo he was a gay guy, brilliant remote viewer. So. And who cares? I mean, people get hung up on that.
Well, like if you're gay, raise your hand. If you're left-handed, we need you.
No, they don't do it that way. Let's not be silly. But I mean, they'll scope out, and then they'll say, and of course, it's a rough sort of assessment. They're then crated up, taken to a facility, and the ones that pass muster for their psionic psychic capabilities go through a program. Now, a lot of those end up dying because they're put on drugs, dopamine, electromagnetic enhancement. So many end up dying or put in comas. And
wait, hold on. Man. So getting these people, so this specific situation, Michael Herrera was in Indonesia after there was an earthquake. They essentially, you don't want to say kidnapped because it's not a nice way of putting it, but it's essentially kidnapped them. And
taken under some duress. I mean, come with us or die, right? I mean, I don't know, you can call that whatever you want.
It sounds like some level of human trafficking. Brought these children to a secret base, secret black site that they control for psychic warfare.
And for training.
Notice how Greer was completely silent when he said some form of human trafficking. Like anyone who's like knows that this is all wrong and bad and not participating or covering, I feel like would be like, yes, this is fucked up, etc. Not complete silence when he mentions that. And you know, just from what I heard from other people posting about Greer, and you know, allegedly, you know, what one creator is showing that there's not like a history of him having this medical career he claims, like being a registered doctor at all the, you know, the period he claims. And he has a really close connection to Israel. Him and his wife got married specifically in Israel. And just me knowing the connection to Israel and the Mayan genocide in Guatemala, and how these settlers, all these non-native settlers, cause all this hell in our lands, and then, you know, exploit native people. It's just wild.
hijackers of ET craft. That's just the next part of it.
And they trained him to be psionic. What is so yeah,
Well,
to hijack these craft. And you're saying that they gave them drugs? What kind of drugs did they give them, and why did they give them drugs?
I don't have the whole protocol. I just know that they were dopamine related, and also there were electromagnetic systems, and there were a lot of bad outcomes. But the ones who passed through it have an extraordinary capability, but it's an enhanced. So basically, the way they described it to me is that you have the people who are the operators, say the regular human covert folks.
Right.
These people are humans that are sort of machine tools that are then used to then tap into the guidance and control systems of these ET craft, because they're using what I just described, technology-assisted consciousness, where they're, you think to it. You see these accounts of the ET standing there touching something, they just think, and it goes there. So, okay, I know this is getting out there, but
no, it's not. The crazy thing is it makes sense.
Oh, it totally makes sense. And of course, this goes back to my 1973 experience with the ETs, where I knew this is what they were using. So, and I believe that's why in 1992, General Stubblebine personally offered me $2 billion to be part of his little freak show, by the way.
What?
Yep. I said, no, gracias. I mean,
he offered you $2 billion?
$2 billion, $1992, yeah.
Why did you say no?
Well, because I'm not a corrupt person.
Oh my God, $2 billion.
I save lives for a living. I don't want to be part of a cabal of sociopaths and psychopaths destroying the planet, right?
What did he say
There's
you
no
had to do for
price.
$2 billion?
I'd be part of his team, a senior member of his team, because of my abilities and also being a doctor with these.
I really hope that's true,
And
given the allegations that I've come
he
across
had
about him.
been head of INSCOM, and he was head of Army Intelligence, and General Albert Stubblebine III. And Bert approached me, and then I said, not only no, but hell no. And then he went to my wife. We're about to have our 46th anniversary, and he tried to sweet talk her into this madness. And thought he was very nice. I said, no, devils speak with forked tongue. But
and what did he do? Why was he such an evil person?
Oh, he was part of that whole group of folks. He was like, he's passed away, but he was part of the same kind of group that people like Colonel Alexander and Elizondo team, because of my abilities and also what I just described, technology-assisted consciousness, where they're, you think to it. You see these accounts of the ET standing there touching something, they just think, and it goes there. So, okay, I know this is getting out there, but
no, it's not. The crazy thing is it makes sense.
Oh, it totally makes sense. And of course, this goes back to my 1973 experience with the ETs, where I knew this is what they were using. So, and I believe that's why in 1992, General Stubblebine personally offered me $2 billion to be part of his little freak show, by the way.
What?
Yeah. I said, no, gracias. I mean,
he offered you $2 billion?
$2 billion, $1992, yeah.
Why did you say no?
Well, because I'm not a corrupt person.
Oh my God, $2 billion.
I save lives for a living. I don't want to be part of a cabal of sociopaths and psychopaths destroying the planet, right?
What did he say you had to do for $2 billion?
I'd be part of his team, a senior member of his team, because of my abilities and also being a doctor with these capabilities. I mean, they were going.
And who was he exactly?
He had been.
I'm not familiar with him.
Head of INSCOM, and he was head of Army Intelligence, and General Albert Stubblebine III. And Bert approached me, and then I said, not only no, but hell no. And then he went to my wife. We're about to have our 46th anniversary, and he tried to sweet talk her into this madness. And thought he was very nice. I said, no, devils speak with forked tongue. But
and what did he do? Why was he such an evil person?
Oh, he was part of that whole group of folks. He was like, he's passed away, but he was part of the same kind of group that people like Colonel Alexander and Elizondo, they're all part of that whole operation. They have different roles, but his role was to interface from that black illegal program world with the UFO subculture. Back then, this is like 33 years ago, right? So
psychological information manipulation, trying to handle the public perception of this stuff in the United States is basically what he wanted you to help him do.
Yes, but also be part of that operational team is what I think, in terms of these capabilities. Because he knew that we had he approached me right after there was proof that our CE5 contact had worked. And there were these 4 ET craft that appeared here in Florida, outside Pensacola. So that is when he surfaced, exactly then. Now, of course, everyone makes fun of us for doing that. Oh, it's Ouija board stuff. I said, like the hell it is. You think these civilizations are using your iPhone? Why would they be using 20th century and early 21st century communications technologies? They're using stuff like Elon would like to do, Musk would like to do with Neuralink, except without the wires, right? Not the speed of light, it's the speed of thought. Like that, right? Instant. So that program has been in development for decades, but it reached a level of success, let's call it. I mean, if you can call hijacking ET craft and then blowing them out of the sky with electromagnetic pulse weapons, which are illegal, by the way.
I just can't get over $2 billion. You're a better man than me.
I know.
I might have been doing it. I would have saluted and been a psyop, fucking head of psyops.
I'm not interested in that.
Bro, this is why I say this all the time. Settlers are greed worshippers. They don't give a shit about morals. They don't give a shit about humanity. They don't give a shit about their own souls. Even though they claim souls, this and that, and all their their Abrahamic foreigner faiths. It's greed worshippers, man. The lot of them. I really hope Greer really didn't take that and wasn't a part of this stuff. Yeah, man. Greed worshippers. Just outright so proud, laugh about it. Ha ha, tee hee. Excuse my language, but it's like essing the devil off for some money.
Look, I mean, I'm not rich, but I'm comfortable as a doctor. I don't need that, and I've never had aspirations for that.
Yeah.
And
I say it all the time. People in the comments who think I'm a CIA funded podcast. If the CIA wants to offer me $1 million, sign me up.
Well, that's the joke. I mean, I've bootstrapped this whole effort for 35 years with a handful of people and no office and a couple, some volunteers and 1.5 staff members and my wife and me. So I said, oh yeah, if I were that guy, I wouldn't be doing this.
Do you ever think back, like just laying in bed late at night, and be like, God damn it, maybe I should have taken that $2 billion?
No, never. Never, because then you're owned. You're an owned asset. I value my freedom. I value my freedom more than I value all the money on earth.
Did he offer it in payments, or was it like an upfront lump sum?
No, the way he described it is that after the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union was falling apart in the late 80s, early 90s, that they had seized a bunch of assets in Eastern Europe and they had a slush fund, and that I would have control and access of that, and it was a lot of money. And look, the kind of black budget money these guys have, it's enormous. There's another guy who told me in '93, a couple months before I briefed the CI director, and he was technically involved with the UFO subculture, but he was a tech guy who was embedded with this shadow government. And he said, look, we have given at least 10,000 people $10 million a piece or more to secure their cooperation with what we're doing. And then he made another offer to me. And this was about 1.5 years after General Stubblebine. So I said, no, thank you. I don't want to go that route. I want to stay independent and free. But
I would imagine the disinfo people, they probably target media personalities.
Oh, sure.
They probably target podcasts, maybe. If they're still. I mean, imagine what they were doing with Richard Doty in what was it, the 70s, 80s?
Yeah.
With Paul Benowitz and the level they went to go to these UFO conferences and try to get these people and say, hey, I'm going to give you some secrets if you just go out there and get us some intel on these people. And meanwhile, the secrets they're giving them are like half-baked bullshit.
Have you ever seen the documentary Unacknowledged that we did? It's had about 800, 900 million people.
I don't think I've seen that one, no. I watched Sirius.
Unacknowledged is the one that prompted them to shove Elizondo out into the public from his counterintelligence operation at the Pentagon. It's had well over 800 million people see it. And in that, we interview Mr. Doty. And he admits to carrying bags of cash to people.
Oh, yes, I have seen this. I've seen this clip.
And he also admits that there were abduction programs that we were doing. But then he got really scared. He said, I can't talk about that.
Right.
But I have multiple people who confirm that. Now, we also have a book in '92 that Jacques Vallée wrote, who's a very well-known researcher on this. He's an astronomer, astrophysicist, I think. And he admits to having a document from the CIA from 1985.
Jacques Vallée?
Mm-hmm. And go look at it. I mean, this is in the briefing where he admits that this document he won't release it. I think he's been threatened. And it talks about the agency, the CIA, going down to Argentina and Brazil, abducting peasants, making it look like aliens were abducting them using these advanced technology systems for its, and I'm quoting, their psychological warfare value. So imagine how easy, it's like taking candy from a baby in the amateur UFO research subculture to stage this stuff and get everyone on Twitter talking about how the aliens did X, Y, and Z. And they're staging, it's called stagecraft. I know what the technologies are. I have debriefed people who are operational on the man-made UFOs doing it. The cattle mutilations have nothing to do with ETs. It's all making it look like aliens were abducting them using these advanced technology systems for its, and I'm quoting, their psychological warfare value. So imagine how easy, it's like taking candy from a baby in the amateur UFO research subculture to stage this stuff and get everyone on Twitter talking about how the aliens did X, Y, and Z. And they're staging, it's called stagecraft. I know what the technologies are. I have debriefed people who are operational on the man-made UFOs doing it. The cattle mutilations have nothing to do with ETs. It's all
fake bullshit.
Have you ever seen the documentary Unacknowledged that we did? It's had about 800, 900 million people.
I don't think I've seen that one, no. I watched Sirius.
Unacknowledged is the one that prompted them to shove Elizondo out into the public from his counterintelligence operation at the Pentagon. It's had well over 800 million people see it. And in that, we interview Mr. Doty. And he admits to carrying bags of cash to people.
Oh, yes, I have seen this. I've seen this clip.
And he also admits that there were abduction programs that we were doing. But then he got really scared. He said, I can't talk about that.
Right.
But I have multiple people who confirm that. Now, we also have a book in '92 that Jacques Vallée wrote, who's a very well-known researcher on this. He's an astronomer, astrophysicist, I think. And he admits to having a document from the CIA from 1985.
Jacques Vallée?
Mm-hmm. And go look at it. I mean, this is in the briefing where he admits that this document he won't release it. I think he's been threatened. And it talks about the agency, the CIA, going down to Argentina and Brazil, abducting peasants, making it look like aliens were abducting them using these advanced technology systems for its, and I'm quoting, their psychological warfare value. So imagine how easy, it's like taking candy from a baby in the amateur UFO research subculture to stage this stuff and get everyone on Twitter talking about how the aliens did X, Y, and Z. And they're staging, it's called stagecraft. I know what the technologies are. I have debriefed people who are operational on the man-made UFOs doing it. The cattle mutilations have nothing to do with ETs. It's all us. That we can prove. So the
Project Gasbury or something, where they detonated in the 70s, they detonated a subterranean nuke, and they had helicopters going out and basically, is this correct? Where they were mutilating cattle and they were doing surgical operations and taking out certain parts of the cattle, the tongue, the glands, and trying to determine whether they had been infected with this sort of radiation, whether the food and the crops and the cattle had been infected with the stuff.
Well, that's one operation. There's another operation to get substrate material, biological growth material,
right,
for their little weird gray and other reptilian looking, the man-made ETs, right? Because some of them are not just robotic, some are. But the more advanced ones are sort of what they call bio-nano machines. So they have a biological and a technological component, but they're man-made. And people go, this sounds too far out. I say, but wait, imagine what kind of, if you have that kind of mad scientist mentality, it's like Dr. Strangelove, and you've got the virtually limitless funding, black budget and otherwise, criminal, drug running, everything.
Yeah.
And you've got ET technologies that you're studying for decades. You're going to be able to come out with a whole constellation of dirty tricks to fool people.
It's so interesting to detangle this stuff, though.
Well, that's my job, is to try to make sense out of this madness.
And from my understanding of the cattle mutilation is the Atomic Energy Commission, like when they did that, I think it was in '67, where they detonated the subterranean nuke to find natural gas reserves in Dulce, New Mexico. What they did was the cattle mutilation was like a monitoring program to assess radiation leakage in the ecosystem or whatever. And at the same time, they were testing some of this exotic aircraft over the same location. The people started to think, oh my God, these aircraft are doing this to the cattle. It's aliens. So they said, oh, the people are saying that? We're going to keep flying our aircraft over those cattle testing mutilation deals. So that was like to insane level of just public perception.
But that's common. And then all you have to do is have someone write, an alien harvest like Linda Moon Howell, or you have people write abduction books. And what's interesting, the very people who are setting this up will guide those victims. And they are victims. I'm not saying these abduction people aren't real. They have been victimized. But they haven't been taken by extraterrestrials. They've been taken by covert human special operations made to look alien.
Right.
It's a look-alike, right? So those programs, they sell. And the media, which is as corrupt as anything you can imagine, the legacy media, a lot of those people, they're, like I will be absolutely not only shadow banned, but banned to tell the truth on a lot of media. Whereas if you're going forward telling a lie, boom, you're on 60 Minutes. Boom, you're on. That's true, because the big media is, I think, probably more corrupt than any other institution in the United States or the world, and being controlled by these interests.
Yeah, but how do they? I understand how the media is controlled by advertising dollars, but how do you think they're controlled by these rogue military aerospace companies?
Money and control.
They're backdooring money to them.
They're Knox. They have a non-official cover. By day and public persona, they're a media person. They're actually working with the agency or some other entity that's part of this compartmented shadow government. And I know people like that. I mean, probably if I had taken the money, I would have been one of those guys, right?
Yeah.
So that's how that works. And but it makes one of the problems with Washington is everyone's so busy doing a million different things. They have 99 things to do every day, and this thing, as you pointed out at the beginning, and you're right, is such a confusing mess of conflicting information that they just go, I don't want to hear it. It's too complicated, right? But that is part of the reason they've made it complicated. It's obfuscating. It hides it.
Yeah, exactly.
By making it just incomprehensible.
It's impossible to know what's real.
We have to make it understandable and kind of. I liken this to the epiphany moment in The Wizard of Oz when Dorothy and whoever, the Scarecrow, and they pull back the curtain, and there's this old crudmudgeon pulling the levers, right?
Yeah.
That's what this is. So part of what we have to do is not just say, here's the evidence for NHI craft and people, extraterrestrial craft and people, but here's the other part of it. Here's the dominant information, disinformation, that's out in ufology, in the media, in documentaries, in films and books, has actually been staged by the very people trying to keep it secret, so that you're looking over here and not the truth. And they're very good at doing this. Danny, they're extremely good at it.
One of my favorite stories was from Annie Jacobson in her Area 51 book, where she interviewed the CIA pilots who were test flying the first jet planes over the Air Force Base, and they said they purposely brought gorilla masks in the cockpit in the chance that they flew by a civilian aircraft, they put the gorilla mask on, so that they're poisoning that story already. So if the guy goes to the bar later, goes, dude, I saw a monkey flying a jet plane.
Well, and the early abductions in the late 50s, early 60s, they had the man-made UFOs, and they had some guys very short stature or not quite looking normal, and they kind of like Hollywood. You can make a guy look like Darth Vader or whatever. That they had that stagecraft, and it was incredibly convincing. Because even now you look at one of our whistleblowers who came forward a year and a half ago, Stephen Digna. He was at Fort Irwin, California in 2000. And he was called out by some Raytheon guys to look at some objects that were out over the range. And they had to cancel their live fire exercises because of this. And it was a triangular, not quite equilateral, but more of a pointed triangular craft. And they didn't know he picked up a pair of night vision scopes. And he looked at it, he saw the detail on it. And then he saw that there were several others that were holographic projections of the real one. And so it looked like there was a fleet of them.
Yeah.
And this is how you stage a fake alien attack.
Yeah. They had this. This was all part of that declassified Northwoods thing where they were trying to stage a fake invasion over Cuba.
Well, no, this was a separate incident, but it's very similar
to that. Yeah.
It's very similar. And so they were very upset that he figured that out, right? And the Raytheon guys, a few days later, abducted him and his wife on coming back from a movie, back to the base on this road, out in California, remote road. And if anyone who would have seen that crap and what happened would have sworn it was a alien vehicle, and it's Raytheon. Now, he suffered terrible damages. He's very damaged. He's very sick. So, that is what happens if you get too close to the truth. And he's an incredibly sweet man, very courageous. He's totally telling the truth. But I would say if you took 1 million people on Earth and showed them that craft, that Raytheon object craft in 2000, this is 25 years ago, right?
Right.
I don't think one person would think that it was man-made. And this is a problem for the National Security Council and the president, because everyone assumes that what I'm telling you, they know. They don't. If you've seen the documentary Unacknowledged, you know more about this subject than virtually anyone in the U.S. Congress, except the bad apples who are on the payroll of the shadow secret government.
Right. Well,
so this is a problem. I mean, if you want to live in a free society and a democracy, you can't have something this important, completely ignored by your elected officials, right?
And also the benefit of having so much bullshit out there is if the truth does get out, it doesn't fucking matter because what are the chances that they're going to pick that as being the truth?
Well, that's now you're very smart because you just hit the nail on the coffin. What keeps me up at night.
And that's why I don't trust any of these whistleblowers because I don't think.
Well, I know the ones I know, and now here's someone like Mr. Brush. He was telling 100% the truth until he started telling tall tales that were being fed to him by Lou Elizondo, right? About how the aliens had blown up villages in, I don't know, South America or someplace.
Elizondo told him that?
Yeah, so he fell into that disinformation trap along with the information trap. But a lot of people do that. And why?
Right.
Because those guys will say, hey, I can get you a $10 million Booker movie deal, and I can get you on 60 Minutes. So, there are advantages to going with those folks as opposed to doing it, let's call it clean. Because doing it clean is a hard path. I mean, it's been a big struggle for me and my family, and, you have all kinds of problems because of it. But I don't regret it. I mean, I wouldn't do anything different at all. But it's dangerous and it's very ungratifying. From a personal point of view, nobody would do it, except I feel that this is something, if this doesn't get resolved properly, what Werner von Braun warned about, right? He said, look, the whole plan is to stage an alien threat so we can unite the world around this sort of fascist, totalitarian, militaristic sort of thing. It's like the movie Independence Day, right? And we'll say, let's go kick alien butt. And you see the Arabs and every party in the world united to fight the aliens. So that's already out of CIA PSYOP scripting. And guess what? 99% of legacy ufology, that's the narrative. They're the good aliens and the bad ones. So it's Star Wars, right? It's all that narrative. And I go, at least members of Congress are saying, look, if these civilizations were hostile, given that their technologies are hundreds of thousands of years more advanced than ours, we'd be gone. We'd be a charcoal briquette floating in space. Now, this is not to say, I'm not naive, this is not to say that those civilizations don't have some self-interest. Because what would you think? I mean, just put yourself in the shoes and through the eyes of an ET. And you come across this planet. And in a few decades, it goes from muskets and machine guns to thermonuclear weapons to very advanced electromagnetic weapons, including the so-called scalar ones that are knocking ET craft down. And then the same group, going off the reservation of any controls, reverse engineers your ET technologies and start using it against you. Got it? That's the crisis that no one's talking about. Because and Jake and people like him will say, it's at the point now where they just say AT.
I can't stand that settler terminology, off the reservation, like it's such a bad thing, It's like, yeah, how about, can we just make a new term where it's like, I don't even know, something about settlers and foreigners and invaders and oh man, them dang cannibal settlers off the fort, off the wagon. Off the wagon, that's a good one. You got some settlers off the wagon causing trouble.
The advanced technologies humans have to most people on Earth would be indistinguishable from an ET vehicle or NHI craft. And there's a big risk there because, number one, they could stage a false flag attack and everyone would think it was alien, which is what their plan is. That's what the drones were all about, by the way. I mean, Mr. Trump got that wrong when his press secretary commented on that. We know what that was. That was a PSYOP.
It was a PSYOP?
100%.
Coordinated by who?
By the same people who are trying to be sure that when this comes out this year and next, that it's done with the specter of fear. We don't know. People look at the sky, so I'm afraid.
They look just like hobby drones. Like they look like they weren't moving crazy at all.
Oh no, I know a team that was under contract with Lockheed Martin that has some images of some of this stuff, and some of them are pretty amazing. And some of the daytime ones that they've captured, now they're not extraterrestrial; they're our advanced stuff. But again, and some have said, well, these are originating from China. But that's a misnomer because this shadow government entity is transnational. You can label whatever country you want; it doesn't matter. It operates. When I was the first time I went to meet with the latest efforts about 3 years ago at the Senate Intelligence Committee SCIF, and I went in there and I said, "See that map of the world? Erase all the geopolitical boundaries, like the boundary between Canada, United States, or Mongolia and China, or whatever.
Yeah.
This organization, the world is their oyster. They don't care about that. So now the truth is, people like Jake Barber and his guys are patriots who got stuck in that system, as I said, and they deserve a clean path out, a safe path out. And that's what has to happen. That's got to happen from the Congress and from the president's executive orders, which I've seen some drafts of those. And so yeah, they're in here. The recommendations are in here for what those need to be, and they need to be done yesterday.
We kind of just got really sidetracked down a crazy rabbit hole after we started talking about Jake and Michael Herrera's situation, where they were extracting these people out.
Yeah, he's the only guy who I've ever heard about who saw something like that and was not killed. He's
really?
The only survivor. His guys, yes. Absolutely. It's a miracle he wasn't killed. And I told him that. I said, you have no idea how rare it is for someone like you, a kid, 20 years old, seeing something like that, for them not to just erase you,
So yeah, I remember from that story, Jake was like saying, the guys were saying, should we smoke these guys? Should we smoke these guys? Blah, blah, blah. And they ended up not doing that.
No,
so they're taking these children from foreign countries, these underdeveloped places, and adults. But the primary reason is because they are out of a civilized environment. They're not in like a metropolitan city. They're not around technology all the time. They're in a completely native environment, and they're eating, I don't know, maybe unprocessed foods, natural foods. So they're more connected to nature somehow, and that somehow makes them more in tune to this psychic consciousness, the psionic stuff that he's talking about. And they put them in this program, give them dopamine drugs and hook them up to all kinds of technology and use them to summon these eggs. This is what he says, summon the eggs.
Well, not just the eggs, it's all different types of craft. But it's not, it's more than just summon.
Okay.
So let me unpack this a little more.
Okay.
Years ago, you heard about this weird looking drone that kind of looked like a UFO that the Iranians were able to break into its guidance system and land and then study to reverse engineer it.
I never heard about this.
Oh, it's all in the media. So, but if you look into that.
Steve, maybe you can find it. What year?
I can't remember.
Okay. Iranian drone that was caught.
No, hours that they intercepted and hijacked it basically by wire.
Iran did?
Yes, and landed it at a base in Iran and then studied the reverse engineering.
You got to find this shit, dude.
Yeah, but that it was a drone. It was not a UFO, but it looked weird. It was a very unusual shape. And now imagine being able to do that with this, instead of guide by wire, right?
Right there, U.S. drone recovered by Iran, 2011.
I'm sure there have been multiple.
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, see what a strange looking one?
Sophisticated spy planes. U.S. intelligence is spying intensely on Iranian sites believed to be developing nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. Bob Orr tells us an unmanned U.S. drone did vanish over the weekend.
The secret stealth drone, nicknamed the Beast of Kandahar, is one of America's most sophisticated intelligence tools. For the past 4 years, the RQ-170 has flown high-altitude surveillance missions over the battlefields in Afghanistan.
Okay, so here's my point in this is that this sort of nonsense happens all the time.
Yeah.
What my point of it is, they were able to break into the encrypted, hardened guidance system, because these are all flown, a lot of them out of Nellis from or bases out in the desert underground, and they're unmanned, but they're on the other side of the world. But they were able to break into that system, the command and control guidance, and land it. They didn't crash it.
Did they do that with this consciousness stuff?
No, they didn't. I'm using this as an analogy if I can get through my sentence. So that's an analogy. Now, imagine the point of it is they were able. My point in this is that this sort of nonsense happens all the time.
Yeah.
My point of it is they were able to break into the encrypted, hardened guidance system, because these are all flown, a lot of them out of Nellis from or bases out in the desert underground, and they're unmanned, but they're on the other side of the world. But they were able to break into that system, the command and control guidance, and land it. They didn't crash it.
Did they do that with this consciousness stuff?
No, they didn't. I'm using this as an analogy if I can get through my sentence. So that's an analogy. Now imagine having an interstellar vehicle, an HI craft, and their technologies are consciousness, thought interfacing. So you train these people to basically hack into their guidance system when no one's looking, and you hijack it. Instead of landing it, you bring it over to an area. Sometimes you can land the ET craft, but often what they do is they hit it with an electromagnetic pulse weapon, and it either is disabled and falls to the ground, or it's blown to pieces. Now, what I was getting ready to tell you is that in these same areas, they'll put up a TFR, which is basically a temporary flight restriction area over an area of airspace. If there is a civilian aircraft that strays into that, and they're using these electromagnetic pulse weapons, they will blow the innocent civilian Cessna out of the sky. And I know this for a fact. Sometimes the electromagnetic pulse goes outside the TFR and hits a totally aircraft that was trying to stay out of the TFR. So now we have over continental United States a real threat to air traffic, which we're always blaming it on the aliens. No, the real threat to air traffic are the man-made UFOs and these sort of operations because these are not always done over permanent flight restriction areas like a top secret Air Force base. They're done in these other places, right? So this is a real problem. I brought it up to officials in Washington. And what's astounding to me, I want to vent a little bit here. I've been blowing the whistle on this nonsense since '93. And you always wonder, I think we have something called the FBI or law enforcement. Now, we can prove through our direct witnesses, kidnapping, murder, treason, killing innocent civilians like I just described, embezzlement of U.S. federal dollars into black projects without oversight and oversight of the president or Congress, on and on. Half the federal penal code is being violated by this organization. And it's precisely where is the Congress and the White House and the FBI. So now that we have a new administration and a new Congress, and this is all beginning to come out, I think that the public listening need to contact their senators and House member and the White House and say, look, we need to get this resolved, but you need to enforce the law and protect, the American democracy, but also the American public. And that's not happening yet. And so that group goes unchecked while these terrible atrocities keep going. Now, what I would like to see happen is that those operations get wound down peacefully, because there's, as I mentioned earlier, a glide path out to basically transform that mess into something that's forward-looking. And I think all the whistleblowers I know, that's what they want to see, because an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. And if you go kinetic, if you go into a violent confrontation with an organization that have assets that are way beyond anything, as Admiral Wilson said, that they can deploy, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, because
it's a suicide mission.
What would it be like to go to war with one of these?
I know exactly, and I'm advising a group that has been asked to do exactly that if it comes to it. And I don't want to talk about operational details about it.
A U.S. military group?
I won't talk about what agency or what entity it is.
Okay.
But it's a SAP, it's TSSCI, Top Secret Special Compartment Information. And I've been asked to provide everything I can, and I will, and I have been. I've been doing this for 30-some years. But now we have a critical mass of people who have details. I haven't even talked about some of the whistleblowers that are still behind the curtain that could be brought in and who know of multiple places. There was one gentleman who was about to come forward and he got threatened, but he was read into 18 unacknowledged special access projects dealing with this. He had baseline clearance across 18 of them in a top secret Pentagon office. So we have people like that. They're living. They need to be protected. He's afraid of not only being killed, but his pension being erased, because he signed an 80-year non-disclosure agreement that said that if he ever discussed any of this, that he would lose his freedom, but also his pension. And he's getting up in years. He has some war injuries. He's a hero. And I can't, what I never do is just shove someone like that out. I mean, I'm a doctor, so if it's like a doctor-patient confidentiality. But at a certain point, the people who can protect people like him have a legal obligation. I will say that given what is in here, the unredacted part, what people can get is has some redacted, like this guy's name's redacted. But there is a dereliction of duty here if they don't deal with this. And I think the American public, they need to hear. I've had so many members of Congress and the Senate say, we really need to hear from our constituents on this, right? Now, people are so apathetic. They just think everything happens by itself. No, it doesn't. You got to create a movement. So I'm sort of an activist that way. You got to have people say, look, we want this resolved. We want this fixed yesterday. But we also want to bring out the technologies that would save the biosphere and eliminate poverty. So imagine, I don't think the things that are flying at 200,000 miles per hour should come out right now that are man-made, because that's a missile delivery system. You don't want every terrorist in Mogadishu having that to boom, do something over downtown LA. But the things that would sit on your table here and run this building from what's called the 0 point or quantum vacuum energy, that needs to come out. And that would then give us a civilization without pollution and without poverty within certainly your lifetime, maybe not mine because I'm almost 70 in June, but it would be an amazing leap forward. And so I think my 4 daughters and 12 grandkids would actually have a planet to live on instead of it just being ruined by these 1800s technologies we're using. So that is the big peace dividend. Let's call it the big peace dividend of this all coming out, Danny, is that imagine a civilization without pollution and where your energy needs are met without cost. Once you have be like a heat pump or something smaller, provide all the energy for your car or your business or your house and with no bill, no electric bill. The problem with that, and this is what Patrick David said the other day to me, he said, no one wants that to come out because there goes trillions of dollars in assets, right? All the public utilities don't need them. All the oil, gas, coal, nuclear power don't need them. An electric plug-in car like a Tesla don't need it.
Sure.
So, well, you could use the electric motor part, but those 900 pounds of lithium-ion batteries
the idea is like
don't need it.
Right. The conventional transportation and petroleum industries that prop up our economy are going to be all of a sudden irrelevant if we have some crazy 0 point anti-gravity technology.
Well, again, the anti-gravity technology really can't come out right yet, but the other can.
The 0 point energy.
The 0 point, what I call the station, basically a power plant that generates energy. But you don't want something that's flying at that kind of maneuverability in the hands of unstable, failed states and whatnot. Now, I always point out to people, the worst people in the world have that technology now because these are rogue shadow government operators that are doing all these terrible things. And I think they have more terrible things they're planning to do, which I don't want to go into. But I think we ain't seen nothing yet from that crowd.
I wanted to ask you about Roswell, specifically because I've talked to Annie Jacobson about Roswell, and she wrote about it in her book. I'm sure you're familiar with what she said. There was an EG&G engineer that was a source for her, and he told her that it was a craft piloted by, remote controlled by the Soviet Union, and it had deformed children in there that were surgically altered by Mengele, or the Nazi Mengele, yeah. And it was crashed here to basically sow chaos. And she asked him, she's like, why the hell wouldn't you say this? This would make them look terrible, and it would be great for us if we, were able to expose this, and they would be completely humiliated on the world stage. And he said, because we started doing the same exact thing that they were doing.
Well, I'm not so sure of that because we have interviewed people who are now deceased who handled the bodies. And they most certainly were not that. So now, have there been events like that? Yes, and we've confirmed that Russia and probably China have these same technologies. And have they done stagecraft and hoax things? Very likely. But see, one source account, I know the EG&G folks. One of the G's is Greer. I'm not related, just on the record. But again, a one source, no. But if you look at the people who were there at the retrieval site of the one that was not blown to smithereens, that was no man-made object. But in 1947, the only thing we had that would have been electrogravitic were ones that were unstable. So the what was called the disc that we brought over from Nazi Germany at the end of the war, that was not stable. And if you look at some of the old UFO home movies and you see it looks like they're like falling like a leaf like this, those are early man-made ones that didn't have the gyro, let's say, or the stable. They had not mastered the gravity control. That was 54, late 1954. So those craft would be very not that stable, but they were man-made. But if you look on the inside of them, like what's called the ARV that Brad Sorensen saw, and Mark McCandlish, who's passed away, illustrated for us, and got the sort of good concept of the schematics. All the interior components, and this is late 50s, early 60s, were Mercury era components when you looked at it. Now, it was electrogravitic. It had gone out into space before we landed on the moon, but it wasn't interstellar. And certainly, if it came to ground, it would be obvious it was man-made components, like right away. So I point out to people, one of the big confusions here is that, and it makes it easy once you understand there's the man-made and there's the non-human ET. But if you don't, and in here is a number of craft that are illustrated, and they're side by side where you see a man-made one versus an ET one.
Yeah.
But I will say,
can I see that one?
Well, I'd have to we'd be flipping around. But
so was Roswell man-made or was it ET?
The one that's the famous case, and I think there may have been some cover cases that are mixed up. The 1945 White Sands event and that Roswell event were ET. There were, obviously, if you're out in that area, this is where you would be testing your prototype. So if we already had, remember, the Beefhill-Brown effect from the 1920s to 40s, and then we get the Nazi disc that was brought over by the billionaire Paul Mellon and General Patton and Allen Dulles, and it was a lot more advanced than anything we had in terms of gravity stability. So, and that's 45. So you can imagine in the 40s into the early 50s, there had been a number of these that would malfunction, go down. They wouldn't want people to know that we're working on that technology, and there would be love for people to think it was alien or ET. So I think that, again, when you start getting into this sort of puzzle palace of information, disinformation, you have to first have a sort of a guidebook. And I liken this to being a doctor and having what we call differential diagnosis. So, someone comes in with chest pain. So a stupid doctor is going to say, oh, it's automatically a heart attack, when it could be dozens of things. It could be a dissecting thoracic aneurysm. It could be pleurisy. It could be a pulmonary embolus. It could be a strained muscle. So I think what's happening with the UFO subculture, they try to make everything one thing. And it isn't. It's several things going on simultaneously and being mixed up deliberately by very masterful counterintelligence and disinformation folks. Yeah. And they're very good at it.
I want to talk about the disinformation stuff and the Elizonde stuff. I got to get a leak real quick, so we'll pause real quick. We'll be right back.
Absolutely.
All right, we're back. Sorry, I can't let. I gotta ask you that again. We were just talking about with the quiet zone in West Virginia and how you do the CE5 protocols, and you said you let the ETs know that the Earth is armed.
Right. One of the protocols, if you get the app, it's CE5 Contact app. Anybody can get it. In part of the training, and when we're doing these sort of remote viewing contact, we let them know that they should only appear in any way that is safe and appropriate for that time, place, and group, and that the Earth has a lot of systems that can pick them up when they come out of, let's call it, trans-dimensional space-time into 3D. So if you're, let's say you're an ET craft, you could be totally invisible to all sensors because you can shift, let's say, the resonant frequency of that whole craft and everyone. I can shift out of this dimension into a very higher frequency. So it's not 3D, but then it can pop into 3D. This is why people see them materialize and dematerialize. And when they're in the non-3D form, so they're not solid, you're not going to be able to strike them and down them as easily.
Right.
So this is why we have so many weird phenomena. You know, it's funny, the CIA has a term, WSFM. It stands for Weird Science and Frickin' Magic. An engineer I know at Northrop Grumman just calls it pure fucking magic, PFM. And so when you start getting into either the high end of the electronics that are man-made or the interstellar extraterrestrial manifestations and phenomena, you're dealing with some very strange stuff, right? And you would expect that. But it's not what people expect when they usually get introduced to this idea. So we make it very clear to these visitors that, you know, there are satellites that have what are called neutrino light detectors on them that started in the 70s. They can pick them up when they drop out of, let's call it trans-dimensional higher frequency into 3D. Boom, it's a signature. So there's a neutrino light scatter that happens. And there are Earth-based sensors, there are space-based, and aircraft. And so they'll pick these objects up, and then they'll then triangulate them and hit them with one of these electromagnetic or scalar weapons. So because we're doing this, it's very different from what was going on that Jake Barber talked about. We're not luring them over so we can hit them and kill them and reverse engineer their stuff. We're doing it as sort of a ambassadors, as well as civilian ambassadors from humans to them, sort of for peaceful contact. We're not doing it to get rich quick and make another widget. So
are there beings inside these things?
Yes, not all of them. I mean, some are unmanned, and some have the equivalent of a android drone that's ET, because you know they know how dangerous Earth is.
And don't, like, my brain just thinks, like, wouldn't these beings that are so advanced, trans-dimensional ETs, don't they have better things to do than to interface with a couple people that are meditating in the middle of nowhere?
No, they don't, because if they're assigned to do something about the situation here, they need a point of contact, right? I mean, let's stop for a minute. The reason I started this whole project in 1990 was not the disclosure project. That was an accidental outgrowth of the main project.
It started with CE5.
It started with CE5 Contact. And the reason for that was that I realized that it was either in complete denial, our society, our media, or most people in the government, or we were targeting them and killing them. There was no one on the earth setting up, let's call it, a peaceful outreach that would be, let's say, an ambassador level where you're just willing to be someone who does this out of goodwill to establish the beginnings of a relationship between humans and these other civilizations. And I realized no one was doing that. And so that's why I started this whole organization in 1990. It was not to do the disclosure project. I kind of got dragged kicking and screaming into that once I realized that, you know, like most people, they think that the president and the Congress are in control of all these covert programs and they know what's going on. When I realized how dangerous this organization is that had gone completely off the leash of any oversight, that's when I started doing the disclosure project. But that's not what I was mainly interested in.
But you have to warn these transdimensional ETs that they have to be careful for people beaming them out of the sky, right?
Well, we just do it as just a reminder, because we don't want to be responsible for the loss of life, whether it be human or ET. So, you know, I'm a doctor, so above all, do no harm, right? I mean, you know, the saying that doctors are supposed to live up to. So we don't want to set up a situation. And so it's not to say we think they're not monitoring this. It's just to remind them. And also, don't be so willing to do something in this dimension because we're wanting this, right? Because humans are really wanting, the ones that come on these events with me, they really want to make there are a lot of people who are very pure-hearted about it. They're not all just jerks, right, out there. We have wonderful people, millions of people who've been doing CE5 now. I mean, William Shatner got it and then went up in that space thing, and all these people. And so what we're wanting to do is show these civilizations there's another side of humanity that isn't a warmongering bunch of jerks wanting to blow them out of the sky, right? But who is doing that? The State Department? The UN? No. So I liken this to back in the Cold War when there were physicians for social responsibility who were doctors going over to the old Soviet Union to try to create a rapprochement and a dialogue, right? This just take this on a cosmic level to where there should be humans reaching out to these civilizations for not some ulterior motive, to just a reminder. Because
okay, I think I just see that. I don't think I unmuted the microphone when I went to go talk about this, but I was just gonna say, or I did say that I've been watching a bunch of other engineers and physicists with uh, uh, exotic materials in physics, and they talk about neutrino scattering, neutrino technologies and fields, how neutrino fields around some of these engines, generators, uh, can make people unconscious uh, because of the way it interacts and its particular particles, physics, etc., stuff like that. So it's just interesting that separately to that stuff kind of lines up from what Greer's saying, and non UFO like talk where these people are serious engineers and physicists trying to they share their ideas on like a live stream or like whatever the research they're working on. Yeah.
Because we don't want to be responsible for the loss of life, whether it be human or ET. So, I'm a doctor, so above all, do no harm, right? I mean, the saying that doctors are supposed to live up to. So we don't want to set up a situation. And so it's not to say we think they're not monitoring this. It's just to remind them. And also, don't be so willing to do something in this dimension because we're wanting this, right? Because humans are really wanting, the ones that come on these events with me, they really want to make, there are a lot of people who are very pure-hearted about it. They're not all just jerks, right, out there. We have wonderful people, millions of people who've been doing CE5 now. I mean, William Shatner got it and then went up in that space thing and all these people. And so what we're wanting to do is show these civilizations there's another side of humanity that isn't a warmongering bunch of jerks wanting to blow them out of the sky, right? But who is doing that? The State Department? The UN? No. So I liken this to back in the Cold War when there were physicians for social responsibility who were doctors going over to the old Soviet Union to try to create a rapprochement and a dialogue, right? This just take this on a cosmic level, so where there should be humans reaching out to these civilizations for not some ulterior motive to get their goodies and get rich or turn them into a weapon system or blow them out of the sky, but because there's an opportunity coming up for humans to be part of a larger cosmic family or whatever you want to call it.
So what kind of communication are you having when you're summoning these beings?
We don't summon them. The King of England would summon a valet.
What do you call
I know Jake uses that term and it's appalling. You should never use that term.
What do you use?
We invite them.
Okay.
You summon your Uber driver. Right? I mean, this is disrespectful. It's completely disrespectful.
Okay, well,
so look, words matter.
Sure.
Right?
Yes, they
words
do matter.
matter.
I agree.
All right. So what are words? Words are expressions verbally of the thought, and the thought is expression of the consciousness behind it. So we do not call or summon them. We invite them with a sense of the equality that exists between all intelligent life. In other words, even if they're very different from us, they may have much higher IQs, more advanced technologically, but at the level of what Erwin Schrödinger talked about, the singularity of mind, of consciousness, and that's a universal constant. On that level, they're awake, we're awake. And so the light of awareness from my eyes, yours, and ET's, it's the same. Because they've done studies. Consciousness is, in fact, a singularity. It's not divisible. Sure. We divide it by our egos, right? But in reality, on a higher level of understanding, it's a singularity. So that is where we come together. This is why our motto is one universe, one people. That within the universe, at that level of consciousness and mind, we're all one people. And so that's why I don't like the term alien, which means foreign, right? I like the term, people. People say, what do you call it? So they're non-human people. They're extraterrestrial people. Now, the trick here, and this is where it gets very complicated for some people, is that a lot of people will do something like that, and they'll bump into something from another dimension, right? Like an angel or a demon or whatever. But that's not extraterrestrial. So this is where you get into this. Tucker Carlson.
Oh yeah.
He got gaslit by a lot of these intel folks who told him that the aliens are demons. Well, the reason he was gaslit was because they were preying on his valid, Christian beliefs. I'm not questioning that at all. But the sort of cosmology that is known within many traditional circles, they wanted to conflate that with alien, and it's easy to do because that is another special operations capability, and that is to use very powerful electromagnetic systems to create phenomenon like you see at Skinwalker or Bradshaw Ranch. We know how they're doing it. I know who's doing it. I know what the electronics are. Now, there's an innate phenomenon that was there, but then both sites were taken over by covert human black operations.
So this aliens and demons narrative that seems to be everywhere, where is that coming from, and what is the purpose behind it? What is the motive of it?
It is literally to demonize non-human existence so we can have war. See, everything tracks at the fear factor, right? Everything tracks back to how do you create an enemy, right? All right. So if you're wanting to aggrandize the military-industrial super complex on a international level, the card that has to be eventually played, which is what Werner von Braun warned about, will be this alien threat card. And so you can do it in a lot of ways. If you're talking to someone who's religious, relate it to demons. If you're talking to someone who's conventional geopolitical, they're a national security threat or air safety threat. Right. If you want to relate it, whatever it is, so they have scripts and narratives to sort of affect. And what they do is they do an analysis of your own psychology and belief system and target it. So it was interesting when I was at the Vatican.
There's a flavor of psyop for everyone.
Yes, and it's curated. It's tailored for that.
You're at the Vatican?
And when I was at the Vatican some years ago when Pope John Paul was the Pope, I met with Monsignor Balducci. You may have heard of him. He was a senior theologian to the Pope and very interested in this issue of the ETs and UFOs. And ironically, he was also a demonologist at the Vatican.
He was an exorcist in here a couple days
ago. I mean, it was interesting. And of course, not my cup of tea. I mean, whatever fires your rockets. But but I was at his apartments overlooking, St. Peter's.
Yeah.
And he's turned to me, he says, neither demons nor angels require flying saucers. And it was such a quaint, succinct way of putting it. And I go, yeah, of course. So he was talking about all this disinformation and fear mongering, because that's how you control a populace. You have to create fear and a narrative, and then you get people to buy into it.
Well, two things. One, have you seen the shit Chris Bledsoe does with the orbs?
I've heard of it. I'm not that familiar with it.
He summons orbs. Summons a bad word. He invites the orbs.
Yes, but he's also been intercepted by Jim Semivan, who's a CIA operative.
Exactly. This is another thing. This is crazy. There's so many layers to this, right? I know that he has been, the crazy thing about this guy is I had him on the podcast over a year ago, and he is somehow able to invite these orbs, which I personally witnessed with him on the beach a mile away from here. Me and Steve both, we filmed it. I have the video. It's real. But at the same time, there's CIA, NRO, NASA people coming and visiting him and befriending him and going to his kids' baseball game or football games.
Yeah, I know.
And literally, it is almost exactly like the Paul Bennett story.
I agree. And here's the problem. Anything that is of an extraterrestrial phenomenon can be simulated by these covert humans. And so all of it, the orbs, the craft, all manner of phenomena. So people are grossly underestimating covert human capabilities, which is why we go out, and when we're doing CE5 contact with a high index of suspicion and skepticism, it's like, is that ET or is that stagecraft? Because I know in great detail what those capabilities are.
So when
and so someone who hasn't studied that, and I have the advantage of having to brief nearly 1,000 of these whistleblowers who've been in corporation. So, but I think this is why I'm trying to share this with the public as succinctly as I can, even though it's a complicated, what my Marine buddies call a clusterfuck of stuff. But it's something that really needs to be unpacked and understood so that people aren't tricked, right? So so any event that happens, I always go, well, you have to have it in your differential diagnosis or in your comparison. Was it something from another dimension that's not extraterrestrial, or a man-made, or a little more complicated subset, man-made extra-dimensional, where you could set up a stimulation by a man-made electronic system that, let's just say, tickles some other dimension and brings something into this dimension. Humans can do that. Human covert physicists that I've worked with have done that.
So how do you explain this guy being able to bring these light balls around him and bring them around? And like I was sat on the beach with him and his daughter for like 2 hours. I mean, Steve saw this thing that was not a plane, it came out of the horizon, went that way, went back that way, and then just fizzled out into nowhere. And he posts these all over his Instagram all the time. Like that, I understand.
I don't know. See, I haven't been with him to be able to discern. It's like the old commercials. Is it real or is it Memorex? Back when they were Memorex. Is it endogenous ET, in other words, original ET, or is it originating from somebody piggybacking on him, right, or using that? I don't know, and so I don't know the gentleman.
I'm just saying, have you ever heard anything similar to that?
Sure, we've had in fact, I was up on our land in Virginia, near Hot Springs, Virginia. I believe it was October or November, and we were up at about 3,000 feet. And I was there. I had a buddy. We made a campfire, and I was doing a little meditation, and there were exactly what you described, about 15 or 20 of them that emerged and came over and below the crest in about a 40-minute period, or 30-40-minute period. There were more than a dozen. And I'm like, okay, I'm going, oh my God, they just kept coming. But so, we have very similar phenomenon happen. But I also know that you can stagecraft that if you're a special operations group with technologies. And this is not to try to discourage people from doing CE5 contact. I'm just saying there has to be a higher level of education and understanding. We're doing a cruise in the Caribbean, April 6th to the 12th, where it's full. There's 200 people. We'll be up on this big deck out in the middle of the ocean for a number of nights. We're going to webinar if people want to tune in. We're going to do this whole CE5 contact. I've never done it. I've always wanted to do it in the middle of the ocean.
What island?
Oh, we're going all over. It's some big cruise liner that we're reserving.
It's like a legit cruise ship.
Yeah, it's like 3,100 people, but we have 200, and we're going to have the upper deck cordoned off. We'll be doing this late at night.
Wow.
It'll be way fun. I've never done it. It's an experiment. We'll see what happens.
So I still have so many questions that are still on this topic. Number one, why do you think so many spooks are so interested in him and trying to push this idea, encourage him?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert in that case. I don't know the man or his family.
Well, just let's hypothetically, let's say it's somebody else, right? Somebody else who has some crazy ability, right? Why would those specific people be so interested in a person like that?
Well, because it's the same reason why the psionic operation teams are interested in people who have the innate capability, right? And they want to see what they're doing, how they're doing it. They may want to intercept what they're doing and confuse the picture by staging some hoax events with real ones. It's not like either or. You have to think about how these guys would think. And what that motivation ultimately is, I have no idea. I just know there's some very bad actors that's swirling around the gentleman.
I'm going to write the name down on this iPad. I'm going to show it to you because I don't want to say this guy's name on the podcast because it'll get this podcast shadow banned. And I want to see if you know who he is. Steve, blur it out or don't show it.
I can't see it.
No. You don't know the name?
No.
Okay.
No. Anyway, I get shadow banned all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Although, it's funny, I was on a conference call with a bunch of tech people. Oh, that's a myth. Nobody gets shadow banned. I said,
it definitely happens.
It's ridiculous.
Definitely happens. And it happens to the UFO topic, which is very odd.
Yeah, oh, no, it's not at all. I mean, if you think about, go back to that 1950 document, the biggest secret in the history of the United States, exceeding the secrecy of the development of the hydrogen bomb. So, the idea that the high end of the intelligence community trying to keep the secret wouldn't sanitize information and the other naivete about most people now is that those interests are not only penetrating the tech companies, in many cases they control those tech companies. That's right. Think of the corporate nexus.
It's crazy.
Think about BlackRock. Think about,
all
right,
Google.
I don't go too far into
Google was literally funded and incubated by the CIA, NSA, and DARPA.
Yes, I know that. And so is Microsoft.
Crazy. Yeah. Completely batshit nuts when you go and you realize that Sergey had CIA, NSA people visiting him like monthly.
Sure.
And the technology came straight from DARPA. Like, it's like, it sounds like such a crazy conspiracy.
No,
I read this.
no, it makes total sense, though.
Yeah, no, it does.
It makes total sense because if you can have keystroke by keystroke surveillance of everyone, right? That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted with Microsoft. That's what they wanted with the big tech companies. And ironically, the technology for doing that, from all accounts, much of it was reverse engineered from ET materials. But they didn't let out the energy systems that would eliminate poverty and human suffering and save the biosphere. They let the things out that would enable them to have the uber surveillance state we have today, mostly through the private sector. And if people said the government were doing these things, but instead you click on an I agree on all your tech platforms, and you're giving the corporate titans who are interfacing with the intelligence community carte blanche everything.
It's like a cutout.
It is a cutout. Yeah, it's to anyone who really analyzes this, it's obvious. And that's another question about our freedoms and privacy and much of the constitutional protections.
Right.
And I keep coming back to that because whether it's here or anywhere else in the world, if we don't have the rule of law, then we're in the jungle. And on this issue that then has sort of infiltrated many other sectors of our society, we don't have freedom and the rule of law. I always tell people, they brag about us having a free market economy. I go, really? When the most important breakthroughs of the last 100 years in science and technology that would completely turn this planet into a paradise with free energy and all kinds of technologies have been ruthlessly suppressed up to and including killing people, right? No, we don't have a free market. We have a managed economy. Right. But so what the public needs to understand is we need to evolve out of that 100 years of nonsense and to this whole transformative new golden age. I mean, the new president's calling it that. Well, you're not going to do just a golden age based purely on drilling more oil out of the ground. You've got to create a golden age by letting our society advance both technologically, but also in our understanding of consciousness and spirituality, and that we're not alone in the universe, and do it in a way that doesn't cause everyone to go running for the door and jumping off bridges because we're being invaded by aliens.
I would love to see Trump do one of your CE5.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
That's a weird spot to stop. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, I bet the crazy Christian extremist people would lose it over that with the whole demon thing. But it'd be nice if they could do it without exploiting native people and harming native people in their lands. It's that would be nice.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I want to see you meditate and kind of communicate with these beings.
I think, look, I'm completely nonpartisan because I have to be. I've worked through many administrations and members of Congress. Luckily, on this issue in the Congress, it's very nonpartisan currently. The people who are interested,
which is interesting.
Yeah, and it should be that way because it's not just the United States. I'm dealing with countries all over the world and leaders all over the world on this, frankly. I won't say which ones, but it needs to be a global understanding that transcends the usual idiotic fracture lines of murderous monkeys fighting over every little division we can find, right? I think we have to go beyond that in our thinking. And on something like this, it can't just be a partisan or even just an American issue. It really needs to be a global issue. And that's never happened. There have been attempts. The original Disclosure Project event was supposed to happen at the UN General Assembly in 2001. And the UN Secretary General was threatened, Kofi Annan. He was absolutely threatened. He says, if you do this, there'll be no more funding for the United Nations. So we had to do it at the National Press Club. And his right-hand guy called me up and says, Dr. Bear, we cannot do it here at the UN. So, whoa, that was 24 years ago in May.
So we got off track again. We were talking about CE5, and I was asking you, when you're inviting these extraterrestrials into the space in your meditation and you're interfacing with them, what is the communication?
Oh, it runs the gamut. Almost any weird thing you can imagine has happened. We've had fully materialized craft appear and disappear. We've had like that one ET that appeared between two people and then vanish. We've had unusual electromagnetic signals come through our electronic sensor systems. So like we'll have magnetometers and other equipment out there, and they will override the circuitry and start communicating through them. Very strange. And some of it's very repeatable sequences that we've recorded, almost like Arecibo without the billion-dollar telescopes. It's just
repeatable. How? Like
a sequence, a pattern that repeats. That would not naturally occur or would not happen from a man-made source. So, and of course, many people have, it will be deep in meditation and get an override vision of a craft or a person and say, oh, I'm sensing something in the northwest sky at 60 degrees. 5 minutes later, a craft appears there and moves and comes over. So there's a lot of precognitive capabilities that develop when you develop the consciousness.
Any like direct telepathic communication?
Yes, all the time. Yeah.
And what is the context of it?
It runs the gamut. But it's for many people who, I know this is my experience, is that they're making it quite clear they're here for a very good reason. But a lot of it is also laden with some warning of where we are. And that our civilization is at a point where it needs to either, change directions or it's going to face some really terrible outcomes. And it's not a threat. It's just like, this is where you are. And it's sort of like the Hopi prophecy where one line terminates and the other one goes on forever. If you know the Hopi prophecy, Native American.
Right.
It's sort of like that. That is a theme that comes up a lot. And I think we are at that point where we're going to have to transition. If we continue to think in the same paradigm of division and war and conflict, it sounds like we're using machine guns and tanks. We have not only thermonuclear, but these other technologies that are covert. It's not sustainable to live like this, and nor is it sustainable for the Earth's biosphere to have 8 billion people living like we did in the 1800s, burning stuff, right? So there's very frequently a sort of Earth-based environmental message that comes through about the dangers, not only geopolitically of endless war with these technologies, but also what we're doing to the oceans and the atmosphere. And
for non-natives, the Hopi and Dene are like the same people, basically. Not talk to Hopi or Dene person, but it's like sister tribes, really close relatives.
genetic mutations and cancer rates. That all of this is a consequence of having suppressed for 100 years breakthroughs in technology that would have moved us onto another path. So that's what we call the documentary The Lost Century, because there's a lost century of social and technological evolution, but also with that, sort of spiritual evolution. Because what happens when a world no longer is in want and fighting over scarce resources? I think the work week will drop to 10 or 15 hours a week. People will have extraordinary amount of time for creative pursuits and the pursuit of higher states of consciousness and meditative and what have you. Hopefully not everyone's spending all their time on YouTube looking at kitty cats playing the piano, but that might happen too. But
I think there's two main drivers. There's fear of death, and I think there's sex. I think those are the two main drivers of our civilization, the way we're going right now. There's a great quote from this show Westworld, where he's saying the human intellect is like peacock feathers. The human psyche is like peacock feathers. It's an elaborate mating call. Everything from the Mona Lisa to the Eiffel Tower to the Brooklyn Bridge, the Statue of David, all it is an elaborate mating call. Some of the best creations and pieces of artwork in human history, and that's sort of what drives our innovation and our drive to make more money, to get better things, to drive a nicer car, to have a bigger house. And it seems like if we didn't have that, if we were genderless and if we didn't fuck each other to reproduce, then maybe we would be on a different trajectory.
Well, I don't think it's either or either. I mean, I think you can have a body and a planet that's physical and also pursue higher states of consciousness and spirituality. I don't think the asceticism is the way. I don't think you deny the one, but you add to that a higher conscious understanding and spirituality. And I think that is the balance. There's sort of like these inherent tensions and contradictions that exist in the modern era and has for many, many times. But one of the features you mentioned earlier of the P3 or psionic operators, when you mentioned that some of these areas that we would call primitive, but they're living more in touch with nature, have this innate ability, it harkens back to the Aboriginals in Australia that had what was called dream time. And they would literally have lucid dreams at night, communicate with each other, and have meetups with no telephones or smoke signals or anything. And so in many civilizations that we would dismiss as primitive, that was just part of the natural order. Western civilization coming into science and through the scientific revolution, and also rejecting the superstitions and excesses of the Middle Ages and whatnot, sort of threw the baby out with the bathwater. So I see a time where we'll go forward as a high-tech civilization, but at the same time an increasingly conscious and enlightened civilization, both. And I think that's the sort of balance where you become a very advanced civilization because primacy is with your conscious evolution. The world is as you are, as it says in the Vedas. The world we see is a reflection of what our level of consciousness and thoughts are. And so I think that can evolve. There's no reason why we have to be stuck in the current state of things. Now, change is difficult. Most people don't like change or adventures. I love adventures and change, but it's something that if we stay, it's like the old Chinese saying, unless we change directions, we're likely to end up where we're going. And I say, look, where are we going? You're going to hell in a handbasket right now, not just geopolitically, but in terms of tensions and wars, but also with the earth and the environment and poverty. Do you know the Economist last couple years ago had an article, 3 billion people on Earth don't even have energy to cook their food. So they're cutting out the brush and making deserts appear and cutting down the rainforest. 3 billion of the 8 billion. So there's no way to have a peaceful world or a just world with the zero-sum game of the current energy system. This becomes very clear. But as Patrick David told me the other day, if you bring these out, there's so many powerful interests. You're talking about hundreds of trillions of dollars in aggregate impact. So, and that was the mistake of 100 years ago. If these technologies had been brought out when there were only
regardless of the allegations I've heard about Greer and his connections to certain settler groups, I really enjoy that he at least says stuff like that. I think it's really important. And things are just really messed up, man. You should have let natives have their own lands and be a large influence like everyone else is in their own continents. You guys missed out. Y'all missed out. You missed out on our awesome cultures and our morals. Really missed out on the world really missed out on some morals. Dang. Native people are very moral, have a sense of justice and treat each other very well despite ignorant settler stuff. Because settlers will try and say something, oh, natives are fighting each other. Bro, Europe's at war right now. Europe never stopped being at war. Europe never stopped being at war. That's a lot of small countries, man. That's a lot of small countries. Small countries means lots of fighting.
2.5 billion people on the Earth, and very few of those people had electricity and cars. It would have been a natural evolution. Now, we're either headed towards a very bad situation globally, geopolitically and environmentally, geophysically, or we have to bring these out, which will be admittedly very disruptive. Talk about disruptive technology. So how do we do that? Well, it's going to have to be very smart and very managed. And so these are the complexities that, to be honest with you, world leaders and the President and the National Security Council need to be discussing urgently. And what I'm concerned about is that it seems that in the next year or two, this is all going to get disclosed. And when I meet with senior government officials, which I do quite often, they don't know anything about the subject, or what they do know has been some blended false information that has gaslit them in the wrong path. And this frightens me. I mean, because knowledge is power, and if you don't have it, you're going to be manipulated into all the wrong decisions. And I think we need to have our leaders here and abroad brought up to speed on this in a serious way, which is, I mean, what I should be doing. And I'm trying to do. What I really ought to do is retire. But I'm tired and I'm getting old. But,
go relax on 600 acres.
Oh, we do. I take time for that. I work out a lot. And, I was almost killed in an accident about 15 months ago. And,
oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
I'll talk about it. It was a mess. Someone saw through the seat on my bicycle, mountain bike, and it snapped off. And my left leg came off. My left foot came off. The bones were in the air. The shoulder was ripped off. My abdomen split open. I had 4 surgeries.
What?
Oh, yeah. I even believe the things I've had happen to me.
Holy shit.
It was bad. It was the worst I've had. And, in the 90s, I had 3 people on my team killed. 2 by electronically induced cancers, and the former CIA director, Bill Colby, who was going to help us bring these energy technologies out. They just wet worked him in the river south of D.C., made it look like an accident. So, this is serious stuff.
They literally tried to kill you on your bike.
Oh, I think it was more of a speed bump, slow me down. It was 3 weeks after I got back from the black site in the chopper, where I filmed the underground opening.
Yeah.
Where some of the Lockheed objects come up from an underground facility and are tested, and I handed that over to Senate Intelligence.
You gotta be so paranoid, man.
No, I'm not. Not at all. No.
If all these people that you've worked with have been whacked.
No, your paranoid implies that you'd be afraid of all this. But I think the saving grace, even though I was raised an agnostic atheist, of having had that near-death experience when I was 17.
You're not afraid of death?
I'm not afraid of that. Because
really?
Now I don't like being tortured. I don't want to be injured. I don't want to have a life of misery, which is what they've made my life a miserable thing. But, no, I mean, being without this, physical body and being in the worlds of the conscious light that I experienced, no, that's a beautiful thing. I don't have a death wish, but I'm also not afraid. I mean, it's sort of like the old Shambhala warriors of old.
They were spirit warriors. Why haven't they? I mean, I would imagine, like, all this stuff that you're doing, you've been doing this for so freaking long.
Yeah.
I can't believe they haven't tried to take you out yet.
Well,
other than the bicycle incident.
Oh, I had metastatic malignant melanoma at the same month that a member of Congress and my right-hand assistant got cancers. I almost died. That was in 96, 7, something like that. But, yeah. I think Colby was killed in 95, 96. Bill Colby, the CIA director. But
how was he killed?
Well, he allegedly was out canoeing on a
I've read the story.
But his son thought he committed suicide. But he was working with a colonel and with a member of my team to hand over one of these zero-point quantum generators with about $50 million in seed money so he could get it out, open source it, and get it out to the public. And the week he was going to meet with a member of my board, they found him floating on the Potomac. But it's an unsolved murder, but we know what happened. His best friend came to my friend's funeral, Sherry's funeral, and said, we both have had terrible losses. But, man, look back. So.
Going back to the angels and demons stuff, have you heard of the Virginia, Brazil incident?
Yes, I have.
That thing smelled like sulfur. And in the Bible, it talks about demons smelling like sulfur.
Well, here's the other problem. I'm not an expert on that case. 7, something like that. But, yeah. I think Colby was killed in 95, 96. Bill Colby, the CIA director. But
how was he killed?
Well, he allegedly was out canoeing on a
I've read the story.
But his son thought he committed suicide. But he was working with a colonel and with a member of my team to hand over one of these zero-point quantum generators with about $50 million in seed money so he could get it out, open source it, and get it out to the public. And the week he was going to meet with a member of my board, they found him floating down the Potomac. That a member of Congress and my right-hand assistant got cancers. I almost died. That was in 96, 7, something like that. But, yeah. I think Colby was killed in 95, 96. Bill Colby, the CIA director. But
how was he killed?
Well, he allegedly was out canoeing on a
I've read the story.
But his son thought he committed suicide. But he was working with a colonel and with a member of my team to hand over one of these zero-point quantum generators with about $50 million in seed money so he could get it out, open source it, and get it out to the public. And the week he was going to meet with a member of my board, they found him floating down the Potomac. But it's an unsolved murder, but we know what happened. His best friend came to my friend's funeral, Sherry's funeral, and said, we both have had terrible losses. But, yeah, look back. So.
Going back to the angels and demons stuff, have you heard of the Virginia, Brazil incident?
Yes, I have.
That thing smelled like sulfur. And in the Bible, it talks about demons smelling like sulfur.
Well, here's the other problem. I'm not an expert on that case. But the question is, was it ET? Was it human induced? Or was it from another dimension? And
have you ever seen anything like that? You know all about the alien species, right? You know all about the catalog. The guy said there's 69 different ones.
Oh, yeah. And our team has had experiences with a huge variety.
And you've never seen anything like that one with the red eyes, the Virginia one?
No. And one of the questions I always have is, given what I know about
alien species, right? You know all about the catalog. The guy said there's 69 different ones.
Oh, yeah. And our team has had experiences with a huge variety.
And you've never seen anything like that one with the red eyes, the Virginia one?
No. And one of the questions I always have is, given what I know about what human electromagnetic field experimentation is done. There's a physicist I'm working with. He's down near the Redstone Arsenal, Huntsville Space Flight Center, Marshall Space Flight Center. He has his own skiff I've been in, and his lower level of his house is also a skiff, a secure compartment information facility. And I mean, these guys have created like toroidal electromagnetic systems where they will tap into the ninth ring of hell or whatever, and some creature will be 3D running around the lab. What? And it sounds absolutely batshit crazy, and it is, but it's true. So whatever you can imagine, Ben Rich, the week he died, was talking to a friend of mine, Jim Goodall, who's a well-known aerospace historian, and said, and Jim was pushing on this issue about what Lockheed Skunk Works had. He said, well, anything you can imagine that you've seen on Star Trek, we've already done at the Lockheed Skunk Works, and it's not at Area 51. It's out in the desert underground, and that is true. And I've been over that facility. I mean, not long, right before I was critically injured. But so there are people who have surfaced describing some of those. Well, what does that mean? It means that the capabilities of this covert human group could stage anything. And this is why people say, well, you're the biggest skeptic I ever heard. You don't believe that? I said, well, I'm not saying there aren't genuine extraterrestrial, non-human intelligence, but there's all this other stuff. And all this other stuff is really complicated. And it makes sense once you unpack 70 or 80 years of super advanced engineering and science and technology from studying this area of physics. And one of the big mistakes everyone makes is they don't give enough credit to the genius of the people who worked on those programs. Like this gentleman I just referred to, he's redacted in what we're making available to the public, but he's not redacted for some other folks. Highest IQ, one of the highest IQs anyone ever met on Earth. And what I found is that people with very high capabilities, they're tapped either right out of college or in high school even, and brought in because they have such amazing aptitude. And there's a process for screening for that. And it's a real process. And they're looking for people with extraordinary talents and IQs and abilities. So I always tell people the smartest people I've ever met are not at Harvard, MIT, or Caltech or whatever. They're in covert operations and corporate and some government. And those guys are amazingly brilliant. And they're highly incentivized to study this and figure out different applications. And I think people grossly underestimate that. And because they underestimate it, they're constantly being deceived and tricked by human phenomenon, human events, and weird stuff, and thinking it's something it isn't. And that's what happened with the Skinwalker Ranch. There was an innate phenomenon there. I don't think it was extraterrestrial. I think it was extra-dimensional. And a bunch of guys operating with Robert Bigelow and the intelligence community set up some electronics that ran the rancher off, so they forcibly bought it virtually. And then they set up all these weird electromagnetic phenomena there. And I know how they did it. And I have someone who was embedded in that team who's described it. Same thing with the Bradshaw Ranch near Sedona. Recently there was someone who works with Elizondo on a podcast talking about, that's an alien, but I've had my people scouted out. They're guys all dressed in black down below a hill, and it's a complete black site. I don't know if it's CIA or corporate, but so this happens all the time. If you have an area that has an innate, some would say a portal, but an innate phenomenon going on, those will get taken over and turned into a black site that's human, and then the public gets gaslit and deceived about all the phenomena there. So it's more trickery.
You're saying that they will deliberately use their tricks to make it seem like there's some crazy fuckery going on there, and it's some sort of interdimensional portals with witches and all this stuff, and then that will force the Rangers to get rid to flee, and they can buy it.
Terrifying.
And they can keep doing that stuff.
They ran off the people in the Bradshaw Ranch. Same thing with Skinwalker. Now there's a new owner. I don't know him, but I knew the people who got it after the rancher was terrified and run off. And they can do things through normal electric wires, power lines, that they can put a signal down, and all of a sudden some creepy thing happens, and apparition appear and disappear. So this is the high end of what we call the stagecraft or tradecraft.
Stagecraft.
Yeah, staging things. And one of the problems with ufology and with this whole subject is that you really can't begin to even make a judgment call on what you're looking at unless you unpack what the human capabilities are. And then you can begin to put it into the categories and get some discernment. But it's a very difficult thing to do. And in 1991, I was at a conference, and a CIA guy, old guy, he looked like the cigarette man in what's that show, X-Files, because some of those episodes they took from my early work. And we were walking along, and he said, let's walk along the beach. And he said, look, the truth is so much stranger than any fiction. We can sell the fiction and people will believe it. But if you tell people the truth, they won't believe it. And it's less believable than the fiction. And it is. Yep. So that's been a real conundrum.
Fiction has to make sense. Truth doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. And the truth on this is such a tangled web. And it's been done deliberately because it has the ability to then confuse the picture, but also create this specter of fear where the long-term goals can be fulfilled. My concern is that disclosure, I wrote a paper in 1999 called, it's on our website, When Disclosure Serves Secrecy, meaning the secret government operations. And if this issue gets disclosed the way it currently is on track to be, it'll be a war of the worlds, panic in the aisle. It'll be 1,000 times worse than COVID.
The way it's on track to be disclosed.
Yes, where you have the people who keep going up to Congress and the White House and other places and conflating man-made. If this issue gets disclosed the way it currently is on track to be, it'll be a war of the worlds, panic in the aisle. It'll be 1,000 times worse than COVID.
The way it's on track to be disclosed.
Yes, if this issue gets disclosed the way it currently is on track to be, it'll be a war of the worlds, panic in the aisle. It'll be
I don't know if you guys know about this, but when he says "War of the Worlds" panic, in the radio days, they aired something called War of the Worlds. A lot of people around my age and older probably saw the movie. But there's been a few iterations of the movies. anyway, when people heard it on the radio, they thought a real invasion was happening, and there was like mass, like self-unalivings, etc. There was like a serious chaos, and the government realized that they got to like start hiding. I mean, from settlers, that blows their dang minds, but we have traditional stories all about star people and stuff, you know, and so for these non-natives, it broke their minds. It broke their minds. They went ballistic over a radio show, thinking it was real. And so yeah, that's the War of the Worlds panic. Little UFO history.
1,000 times worse than COVID.
The way it's on track to be disclosed.
Yes, where you have the people who have or keep going up. It's less believable than the fiction, and it is. Yep. So that's been a real conundrum.
Fiction has to make sense. Truth doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. And the truth on this is such a tangled web, and it's been done deliberately because it has the ability to then confuse the picture, but also create this specter of fear, where the long-term goals can be fulfilled. My concern is that disclosure. I wrote a paper in 1999 called. It's on our website, when disclosure serves secrecy, meaning the secret government operations. And if this issue gets disclosed the way it currently is on track to be, it'll be a War of the Worlds panic in the aisle. It'll be 1,000 times worse than COVID.
The way it's on track to be disclosed.
Yes, where you have the people who have or keep going up to Congress and the White House and other places and conflating man-made frightening things like abductions and villages being blown up with extraterrestrial threat or NHI threat. And they're deliberately commingling. No one is making this discernment between a bunch of psyops and covert technologies masquerading as ET. No one is doing that. In fact, the dominant paradigm is to call all of it one thing. And in that calling it one thing, it makes people conclude there is a threat and we need to fight it. So let's go to DEFCON 1. Let's go to Independence Day, the movie. Let's go to War of the Worlds. So I think this manipulation is 99% of what people hear. And I don't really, honestly, right now, if you were to put me under sodium truth serum, I don't. Go for
Steve,
it.
Lock the doors. All right.
I really don't see that right now, as things stand as of this moment, that there is a critical mass of people who are able to come forward and not be captured, let's call it, by that narrative. Trapped by that narrative. Now, it even gets more spooky when you start dealing with senior people in government who have not been read into this.
Okay, the guy who was like bragging about basically being a greed worshipping settler, it's kind of like, no offense, Danny, or whatever, but that's my perspective, over some money or billions or millions. Bro, $1 million is not a lot of money. I'm not a millionaire, but I've had a job offer that would have made me a millionaire in a week, and it was against my morals. And yeah, man, I like literally asked my entire community, everyone that means at least like something to me at that time. And while I was at university, like about it, I was like, should I do this? Come on, man. Like, what's this about the sodium pentothal? And you just like shake a little bottle of like pills. Like, I'm super against drugs and pills and alcohol. And I don't know, that's a weird thing to joke about, man. Talking about, oh yeah, dude, I'd totally sell out to the intelligence, and yeah, I got it right here. I hope not, man. I really hope not. Concerning.
Who are brand new to this, and we'll go in with information, and then right after us will be a disinformation team that goes in.
Yeah,
like clockwork. So, and I'm a private civilian, and those people going with credentials from the Pentagon, right, or some intelligence agency. So it's daunting, but I don't think we should give up on getting the truth out and exposing the lies and the cover up, but also the trickery. But I don't see right now there's a lot of bandwidth, let's just say.
So you were alluding to earlier when you were mentioning Elizondo. He is behind this whole threat narrative.
It's mixed. I mean, he's actually evolving a little bit off of that because he needs to, and that's been exposed. But I think one of the reason he initially emerged was to be sure that 2 or 3 major false narratives came out. One was, we don't have anything that's man-made that could be this, when 80% of what people are saying are man-made, covert. Okay, that was one message. The other was that it's a threat to the national security, which it is, but not from out there in space. It's the threat is within. I mean, right? But the rogue secret government organization is the threat. It's treasonous, it's traitorous, it's murderous, it's unconstitutional, it's criminal. So that narrative it is to say what I just described, when disclosure serves secrecy. Yes, this is real. It's all coming out. The UFOs are real, which everybody's known forever. But they're a threat. And we don't have anything that can fly like that. Now, luckily, in the last 2 or 3 years,
does Elizondo say that we don't have anything like this?
Yes, he did initially. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
And neither is Grush, and neither is Fravor and others. But that was something that I was forcefully in the public saying that is a falsehood. And I would go to senators and congressmen and say, no, that is wrong, and that is a lie and a damnable lie. Because if you believe that, then a priori you have to think that all the horrible things that have happened have also been at the hands of the ETs when they've been at the hands of a CIA special operations team, right? Or SO special operations.
Right.
So I think that was the thing that concerned me the most. Now, I'm hoping, I don't have any grievance against any individual, honestly. I mean, mostly I don't know them. I'm more concerned about the human future and human consciousness being polluted with a false narrative that leads us into this dystopian future of endless war and expanded war into space and all this stuff. Because that's how you get to Armageddon. That's how you get to a catastrophic conclusion. So that's my big concern. And I think this is why I don't care who you are. I'm going to speak the truth about it. There's an old saying, I speak the truth whether it gives you counsel or offense. So that's the ER doc in me. If you've got a brain tumor, I'm not going to tell you you have a migraine, right? So that's just me. But, and it makes me very controversial and very unlikable, which I don't care. I'm not running for mayor of Crazy Town ufology either. So I couldn't care about that.
Sure.
I care about what the truth is, but also how the truth is articulated that doesn't result in some just furtherance of the agenda of the secret group. Because what would be, this is their dream, is to let this come out and pivot the whole world onto a path of needing Big Brother to run endless war and offensive and defensive operations against NHI, right? That's been the plan. And I, right now, I will say that the weight of the thrust of how this is being brought forward, if you look at media reports, social media, that is the thrust of what's happening. We're trying to bend the curve towards something truthful, but also a positive outcome for humanity and for the United States, because the United States is the crown jewel in these covert secret programs. And many of our big corporations are tied into these in a compartmented special projects divisions, and a lot of them. So I think we have to figure out how to do this, but this needs to come out where it's, and I basically in here, you're going to laugh. It's a draft speech for the president and other world leaders to give that I've written.
Why would I laugh about that?
No, because people go, really? I said, but it has to be, this coming out, you cannot speak about this with, well, let's just blow them out of the sky, right? That kind of thing. So, this is dangerous. The kind of talk that attends the disclosure discussions it leads to a catastrophic outcome for the Earth and humanity. And there's one other risk that's a little bit more ominous. And that is, there are 3 different people I'm working with that don't know each other that have been in communication centers, where somehow they have intercepted communications from NHI.
Extraterrestrials.
Yeah. That they're getting quite fed up with the fact that we are taking their technologies and using it against them, and that has reached a point where we are a threat, not just to ourselves, but out there. So people are grossly underestimating how those covert programs are threatening Earth, because not that these civilizations are hostile, but they certainly are not going to let a rogue group of psychopaths threaten other worlds. So if we don't get this under control, it'll have to be brought under control. But the worst case scenario is, why don't the aliens just fix this? I said that would be the worst case scenario.
Maybe worst case scenario for settlers, please come save us. They're like, no, I'm just talking to the not imaginary. Hopefully, I believe there are other beings out there, 100%. Native people have all sorts of stories beyond time, way before settlers got here, written into stone about different beings and star people. But yeah, can y'all please come here and help natives? They're like trafficking our kids for slave labor in factories in all 50 states. They're literally SA trafficking them. There's lots of court cases. It's a nightmare. There are many court cases proving it, not alleging it, proving it. People are like serving prison time for trafficking migrant, ethnic, native, Spanish-speaking kids. And you got people like Greer joking about them having to flee the same terrorism from settlers from here and abroad in our lands, and their exploitation of native people and our blessings for their stupid greed worshipping, like apparently starting a fucking war with other species. Jeez, please help us. Please help natives. If you can hear me, from Greenland to Alaska and Chile, like, we need help. For real, we have prophecies that talk about us uniting and changing the world, and please, aliens that Greer is talking to, or Danny or whatever, if you're watching my YouTube channel. Yeah, we could use some help. This stuff is a nightmare.
Yeah, because if that happens, it'll be portrayed as an alien invasion.
Wouldn't the aliens?
And they're too smart for that.
Yeah, the aliens are smart. They're way smarter than us. They have to be.
IQ is 400 and north of 400.
So why wouldn't they just quietly go after those people and just shut them down.
There'd be no way to do that without it also being portrayed by their lackeys in government and the media as an alien invasion. So
yeah, I'm saying quietly do it. So
there's no way to
knows.
quietly do this, my friend. I mean, if you start looking at the map in here and the list of corporations, sites, facilities, the trillions of dollars involved with this, that ain't going to happen where it wouldn't be noticed. Now, humans can get our. Here's what I think. Here's one of the messages is that we need to fix our own mess here, and there's no reason we can't. I think it's sort of a weird cosmic codependency to think that someone from out there is going to land here and fix our problems. I mean, how well did that work in Afghanistan, right? We're going to go in and nation build, and they're right back to warlords and nonsense. It's got to come from the people, right? Now, I don't necessarily say the leaders, the people. The people will lead, the leaders will have to follow. But we become very passive people. And I think we have to not be so passive. I think the people need to speak up, stand up, articulate, and hopefully exhort our leaders to do the right thing. I grew up I was born in 1955, so I remember I grew up in the South very poor. And my grandmother's Cherokee, my father's half native, and they were called half breeds. And I have a twin sister who looks very native. And
Are you fucking for real right now? If non-natives don't know, that is an extremely annoying, racist. Uh, I mean, I'll look into it. I'm absolutely gonna look into that one. See if fucking Greer is actually part native, because that is a very annoying stereotype that natives constantly have to deal with. People claim they're Cherokee, and it's this like settler false sense of belonging. They think if they can claim some ancestor to the land, they belong here now. They have every right to be here and settle or rise the land. So it's there are just very white passing mixed native folk. Are you fucking for real right now? I'm looking like into some really serious nightmare accusations, and that is like a hilarious, annoying thing natives have to just deal with, because you get all sorts of non-natives of every type of nationality claiming Cherokee, which is just so annoying, which is usually just a nightmare family lie to create this false sense of belonging. But Greer, I really want to know that one.
But at that time there was Jim Crow in the South. There was still segregated water fountains, all that. And I remember how
Yeah, actually, like my stream says, Native American languages in the United States were federally illegal until 1992. My dad and family lived the majority of their lives having our name be a potential federal criminal offense. That's this country. That's how non-natives are. So, I mean, Greer's for sure right. I mean, my older cousins were sold through adoption agencies pre-ICWA, which is the Indian Child Welfare Act, where these dang gone settlers, from churches to private and government institutions, were literally selling native children primarily for like household labor and abuse rings. So yeah, there's native kids all over the world because of pre-ICWA settler nightmare human trafficking. So yeah, people did really had to hide it. So that stuff isn't not true, but it's a very annoying trope many natives have to deal with, and it's really hard on Cherokee people and actual mixed Cherokee people, because you're always going to deal with skepticism from natives.
weird that was. I mean, I was 4, 5, 6, and I'd go to a water fountain where there was no line, and a little old lady would grab me and say, "Don't drink out of that one. That's for," I think they said, colored people or something like that.
Yeah.
And I went, because I was in, my parents were not all racist. I went, "Well, is the water different? Is it?" It was like this magical system, this racist system, and I saw that evolve. I had an African American girlfriend in high school.
Okay, and that's where it all comes together, because he's definitely not fucking Cherokee if his fucking family had to pull him away from the colored one, because native people were absolutely considered colored people. My dad grew up with no Indians allowed signs. when I was on Beaver Island, this old white man was talking about bragging to me about how he would force the bar owners to open up the windows and doors so that the Indians could hear the music. Um, so yeah, man, I don't think he's Cherokee. He's probably super white, super settler genetics, because natives absolutely got a lot of racism. So if his parents definitely are like that's stuff that is so systemically instilled into people. It's you're never like, oh, I didn't know I can't drink out of the colored one. Like that's crazy. Now I really don't believe his Cherokee claims. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm literally hearing this and dealing with this right now in the middle of trying to track down some nightmare stuff happening to natives.
Got run over by a bunch of racists who did not like that. And, but that all changed, not because the president and Congress changed it. It happened because of Bayard Rustin and Martin Luther King Jr. And there was a movement that made that happen, right? So I think people forget that big changes in society rarely come from the top down. It comes from the people up.
Sure.
And this is that lesson is lost on most people today because most people just sit around looking at their phones and don't do anything. But I remember that era, and I remember how different. I mean, things aren't perfect now with race relations, but boy, it's a big difference from the 50s and 60s when I was a kid. And imagine having an African American girlfriend in North Carolina in 72 or 3. So I think that progress can happen, but it's a lot of hard work and a lot of sacrifice, and people have to stand up and be heard. And that's part of what the whole disclosure movement has been about. When I started, people don't realize that we started the whole disclosure movement in the 90s. It's now even the word disclosure is used by the New York Times, but we started that in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah,
right. But
now, obviously, I think you've said it before, but you believe that organizations, whether I don't know if you were talking about the government or if you're talking about these rogue groups, have possession or captive alien bodies.
Yeah, they have living ones as well.
They have living ones, and who is this? Is this the government or is this rogue organization?
It's the rogue government. It's the secret government, and those are in places that need to be, let's call, liberated. And
do you know where they are?
Not precisely. I have a very good idea. So one of the things we have mapped are the underground entry points, and then and the connectivity. Say you have the Edwards complex, and then you have east of there what's called the Ant Hill, and those are entry points into underground subterranean facilities or bases, but they connect underground to Nellis and out to the northern net. So it's an underground. That's what they call an ant hill. If you go to an ant farm, you go in and there are all these connections, right? So we have a very good idea of where those are, and some of the whistleblowers we're working with know even more, and the connectivity. Say you have the Edwards complex, and then you have east of there what's called the Ant Hill, and those are entry points into underground subterranean facilities or bases, but they connect underground to Nellis and out to the northern net. So it's an underground. That's what they call an ant hill. If you go to an ant farm, you go in and there are all these connections, right? So we have a very good idea of where those are, and some of the whistleblowers we're working with know even more, and that needs to be provided to people in the U.S. government so that they can get control of those. And there are some very brave men I'm working with who have been special forces guys who are prepared to go in and get those facilities under control and also to liberate those people.
That's crazy too. If these things are so smart and so advanced, how are they going to let one of their own be captive by us?
Well, that's a lot of people say that, but just because you're advanced doesn't mean terrible things don't happen. I mean, technically you could throw a bunch of spears by cavemen into the rotors of a Sikorsky helicopter and jam it up and have a crash. So, bad things happen. Of course, being a trauma guy, I mean, you just see the weirdest things happen. So just because they're very advanced, people conflate that with being infallible.
Right.
Well, God's infallible, but certainly no individual person or civilization is infallible. So this concept is just because they're extremely high tech and bright, I mean, they're infallible. No. Now, is it that often that it happens? No, it doesn't. The one site I was over.
Okay, last thing about the Cherokee thing. What I learned from my family, the way to test if people are really native, what they're claiming, you ask them to hold some poison ivy or poison oak, because that's just like non-existent for natives. We're from these lands. Those things don't affect us. That's literally and poison ivy is hilariously notorious for giving settlers trouble through history. Like it was they called it like the devil's weed and stuff like that. Man, that's the ancestors' answer. That's what that is. That's what that is. I want to know it's a scientific name that's not related to a negative connotation. Because that doesn't bother natives. I don't even know what it looks like. I know I've grabbed it just to show people. It does it just to prove it. In fact, hilariously, my uncle Ba, he would ball it up and he would say, "Here, catch." Oh man, he was hilarious.
I was told there were 1 or 2 ET craft per year downed, and I went over 2 black sites, and so 2 to 4 a year over a big area of that part of the desert. So it's not like they're dropping out of the sky like flies, is what I'm saying. It's still terrible. But then remember, we have sites like that all over the world, outback of Australia, South America, all around. And it's still tragic, and it shouldn't be happening. And when there are ones that are living, they just don't flat out kill them. They would prefer to interrogate them and keep them. And so my understanding is that there are a number of ETs that are in captivity and are still living. One guy euphemistically called them refugees. I think not. They're prisoners. But, so I think that is another, humanitarian effort that should happen at some point where they're freed.
And how many different versions or species of these things do you think we have? And have you ever seen any of them in person?
I'm not seeing living ones in captivity in those spaces.
The humanitarian effort that needs to fucking happen is saving the people that they literally trafficked for the psionic programs from Central South America all over. That, I mean, even Greer clearly talks about how they were like terrorizing like Argentina and I think Chile. Posing like abductions and stuff like that and making them look like alien abductions and like, so yeah, interesting. That should be the humanitarian effort that happens. Save the native people who are being, trafficked and drugged for these like evil settler programs to start fucking wars with apparently other species. Like, are you kidding me? This is so dumb. This is literally like dumb settler shit from the movies.
No, I've seen ETs, but they're not, to my knowledge, I've never heard anyone describe the variety of them. I know that in the crash retrievals, now we have 122 documented crash retrieval events that are in, part of them are in here. Okay. In our archive, DPI, archive.com, all of them are in there. And they range from ones that are a foot and a half tall to some that are 8-10 feet tall, and all kinds of different, we would just say, genetic expressions. But they seem to all have a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. But
interesting.
But beyond that, there's just an infinite variety.
What about the mantis ones?
Well, that one that was the healer, when you see them, it's sort of a triangular head, and they're known as really extraordinary healers. I mean, they have some amazing healing capabilities.
That one right there? This guy. That's a mantis?
Yeah. What some people would call it sort of a triangular head. You can see it sort of, you can outline it. If I have my cursor, I could do it. But remember, this is in complete darkness in the wilderness up on a mountain in Arizona. This was actually in Oracle, ironic, O-R-A-C, like Oracle, Arizona.
Interesting.
Yeah, a couple years ago. And so that's,
Here, I'm gonna pause it and fix the opacity on that so you can see it right. Let's see here. I mean, you can't really see it. It's not really anything like distinct. But just so we can all follow.
And we love doing that. That's my real passion, is going out in the experimentation and using consciousness and remote viewing to make contact and see what happens. And a lot of it varies on the group, because if there's someone not on the page or someone there who's filled with superstition and fear, they won't show up because they don't want to be around dumb people who haven't figured that out.
Now, what?
Sorry, but if you haven't figured that out, they're going, "Why are you out there with us? Go home."
Yeah.
And go look at Stranger Things or something.
How far have you gotten in your investigation into those beings that you talked about and studied in your Sirius documentary? The small beings, and I think you talked about Gary Nolan worked with you on that.
Yeah, Gary Nolan received a lot of money right after we gave him that genetic sample, and he altered the results of it. So we don't know what that creature is.
He received a lot of money?
Yeah, I think it was $3.4 million from the Pentagon.
All right, I'm gonna make some more hot water, and I'm gonna play the video that got this started. Got me down this research. This was from last night, where Ross Coulthard claims that specifically indigenous Native Americans are being, I think that's the terminology he uses. He says it kind of weird. I guess that's maybe him like mentally in the middle of saying it and tripping up and realizing that it's not just Northern Native Americans. But good on him for including, somewhere in his subconscious, Central and South American natives. I don't see it, but here it is anyway, y'all. You can listen to it. I'll be back.
The general has killed himself, which is a horrible thought, or someone has taken him, or maybe he's gone of his own volition. But this does need to be investigated, and it would be nice to see the Pentagon and the intelligence community, with whom the general has had a long and intense association, including beyond his time as the head of the Air Force Research Laboratories, his last official post in 2013. He's been working on secret projects with the Defense Department since 2013. So the idea that he doesn't know anything since 2013 is nonsense. This is a man with some of the most sensitive secrets in his head. And yes, I would like to see a more intense focus on searching for the general and explaining the significance of his loss from public life.
Okay, we have an email. This is from Greg from Illinois. In your interview with Jake Barber, I seem to recall you're asking him if psionic ability could be enhanced by electrically stimulating the brain, something I've heard discussed by Dr. Gary Nolan in connection with remote viewing. I couldn't find that spot in your interview video just now, but I think Jake responded, quote, certain protocols are followed, without directly answering your question. Do you know from other sources if this is done? The reason I ask is because it appears to me that the upcoming Spielberg movie may be about a psionic program. In the original trailer, we see Colin Firth with electrodes on his forehead. And in the later extended trailer, we also see Emily Blunt and Josh O'Connor with the same attached electrodes.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? There does appear to be ECG monitoring being used in Disclosure Day. And that's fascinating because, of course, I can tell you, people who are psionic subjects, psionic assets that are used by the government, their ECG is monitored. And yes, I think Jake's used the term stress inoculation. This is an horrific issue, and Jake's been very guarded about how much he's talked about it, but I've been able to investigate further. I commend to you, if you haven't already seen it, the interview that we did with a young man called Tim Lauker, which aired, I think, about 3 weeks ago. Tim was a young psionic asset who was on his own account, taken into some kind of military facility and given essentially torture. He was induced with electric probes up his rectum to try to induce psionic activity. And that is what's called stress inoculation. There does appear to be a link between the inducing of trauma, stress inoculation, and the ability to enhance psionic abilities. I think it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near-death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us after we die and our present existence in our meat bodies, there's something about people who've suffered near-death experiences or had severe trauma, people who've been through combat. One of the other things that I'm also exploring, and this is something that is an active investigation, I don't know if I've spoken about this before, is that it is my understanding that people in the official US legacy psionic program, including indigenous American people, have been given appalling levels of combinations of barbiturates and amphetamines at the same time, so that their bodies, their physical bodies, are in it's essentially almost like an induced coma state, but their mind is operating at 100 miles an hour because of the amphetamine. And needless to say, the combination of these drugs at the extent to which they've been being used is appallingly bad for the physical subjects. And apparently, there have been a lot of psionic subjects who've suffered shortened lifespans as a result of the exposure to these drugs. I suspect this is one of the reasons why there is some reticence about talking publicly about the psionic program. And I can only urge government that if you are thinking of being in any way evasive or manipulative or deceitful about the psionic program, here's your chance to be upfront and honest before the rest of us tell the full story. This is an active investigation, but I think the term stress inoculation, stress-induced trauma, is going to become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petroldemic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as petrol becomes more scarce? Or will we see more draconian travel restrictions and digital ID energy consumption limitations?
What are the chances of the government suddenly revealing that it's sitting on alleged 0-point energy, or what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, or cold fusion? I think, as we say in Australia, the chances are Buckley's or none. Absolutely no chance. I think there is a determination by the US government to try and sit on, if there is any recovered breakthrough in highly advanced technology such as zero-point energy. I think a determination has been made to conceal such technologies unless it's absolutely essential to reveal its existence. There's long been allegations from within the national security state by scientists and whistleblowers that there is repeated breakthroughs that have happened in zero-point energy from the quantum vacuum. And I wrote down what ZP is. ZPE refers to the ground state energy of quantum vacuum fluctuations, which is a real measurable phenomenon that's been demonstrated by what's called the Casimir effect. And so in theory, tiny amounts of energy could be extracted to without violating known rules of physics, but you could scale it to make incredibly powerful generators, which would break through barriers that have previously stopped us from generating huge amounts of power. The idea being that a cup of space could essentially power the world. There's great work that's ongoing looking at this idea. I'm a fan of a guy called Professor Garrett Model from the University of Colorado, Boulder. He's published on metal insulator metal MIM Casimir cavity tunneling devices that reportedly generate small measurable electrical currents or power. And that's been attributed to ZPE fluctuations. There's been about 1,000 experiments have been done, but he hasn't had the huge breakthrough, or at least none that have been publicly acknowledged. There's also been claims of quantum energy teleportation, QET, that has seen experimental proofs, but these are only proof of concept for information-based energy transfer, not generators. There's a guy who keeps on bobbing his head up called Andrea Rossi, who has something called the ECAT NGU units. And he's been claiming that these are ZPE linked, and they're claimed to have entered industrial delivery in late 2025, early this year. But I haven't seen any evidence of this yet. And Andrea Rossi is one of those frustrating characters who bobs up periodically in the custard and makes extraordinary claims about energy breakthroughs. Everybody's cheering him on and getting very, very excited. And I will no doubt attract fury from people out there in the community who believe passionately that he has made a breakthrough. Let's see the evidence. If he has made breakthroughs in ZPE, prove it. Prove it in a way that we can all be happy is definitive proof. At the moment, though, there is no official evidence that there is a zero-point energy device that is generating energy at all. Mainstream physics still reviews the idea as speculative and implausible. So the research that's being done is exploratory and only on the micro scale. As for low energy nuclear reaction, now this is where things get more interesting. LENR, of course, goes right back to the 1980s Pons-Fleischmann claim that was severely, allegedly discredited back in the 80s, and poor old Pons and Fleischmann, two scientists who claimed to be discovering cold fusion in a lab in the United States, were accused of having bogus data, and their entire claims were swept under the carpet for the last 50 years. I have heard that there have been breakthroughs in LENR inside government laboratories, notably at Pax River.
There's been LENR breakthroughs like all over. Like if you watch, if you're like really on top of it for like engineering and physics videos, there's people publishing like LENR stuff, and yeah, getting good results from what it seems like.
And then he is now contracting with the intelligence community to show UAP injuries, which is just a psyop. Yeah, of course. I mean, the UAP injuries are all man-made, but of course, you get someone like him.
It's man-made versus engineered.
Of course, and but you put this the stink on the ETs when it's something we've done, right? So unfortunately, I think that went sideways very badly. So to this day, we don't know what that thing was. Now he published a report saying it was a deformed fetus, even though the top geneticist or a doctor who deals with bone malformations said no way, because it was global. It had growth plates, consistent, equivalent of a 6-year-old human, but it was only about 6 inches tall. And so we don't know what it was. It could have been something that is a completely unknown species on Earth. It could have been something that's a result of both Earth and non-human interactions that are ancient in that part of the Atacama Desert in Chile. There are accounts of these UFOs being seen, and these small creatures. The adult ones are like a 1.5 feet tall. But to this day, we actually don't know what it is. I mean, I never said it was ET. I said we don't know what it is, but it's most certainly not human. So what was published by Gary Nolan and those guys, and I've had the top geneticists in the world tear apart their data, says it's totally hoaxed. It's totally academic fraud.
Really?
So, yes. But this happened. This is why you asked about being paranoid. I'm careful, but I'm not paranoid, because I've had so many people who could go on the path of finding the truth, and they either get blackmailed and or both bribed, given a lot of money, and next thing you know, everything goes sideways. And so I've seen that hundreds of times in 35 years.
when he says bribe, he really motions towards Danny.
So it makes you a little bit cynical, I guess.
I think like maybe subconsciously or consciously just referencing how adamant Danny was about like, oh man, I'd take that.
They were skeptical. So, but no, he completely started out as an honest person. I know that, and when we first met in 2012, I think. But at this point, man, that's got to be cleaned up. It's a mess.
What about those mummies that were
in Peru?
The mummies that were shown to Mexican Congress by Jamie?
Jaime Maussan. Those were actually from Peru and from a cave. Right. And we know, I know the researchers, the scientists who looked into that. I've never been down there, but it was handled like you would handle. There's a lot of buffoonery that goes on with the UFO subculture. It was handled in a poor way, but I actually think the actual mummies are legitimate, very old, thousands of years old, non-human species. Now, how they got there, where they're originally from, but these are not hoaxes. I've seen the cross sections, I've seen the CAT scans, but unfortunately, I was going to go down there with the team this past spring, last year, and try to do a scientific expedition, but there was too much interference from other people, and I pulled out of that. But there needs to be a whole series. You have to do ancient DNA, right? Which means it's different from DNA you pull on a live person. And it's a whole different technique. You need to have really good forensic dissections, partial dissections, and you need to have every one of them CAT scanned. And then the metal objects on them have to go through a very sophisticated and expensive analysis to see if the atomic, let's just say whether it was of Earth origin metal or from out there. And you can do that. But this is a very complex and expensive and time-consuming endeavor that would run into the hundreds of thousands to a couple $1 million to do, right? Properly. Now, there's never that kind of, the only funding like that in the UFO subculture is to fund things that are disinformation operations. Fact. So that has not happened yet. Maybe it will at some point. But my assessment of it, I actually visited a man in Utah who had acquired several of these, but they were still in Peru. And he gave me a lot of information that when I saw it, he was a scientist. And I went, yeah, these are real. Now, their origins, I don't know. And no one's, to my knowledge, done a proper DNA. Someone attempted to. I think it was a Russian archaeologist, but it was not done properly. I don't have faith in it. Because it's very different when you take DNA from either someone recently deceased or living.
Sure. How
you run that is very different than what's called ancient DNA. And ancient could be even 30 years old, because it breaks down in a way that to get a correct genetic code read on it is a completely esoteric and specialized area of genetic sequencing. It isn't like regular genetic sequencing. So, I would know how to direct that scientific project. I haven't had time. And then when we were going to go down, there was all kinds of nonsense and theatrics and trickery. And I said, I'm out of here until this gets cleaned up. Yeah.
So what's on the horizon for you as far as like your whistleblowers, and what do you think is going to happen, and in what time frame, as far as getting these people like Jake in front of Congress and getting this stuff actually not going into a skip and then disappearing, and actually seeing something happen, something tangible take place, and guide this whole thing in the right direction?
Well, you make a good point. One of my concerns is this comes out and gets spun as a threat, like I was talking about, or it simply goes back into the black pit of Calcutta. In other words, it just gets put back into a black project. It begins to surface and gets slammed back down again. Both could happen. Hopefully, neither do. But so what I'm continuing to do, I'm going from here back up to, I'm actually giving a lecture here in St. Petersburg.
Oh, really?
And then I'm going to be going back to D.C. for some meetings with Congress folks, and then I'll be back down here to meet with, anyway, a general who is, yes, and who had been at one point the national security advisor for president. So, we're trying to still work the system and get the more important trajectory, I think, is going to be empowered people through an executive order to take all these whistleblowers we have, protect them, and then get their information, and then get those old legacy corrupt programs under control. And that's the real plan. And whether we can make it happen, we're going to give it the all-out effort this year. And I think it can. I think there are people in the new administration very open to this. I don't think they have much information. I mean, I've met with some of the incoming prospective cabinet members already. And but I don't think there's yet a consensus on the path to take. And unfortunately, a lot of them have been targeted with false information. So it's complicated, just like members of Congress have had that happen. The best I can do is give the information, the evidence, and the advice, and then see how they carry the ball. And meanwhile, I actually think that they need to be hearing from the public. The public can get this and say, oh, these recommendations, these executive orders, and what kind of, do it. Just write a letter, to your members. And a lot of people don't do that. They think it's very old-fashioned, but I mentioned this earlier. I've heard from so many people in Washington who are elected representatives, and they go, we really want to hear from our constituents on this. But most people, this is entertainment for people, right? It's just...
Yeah, that's the other thing about it that we haven't talked about. We've been talking about the PSYOP within a PSYOP angle of this whole thing the whole time, and the counterintelligence, disinformation, and strategic deception. But, like, you have to layer on top of that, this whole subject is a business for people, too.
Yep.
There's people that build their careers off talking about this stuff and doing all kinds of crazy shit.
I lost my career over it. Yeah, I've given up $15 or $20 million.
I mean careers based on the topic itself.
Oh, of course. And the scarier and more false it is, the more money there is.
Yeah.
Because they're going to open every door to a book publisher or a big movie deal if the information is BS, right? But it's scary. So that's the other thing I discovered is that, we'll put something like this out of print on demand, but HarperCollins will give someone $1 million contract to put out a book that's full of nonsense and disinformation designed to scare the hell out of people. Gee, I wonder how that happens. Yeah. So, this is something I just accept as the way things are right now. It might change. Who knows? Well, and we've started our own podcast, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, tell people where they can learn more about what you're doing and your website and all that stuff.
Yeah. So, you'll be able to get this now on our site, the briefing document material. We have a podcast that we've started. We've only done, I think, 4 or 5 episodes. They're not fancy like this. They're very homemade, but that's our bandwidth.
The homemade one's the best.
Yeah, it's quite primitive. But it's to get the information out. And as all this begins to break, I want to be able to, on a weekly basis, comment on it. And then if you want to sort of be part of the CE5, there's the app, CE5 Contact. You can get it on your app stores. And if you want to join us for that cruise out in the Caribbean virtually, now, a caveat there will be places for Starlink and our connectivity out in the middle of the Caribbean will be live. We'll have to record it and put it up, but it'll still be a fun experience. You'll really learn a lot because you'll be part of the daytime conference, and then also the nighttime. 4 of the nights we'll be out on the upper deck, out under the stars in the middle of the ocean, and we'll see what happens. It'll be fun.
Okay. So, Steve, we have Patreon questions. Our beautiful Patreon community has some questions for you. We can rip through those real quick, and then we can wrap it up. So this is the end of the podcast for everyone. Good night, folks. Thank you very much. Sleep tight.
Okay, so we still have more researching to do. I have a lot of places. I want to start getting this getting a map set up and overlaying some maps and locations and seeing if we can maybe like kind of triangulate an area where it seems like people are operating and there may be trafficked native peoples being forced into these programs. And Greer says they go willing in part of this video where, these settlers cause war, famines, rely on natural disasters to take advantage of these people to abuse them in these programs. And it affects you, it affects you, everyone, anyone who could potentially watch this. It affects you because these nightmare settlers are using these people to apparently like attack another species. So and in this episode, Greer talks about like other species talking amongst themselves, I guess you could say, about the trouble these dang settlers are causing, taking their people out in these exotic craft takedowns that are like apparently like being done by like drugging native people. In that Ross Coulthart video, he talks about how some apparently non-native guy had to be like brutally like tortured into an attempt to try and get his abilities to surface or whatever. And whereas they just apparently just like drug natives and it happens. So that's really concerning. Yeah. So run back to the beginning of the stream. You'll see that Ross Coulthart video that mentions this stuff. Anyway, these guys mentioned this guy named Jesse Michaels. He does an interview with some people around this subject. I think I found 2 of the videos. This one specifically mentions things that we're pretty much talking about and focusing on right now. So the thumbnail image is kind of grotesque if it spooks you out a little bit. So here we go. We'll see. So this was mentioned.
Why would the government
by
program
Ross
American
and
citizens to
Greer.
murder other American citizens?
I'm not sure about this specific video, but
you have documented projects called MKUltra and other
this
kind of
guy
variations
around
of
this
mind
subject.
control, creating splits and multiple personalities, couriers and spies, Manchurian candidates, assassinate world leaders.
They use whoever they can get their hands on, hypnotizing them, brain electrode implants, electric shock, creating the super spy.
This stuff is shocking.
The U.S. Army released a list of 120-ish different drugs.
Okay, there's the drug thing and the shock thing right away. So I think we're on the right track. I don't know if that's just a random list of things, but that doesn't seem random.
That had been used for mind control testing. 1,500 people times 120 different drugs. It's a lot of people, right?
It's a lot of people.
When you get into the
Actually,
documents,
that
you find
sounds
out
like
this guy's connected to this guy, this guy's
B-roll
connected to that guy. It's this whole network.
Lee Harvey Oswald
Never
was
know,
a supposed
man. You
lone
never know
gunman,
who
probably
somebody's
was a lone gunman when it comes to assassinating JFK. Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald, so he probably was an MKUltra patient before having shot Lee Harvey Oswald. He doesn't remember shooting somebody. Sirhan, to this day, says that he has no recollection of having shot RFK.
Having
What do you
meetings
remember
of
about shooting?
funding for like production work.
Obviously I was there.
I feel like
But
a
I don't
high
remember
level
the exact
production
moment. I
could
don't
like
remember
indicate,
I got-
You have Gallagher
sketchy
Day, who's an
backing.
MKUltra patient. Manson,
But some
who's
people
an
are just
MKUltra
really
patient.
good
People are
at
committing horrific
video.
acts.
You think that my mind is like your mind, but it isn't.
And
This
have
is really creepy.
good
I wonder if the
creative
same thing happened
teams
with Epstein.
The thing is, it's not just some
like
crazy
that,
conspiracy
but
theory. It's
that
actually
stuff.
possible.
Can I give you my crazy Epstein MKUltra theory?
Oh, you'll be in trouble if you don't.
Okay.
Existenz cannot longer be denied.
As you know, a lot of the guests I sit down with, whether they're physicists, intelligence officers, people who've worked inside black programs, are operating at a really impressive level mentally. Sometimes I feel like I'm a chimp talking to human beings. Often their work takes a toll, and a lot of them track their health obsessively. Regular lab work, obscure biomarkers, often things that most people never look at. Meanwhile, last time I went to a primary care doctor, they ran maybe like 8 biomarkers, and they told me I was fine and sent me home. This massive difference between the ordinary, broken, and limited healthcare system and what elite people are doing to track their health got me interested in superpower. The beautiful thing is they make elite level healthcare accessible. They'll literally send a licensed professional to your home or you visit a nearby lab. One simple lab test and you get over 100 biomarkers: heart, liver, thyroid, hormones, metabolism, vitamin levels, even environmental toxins. After that, their app builds you a full action plan. Supplement suggestions you can buy directly through them. Nutritional guidance, lifestyle adjustments. They even give you your true biological age and you can track that over time. And it's not just a one-time snapshot. Each test builds on the last, so you're actually seeing progress instead of starting from zero every year. Make this the year you stop guessing about your health and you start getting serious with Superpower. Not only did Superpower reduce their price to just $199, but for a limited time, our listeners get an additional $20 off with code ALCHEMY. Head to superpower.com and use code ALCHEMY at checkout for $20 off your membership. After you sign up, they'll ask you how you heard about them, so please make sure to mention American Alchemy to support the show. I'm here with Dr. Colin Ross, who blew my mind with just a really kind of bombshell, crazy book. It's called CIA Doctors.
I brought you a copy, actually.
Thank you. And well, here's my copy.
Ah,
and
here's your other copy.
Yeah, amazing. Well, thanks. I'd love a second, and I'd love to hand as many of these out as possible to as many people as you know I can, because
As long as it's over 1 million, I'm good.
okay, perfect. Yeah, just give me an affiliate fee.
Mhm.
But I truly, this stuff is shocking. You have
Sure.
documented the kind of medical malpractice of a whole host of psychiatrists who are either officially or unofficially associated, often with CIA, and projects called MKUltra, and a lot of the derivatives and subcompartments and other kind of variations of that mind control, largely. And it talks about dissociating personalities, creating splits and multiple personalities, so that you can send couriers and spies, create Manchurian candidates, assassinate world leaders. It is mind-blowing and it's jarring, to say the least.
Well, and the thing is, so I'll give you the background, personal background a little bit. So I grew up in Canada, medical school, psychiatry training, worked in Canada for a while, and then moved here equals Texas in 91 to my specialty is multiple personality equals dissociative identity disorder. And so I was in a program there at a hospital up in Plano, and 2 or 3 months in, one of the patients who had multiple personalities comes up with this little sheath of papers and all paranoid and scared and hands them to me, and I don't want these, and take these. And I look at them and I go, MKUltra, first I've heard of that. That's how I got into it, by this woman handing me this pile of papers. Otherwise, wasn't interested, didn't know about it. I thought the search for medical school, psychiatry training, worked in Canada for a while.
Couriers and spies, create Manchurian candidates, assassinate world leaders. It is mind-blowing and it's jarring, to say the least.
Well, and the thing is, so I'll give you the background, personal background a little bit. So I grew up in Canada, medical school, psychiatry training, worked in Canada for a while, and then moved here equals Texas in 91 to my specialty is multiple personality equals dissociative identity disorder. And so I was in a program there at a hospital up in Plano, and 2 or 3 months in, one of the patients who had multiple personalities comes up with this little sheath of papers and all paranoid and scared and hands them to me, and I don't want these, and take these. And I look at them and I go, MKUltra, first I've heard of that. That's how I got into it, by this woman handing me this pile of papers. Otherwise, wasn't interested, didn't know about it. I thought the search for the Manchurian candidate was some kind of movie or something, but I wasn't really sure.
And it is a movie. It's, I think, 1961, Frank Sinatra, and it discusses the creation of this assassin, essentially, post-Korean War, that China, Manchuria is this northeastern part of China.
And it's based on a book from the 50s.
There you go.
So fiction, Hollywood, entertaining, end of story. So what I did was I read a couple books that existed. There was no published like mainstream journal type papers. And then I was down in Northern Virginia for a conference in '92, and I corresponded with the CIA, which was like pre-internet back in the era. And they gave me an address to come to read the MK Ultra papers. So I'm at the conference hotel. This is sort of a crazy side story in itself. Walk out, get in a taxi, and it turns out the taxi driver is telling me his story of he was a police officer in Afghanistan before he moved to the United States. I'm like, oh, wonder if this is a coincidence that this guy is driving me. And then he goes, "Would you like to go through the grounds of the Pentagon on the way?" Whoa, sure, okay. And then he says, "Well, where are you going? What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just going to meet with some people." Drops me off at this building that's very nondescript. You can't tell what it is. And I walk in there, and I'm a civilian guy, has nothing to do with the military. And there's a whole bunch of military guys in uniform. One sign says secure line DIA only. Another one is secure line CIA only. I walk up to the desk. "Hi, I'm here to read some documents." And the guy gives me a look like, "Oh, here's one of these guys here." Sign in, and the woman comes down after 10 minutes maybe. Get in a little jammed elevator with a bunch of guys in uniform and a bunch of guys who I don't know who they are. Go up to 5th floor, 7th floor, whatever it was. Get off, walk down the corridor, and there's like a submarine door with she has a key code in, and then another door, and then we're in a small office and sign a piece of paper. Walk over here through another one of those doors into a room where there's a cart with all the 149 MK Ultra projects there, and 15,000 pages of documents. Had to read them all, which took a while.
Thank God you did all this because it's a really comprehensive book and it clearly touches kind of close to the metal as far as what actually transpired and what went on. And if you really want to kind of understand what these psychiatrists were doing, how they were communicating with CIA, this book is great. So just real quick for the audience, you give a little context as to how you got into this topic. What's your day job?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And you have no affiliation with MK Ultra, I assume. Okay.
Of course, people go, "Oh yeah, that's what he says." I'm just a civilian guy.
Okay.
So I know lots about all these documented facts.
Yeah.
And I have this pile of documents, but I don't have any insider knowledge about stuff currently at all.
Okay.
Which is kind of disappointing in a way.
Yeah. Well, the trail goes dark in 1975 with the Church Commission, where all this malfeasance, in the CIA, not just mind control stuff, was investigated.
Very nondescript. You can't tell what it is. I walk in there. Sure.
And it is a movie. It's, I think, 1961, Frank Sinatra, and it discusses the creation of this assassin, essentially, post-Korean War, that China, Manchuria is this northeastern part of China.
And it's based on a book from the 50s.
There you go.
So fiction, Hollywood, entertaining, end of story. So what I did was I read a couple of books that existed. There was no published like mainstream journal type papers. And then I was down in Northern Virginia for a conference in '92, and I corresponded with the CIA, which was like pre-internet back in the era. And they gave me an address to come to read the MK Ultra papers. So I'm at the conference hotel. This is sort of a crazy side story in itself. Walk out, get in a taxi, and it turns out the taxi driver is telling me his story of he was a police officer in Afghanistan before he moved to the conference hotel. This is sort of down in Northern Virginia for a conference in '92, and I corresponded with the CIA, which was like pre-internet back in the era. And they gave me an address to come to read the MK Ultra papers. So I'm at the conference hotel. This is sort of a crazy side story in itself. Walk out, get in a taxi, and it turns out the taxi driver is telling me his story of he was a police officer in Afghanistan before he moved to the United States. I'm like, oh, wonder if this is a coincidence that this guy is driving me. And then he goes, "Would you like to go through the grounds of the Pentagon on the way?" "Oh, sure, okay." And then he says, "Well, where are you going? What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just going to meet with some people." Drops me off at this building that's very nondescript. You can't tell what it is. And I walk in there, and I'm a civilian guy, has nothing to do with the military. And there's a whole bunch of military guys in uniform. One sign says secure line DIA only. Another one is secure line CIA only. I walk up to the desk. "Hi, I'm here to read some documents." And the guy gives me a look like, "Oh, here's one of these guys here." Sign in, and the woman comes down after 10 minutes maybe. Get in a little jammed elevator with a bunch of guys in uniform and a bunch of guys who I don't know who they are. Go up to 5th floor, 7th floor, whatever it was. Get off, walk down the corridor, and there's like a submarine door with she has a key code in, and then another door, and then we're in a small office and sign a piece of paper. Walk over here through another one of those doors into a room where there's a cart with all the 149 MK Ultra projects there, and 15,000 pages of documents. Had to read them all, which took a while.
Thank God you did all this because it's a really comprehensive book and it clearly touches kind of close to the metal as far as what actually transpired and what went on. And if you really want to kind of understand what these psychiatrists were doing, how they were communicating with CIA, this book is great. So just real quick for the audience, you give a little context as to how you got into this topic. What's your day job?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And you have no affiliation with MK Ultra, I assume. Okay.
Of course, people go, "Oh yeah, that's what he says." I'm just a civilian guy.
Okay.
So I know lots about all these documented facts.
Yeah.
And I have this pile of documents, but I don't have any insider knowledge about stuff currently at all.
Okay.
Which is kind of disappointing in a way.
Yeah. Well, the trail goes dark in 1975 with the Church Commission, where all this malfeasance, in the CIA, not just mind control stuff, was investigated, and there was this kind of large reform. Let's go back to the very beginning of cowboy intelligence interventionism in the human body. So I want to talk about,
We're talking China 3000 BC?
No, at least in the American context. Okay. So let's talk about the Tuskegee experiment, because that, for people who are in their minds, they're like, how could the government ever do something like this? It just seems so horrific and beyond what they would ever do. I think this is a really good jumping off point.
And that's why there's a chapter in the book about Tuskegee. So one of the skeptical things is you could never do
I
it.
also feel like that's a really good jumping off point, given the stream, trying to find some sort of information about the native people being tortured for these freaking exotic vehicle like crashing and retrieval projects.
Do all that stuff and keep it secret. And if it was known, it would get shut down. So Tuskegee, which is a town in the southern United States, 1932, the Public Health Service was the organizing entity. Surgeon General signed off on it. All these top medical people were aware. And I've got one of the papers I copied is called "Side Effects of Syphilis in the Male Negro" is the title of the paper.
So give people context on just high level what happened, because it's so shocking.
They recruited 400 black, rural, mostly illiterate guys who had syphilis, and then prevented them from getting treatment, all the way till it was shut down in 1972 because a reporter blew a whistle on it. So it was studying the effects of untreated syphilis. And the astounding medical discovery was people would get sick and die earlier.
Yeah,
That's all they learned.
Shocker. Pretty crazy. So you have that obviously occurring. You have early radiation experiments. How does radiation interact with the physical body?
It's all documented, 100%. And there's all kinds of like on the edge things I've heard, I suspect, but right now we're just 100% documented. So Clinton had a report in the late 90s on radiation experiments, like pretty thick, a couple inches thick. And in there, it describes a whole bunch of stuff, including I think it was 7. HP7 was his name, which means human product 7.
Mm-hmm.
This is guys they did radiation experiments on. So, and this is in one of the Harvard hospitals in Boston. He comes into the ER, unconscious, in a coma. They inject him with plutonium, and he dies without ever waking up. Not from the plutonium, just whatever happened with him. So they're just, how does it go through his kidneys? How is it excreted? They're studying that.
Jesus Christ.
So if the guy arrived in a coma, I'm guessing he didn't give informed consent, right?
Okay, so let's get to MK Ultra or just mind control generally. When did the idea of mind control cross the minds of American leadership?
What's documented is in the Second World War, because people have been manipulating and controlling people forever, right? So just making it government organized, sophisticated, scientific, doctors involved, that's at least in the Second World War. So 1941 or 2, all these intelligence agencies, which are kind of scattered all over the place in the U.S., were brought under the umbrella of the Office of Strategic Services, which is the OSS. And then the OSS was disbanded at the end of the war. And then in 1947, the CIA was created, and a lot of the OSS guys just moved over there. So there's a guy named G.H. Estabrook's, he's a chapter in the book, Colgate College, upstate New York. He published a book in 1943 on hypnotism and a paper in 1971 or 2 in a magazine describing creating the super spy. And I have copies of his contract with the War Department back in 43 or so, him corresponding with MK Ultra top secret cleared contractors, inviting OSS. And then the OSS was disbanded at the end of the war. And then in 1947, the CIA was created, and a lot of the OSS guys just moved over there. So there's a guy named G.H. Estabrook's, he's a chapter in the book, Colgate College, upstate New York. He published a book in 1943 on hypnotism and a paper in 1971 or 2 in a magazine describing creating the super spy. He published a book in 1943 on OSS. And then the OSS was disbanded at the end of the war. And then in 1947, the CIA was created, and a lot of the OSS guys just moved over there. So there's a guy named G.H. Estabrook's, he's a chapter in the book, Colgate College, upstate New York. He published a book in 1943 on hypnotism and a paper in 1971 or 2 in a magazine describing creating the super spy. And I have copies of his contract with the War Department back in 43 or so, him corresponding with MK Ultra top secret cleared contractors, inviting them to Colgate College, corresponding with them, co-publishing with some of them, giving talks on the super spy at U.S. Army conferences, inviting the number 2 or 3 guy in the FBI to Colgate College to a conference, and corresponding back and forth with J. Edgar Hoover from 30s to 60s, I think it was. This is all totally documented. So he doesn't describe his methods very much, but he says he gets a susceptible guy, this is all in the published material, puts him through some sort of conditioning, which he doesn't really describe in any detail. And then he describes, which is also in the MK Ultra documents, he describes a hypnotic code word that's implanted, which was the moon is clear. So he brings this army guy in, he assigns it to the colonel. The colonel brings in this army guy, gives him an assignment to take some courier materials over to Tokyo, and then says the moon is clear. Out comes the artificially created identity, created by Estabrooks, gives him whatever the information is, sends the guy over to Tokyo. The officer on the far end says, oh, thanks for the documents. The moon is clear. The secret message is transmitted, a response is implanted, switch back to the regular guy, he goes back home. This is explicit, clear detail, this is described. And then in the CIA created in 47, Bluebird and Artichoke were the precursors of MK Ultra, which started in 1950. And in those documents, it describes experiments where they used secretaries and whoever they could get their hands on, hypnotizing them, getting them to do tasks and assignments, and then having amnesia for that. This is all described in great detail.
So the idea is if you could compartmentalize.
Okay. So because I'm trying to track down specifically them trafficking and abusing natives, this could be like a stretch, but sometimes they're very blatant about their naming. When he says Bluebird, I want to see where some of these people were being sourced from, because Because when he says bluebird, it makes me think of bluebird flower, which is a very like popular flower in the Southwest for the native community. So yeah, I just want to back that up and just re-listen a second. But that's just a thought I had. It could be a stretch, but I mean, these people do nightmare things. We all just learned through the files recently that these people are absolute monsters, complete monsters. I mean, like, there's no word for the emergency need for us to deal with these monsters. Um, yeah, so I don't think anything is much of a stretch anymore. I feel like every conspiratorial, the things that people would talk about labeled as conspiratorial now are just like all out there now after the files, and we know that the entire United Statesian settler government is just ran by literal like child trafficking monster cannibal people.
In the CIA created in 47, Bluebird and Artichoke were the precursors of MK Ultra, which started in 1950. And in those documents, it describes experiments where they used secretaries and whoever they could get their hands on, hypnotizing them, getting them to do tasks and assignments, and then having amnesia for that. This is all described in great detail.
So the idea is if you could compartmentalize a person from an aspect of themselves, you can get that compartmentalized aspect to do whatever you want.
Right.
And you can create a trigger to move somebody from their normal generic personality into this kind of, secret courier person.
And in the documents, it describes words, verbal trigger, touch. In the Manchurian Candidate book and movie, it's a playing card. So it can be anything that becomes a trigger.
Yeah, okay, so you have Bluebird, you have Artichoke.
Then we got MK Ultra, which then runs into the early 60s. That's rolled over to MK Search, which runs into the early 70s.
What is MK?
There's speculation about that, but I don't know for sure. Some people think it's mind control.
But why MK? Why K?
So you can sound scary in German.
Okay.
Bluebird and Artichoke were the precursors of MK Ultra, which started in 1950. And in those documents, the moon is clear. Out comes the artificially created identity, created by Estabrooks, gives them whatever the information is, sends the guy over to Tokyo. The officer on the far end says, "Oh, thanks for the documents. The moon is clear." The secret message is transmitted, the response is implanted, switch back to the regular guy, he goes back home. This is explicit, clear detail this is described. And then in the CIA created in 47, Bluebird and Artichoke were the precursors of MK Ultra, which started in 1950. And in those documents, it describes experiments where they used secretaries and whoever they could get their hands on, hypnotizing them, getting them to do tasks and assignments, and then having amnesia for that. This is all described in great detail.
So the idea is if you could compartmentalize a person from an aspect of themselves, you can get that compartmentalized aspect to do whatever you want.
Right.
And you can create a trigger to move somebody from their normal generic personality into this kind of, secret courier person.
And in the documents, it describes words, verbal trigger, touch. In the Manchurian Candidate book and movie, it's a playing card. So it can be anything that becomes a trigger.
Yeah, okay, so you have Bluebird, you have Artichoke.
Then we got MK Ultra, which then runs into the early 60s. That's rolled over to MK Search, which runs into the early 70s.
What is MK?
There's speculation about that, but I don't know for sure. Some people think it's mind control.
But why MK? Why
control?
But why MK?
So it can be anything that becomes a trigger.
Yeah, okay, so you have Bluebird, you have Artichoke.
Then we got MK Ultra, which then runs into the early 60s. That's rolled over to MK Search, which runs into the early 70s.
What is MK?
There's speculation about that, but I don't know for sure. Some people think it's mind control.
But why MK? Why K?
So you can sound scary in German.
Oh, control. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's weird. And what were some of the earliest experiments that even like tipped U.S. intel officials off that this was even possible?
In the documents that I have, that J. Estabrooks, pitched his expertise to the CIA early in the 50s.
Yeah, I read this book called The Controllers by Martin Cannon, and he talks about Estabrooks bragging about this sort of thing. So, okay, fascinating.
He clearly liked to brag.
Yeah. Who in the American government and intel community kind of championed this idea at the time, kind of post-World War II, that we should be experimenting with
this?
Well,
the director of the CIA signed Bluebird into operation in April 1952, 3 months before the Korean War started in June. And then the disinformation cover story was, we were just reacting to what the communist Chinese were doing. But it was already in place, offensive and defensive, before the Korean War started. So the directors of the CIA were all, knew what was going on. The top guy was Sidney Gottlieb for MK Ultra, who's an interesting character in and of itself. And so he was kind of the organizer, main character. I forget the year, 50 something. There's a guy in Fort Detrick in the Chemical Warfare Division named Frank Olson, and he was 50 something. All knew what was going on. The top guy was Sidney Gottlieb for MK Ultra, who's an interesting character in and of itself. And so he was kind of the organizer, main character. I forget the year, 50 something. There's a guy in Fort Detrick in the Chemical Warfare Division named Frank Olson, and he was starting to have a little problem with his conscience and was kind of maybe going to become a whistleblower. So Sidney Gottlieb invited him to a party somewhere outside the Washington, D.C. area, and he was given a dose of LSD and went through a cure. And then he had sort of a bad trip, but that in itself is a cover story, because the story was as a result of this being mentally ill. They didn't mention the LSD. He jumped out of a hotel window, the Statler Hotel, the 10th floor, and died. But actually, Harold Abramson, who's involved in MK Ultra, who's a doctor, was involved in the story. And there's a guy named Pierre Lafitte, who had literally 20 aliases, which are all listed in a book. The last name of one of his aliases was Heidel. Alex Heidel was Lee Harvey Oswald's alias.
What?
And Lee Harvey Oswald and Pierre Lafitte both worked at the Riley Coffee Company in the same period, 60 to 63. So this is all some intricate web of something.
So you think Lee Harvey Oswald could have been an MK Ultra patient?
Very well, easily could have been.
Whoa. Wait, so
I
just...
don't know that he was, but he very easily could have been.
So let's back up. So Frank Olson is working on biological warfare at Fort Detrick as part of MK Naomi.
He was pushed out of the hotel.
Pushed out of the hotel window.
Pierre Lafitte.
By Pierre Lafitte. I believe Frank Olson's son is named Eric Olson, and he investigated this and realized the window was actually too small for him. He couldn't have jumped out of this thing. Must have been pushed.
Well, the family just bought the story. But then they read one paragraph in a Rockefeller Commission report, 73 or somewhere in there, describing exactly what happened to their dad, saying that he was dosed with LSD. So that's how they got on it, got lawyers. And there's a photograph of the family in the Oval Office of the White House with the president giving them the $700,000 compensation check.
Jesus Christ.
So it was all blown wide open.
Yeah. And Sidney Gottlieb, on record, there's a great biography of him called Poisoner in Chief.
Right.
And he's known as kind of almost the U.S. version of Joseph Mengele, and just kind of cowboy border science, human subjects testing. He was head of the technical staff services for the CIA.
Technical Services Division.
Technical Services Division, sorry, TSD. There was also TSS, though, I believe. Anyways.
Yeah, I think it was the same thing with a different name.
Okay. So, but I don't want to let up on
cowboys being referenced in a bad way. Cowboys were bad people. I mean, cowboys. I mean, real cowboys were just usually forced labored natives or really bad racial situation like black folk too, and Mexican folk, which is totally ignorant in itself because Mexicans are native. Mexica was literally the name of a nation larger than many European countries, and not just that, northern Mexicans are fucking mixed natives from all over the United States because these dang gone terrorist settlers in the 1920s, kind of like what's going on now, deported a bunch of natives from all over the United States to Mexico. So that's why, to natives out there, when you see Mexicans and they look Mexicans and they look like us, that's because northern Mexicans are mixed with northern Mexicans are mixed with natives from all over the United States because of the last time these dang settlers started deporting us in the 20s and doing all this nonsense. So interesting full circle modern issues kind of thing. Those dang cowboys.
On this Lee Harvey Oswald, who's the supposed lone gunman, who now everybody kind of knows probably wasn't the lone gunman when it comes to assassinating JFK in November of 1963.
I have a document that's part of the Bluebird Art Show papers, I think, but there's multiple programs, Project Dolphin, MK Naomi, there's like 5 or 6 of them all parallel. The document is one intelligence officer writing to another intelligence officer that before 63, that Lee Harvey Oswald's mother has got in contact with the guy because Lee Harvey Oswald's mother is concerned that somebody's been impersonating him in Europe. So there's a bunch of suspicious stuff going on. And then the other main suspicious thing about the story is, okay, so Marine guy defects to Russia, and then we just let him back in and don't put him under surveillance or story. Nothing to see here.
Well, then he goes and works at 544 Camp Street in New Orleans, and the guy who owns that building is an FBI investigator named Guy Bannister.
Right.
So that's strange. And I believe he was implicated in... Lee Harvey Oswald had the gun of... He almost assassinated somebody 6 months earlier or something.
Right, but
Walker.
He was such a lousy shot that he didn't kill the guy.
Yeah, and the gun...
He's a military guy, Walker.
Yeah, Walker, right. Yeah, there's so much off about that whole story. And then he gets a job at the Texas Book Depository, and the woman who owns that, or the woman who he's living with is Ruth Payne,
right.
And she's very close with Mary Bancroft, who's Alan Dulles' mistress. Alan Dulles is the director of the CIA. So there's so many.
Ruth Payne is very tied in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then the guy who owns the Texas Bird Depository is a guy named Harold Bird.
I don't know that.
Oh yeah, and he was I think related to Richard Bird, who did Operation High Jump, who's headed towards Antarctica, and might have ran into flying saucers. Sort of weird lore around that. But Harold Bird won some award for the Civil Air Corps from Curtis LeMay, and I believe the Bird family was close with LBJ as well, and there are reasons to believe that LBJ might have had something to do with the assassination of JFK. Obviously, he was a ruthlessly political guy.
So that's the sort of politics conspiracy side of things. It's the same thing when you get into the documents. You find out in documented documents, this guy's connected to this guy's connected to that guy. It's this whole network. It's not just 2 guys in an office running the show.
Let's set the landscape as far as what are the modalities they are testing. So clearly, hypnotism is one of them. Is there electroshocking, right? That's
there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Brain electrode implants.
Okay.
Electric shock, whole bunch of different drugs. Classical sensory deprivation, isolation. Basically, they just kind of threw everything at the wall to see what would stick.
Yeah.
It's very, I was going to say helter-skelter.
Okay, I really want to start logging down some of the things they're doing to people. He said brain electrode implants. That's nightmarish. They're just gonna just shock your brain if you don't do what they want. These people are evil slaver, monster, invader foreigners. And, I'm sure that hurts some people's feelings, but as a native person, this stuff is the thing in nightmares and then worse. And then some. And then a little worse.
Shelter is probably not a good choice of term for this, but so in 75 or 6 at committee hearings, the general counsel for the U.S. Army released a list of 120-ish different drugs that had been used for mind control testing by the Army. And they admitted to 1,500 LSD subjects. And there's videos of those online still. And sometimes it seems like they're admitting to 4,000. But if we do 1,500 people times 120 different drugs, it's a lot of people, right?
It's a lot of people. That's pretty egregious. What did they discover worked of all of those modalities? Were there things that worked better than others? Were there different use cases for the different modalities?
So on Manchurian Candidate, they just poo-poo that totally. Yeah, it's not possible. We can't do that. We never use those people.
Yeah.
Which is just straight up lie.
It's just a straight up lie. And we'll get into some examples that kind of prove that that's a straight up lie. Well, why don't we just get into that? So what's a good example of somebody becoming a Manchurian Candidate?
Well,
and Manchurian Candidate is a compartmentalized trained assassin that you could trigger somebody to become an assassin.
Why are they called Manchurian Candidates? So there's another document in the files there where a CIA officer writing to another CIA officer says he's concerned about reports, this Korean War stuff, that a group of GIs going through a zone in Manchuria were captured and hypnosis was used on them. That's the plot of the Manchurian Candidate in CIA documents before the book was written or published. It's not just pulled out of nowhere. My take on all this in terms of the politics and the ethics is the CIA military would be negligent and guilty of dereliction of duty if they didn't look into this, didn't have expertise, because obviously these kind of people are being run at us by terrorists, foreign intelligence agencies.
So give me some of the early psychiatrists that were kind of pioneering these methods.
So again, this is all documents for sure. Within MK Ultra, which is the same in other programs, there's kind of 3 categories of projects. There's 149 of them total. A third of them are just straightforward sort of chemical procurement industrial contracts. A third of them, the investigator, who's some professor somewhere, is unwitting, means he doesn't know it's CIA money because it's funneled through a front organization, which they call a cutout. And then a third of them, roughly, are cleared at top secret. They know it's CIA money. So 2 top secret cleared guys were Martin Orrin and Jolly West. So Martin Orrin being, and it says in the documents, the purpose of the project, it says the amount of money and so on, and the year. The purpose was studying hypnotic and dissociative states. So for sure they were working on that. And Martin Orrin was aware of J. Chester Brooks and back and forth. So Jolly West is famous for several different things. Documents for sure. Within MK Ultra, which is the same in other programs, there's kind of 3 categories of projects. There's 149 of them total. A third of them are just straightforward sort of chemical procurement industrial contracts. A third of them, the investigator, who's some professor somewhere, is unwitting, means he doesn't know it's CIA money because it's funneled through a front organization, which they call a cutout. And then a third of them, roughly, are cleared at top secret. They know it's CIA money. So 2 top secret cleared guys were Martin Orrin and Jolly West. So Martin Orrin being, and it says in the documents, the purpose of the project, of them roughly, are cleared at top secret. They know it's CIA money. So 2 top secret cleared guys were Martin Orrin and Jolly. Through a front organization, which they call a cutout. And then a third of them, roughly, are cleared at top secret. They know it's CIA money. So 2 top secret cleared guys were Martin Orrin and Jolly West. So Martin Orrin being, and it says in the documents, the purpose and Jolly West. So Martin Orrin being, and it says in the documents, the purpose of the project, it says the amount of money and so on, and the year. The purpose was studying hypnotic and dissociative states. So for sure they were working on that. And Martin Orrin was aware of J. Chester Brooks and back and forth. So Jolly West is famous for several different things. One is killing an elephant at Oklahoma City Zoo with a dose of LSD. He also was sort of involved in the UCLA violence project, which was when Reagan was the governor. The idea there was to implant electrodes in prisoners' brains, and then when they're released, sex offenders, track them, and if they go outside the allowed perimeter, send them a signal and paralyze them temporarily. And that was shut down before it got started, but Louis Jolly West was involved in that. He interviewed Timothy McVeigh,
really?
Oklahoma City bomber. So here's the Oklahoma City bomber. Louis Jolly West is over
What
in
the
LA.
fuck, dude?
There's lots of psychiatrists everywhere. By random chance, hypnotic and
Holy
dissociative
shit,
states.
these
So
settlers
for
are
sure they were
fucking
working on that.
wacky.
And Martin Orne was aware of J. Chester Brooks and back and forth.
Jeez, man. The
So
thing's a
Jolly West is famous for
nightmares.
several different things. One is killing an
May
elephant at
they
Oklahoma City
suffer
Zoo with a dose of LSD.
themselves.
He also was sort of involved in the
May they
UCLA
only
violence project,
find people
which
like
was
them.
when Reagan was the governor. The idea there was to impose zone in Manchuria, or just straightforward sort of chemical procurement industrial contracts. A third of them in Jolly West. West is famous for several different things. One is killing an elephant at Oklahoma City.
And here's another nightmare connection. Like, as I type this out, Oklahoma is another large native population state.
Zoo with a dose of LSD.
That must be where I feel like I've heard somewhere around these kind of talks, like, that's enough to kill an elephant. This guy must be where that starts from. Not this guy, the Louis Jolyon West.
He also was sort of involved in the UCLA violence project, which was when Reagan was the governor. West is famous for several different things. One is killing an elephant at Oklahoma City Zoo with a dose of LSD. He also was sort of involved in the UCLA violence project, which was when Reagan was the governor. The idea there was to implant electrodes in prisoners' brains, and then when they're released, sex offenders, track them, and if they go outside the allowed perimeter, send them a signal and paralyze them temporarily. And that was shut down before it got started, but Louis Jolly West was involved in that. He interviewed Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber. So here's the Oklahoma City bomber. Louis Jolly West is over in L.A. There's lots of psychiatrists everywhere. By random chance, they had Louis Jolly West come and interview Timothy McVeigh.
Why do you think he interviewed the Oklahoma City bomber, Timothy McVeigh?
Legend has it that in 1943, the Navy tried to teleport a ship in what's now known as the Philadelphia experiment, and it kind of worked. It disappeared, reappeared, and then half the crew got atomically fused into the ship's walls. Others just vanished. No one was where they were supposed to be. Talk about a breakdown in communication. And you know who was leading the whole project? My favorite, the mid-century anti-gravity inventor, Thomas Townsend Brown, who literally had a nervous breakdown that year due to the very poor communication among the team members. You know what that sounds like? Your team, before you had Quo. This year, upgrade your system to a workspace that keeps your team from shattering across dimensions. If you've ever tried to schedule a meeting across 5 time zones and 6 platforms, you know the absolute horror of losing people to the ether. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo, spelled Q-U-O, the smarter way to run your business communications. It's a single streamlined command center for calls, notes, transcripts, chats, even AI
talking
summaries.
about people
all in one
fusing into metal. That's fucking... Bro, what? That's a pretty big jump. That's a quick jump. Maybe prep us up a little next time. No, I'm just kidding. Going from people being fused in a horrific, like, government experiment to, like, your team at Quo.
This is all public domain. McVeigh said when they took him to Tinker Air Force Base, they removed a computer chip from his buttock.
What?
This is not a conspiracy theory. This is facts that I got out of public domain newspapers.
Did he have any criminal background? Where do you think he was implanted with this thing? Like, was he at UCLA? Because Jolly West was obviously head of psychiatry at UCLA. Right. Was there any connections between him and Jolly before the bombing?
Not that I know of.
But they removed.
But it wouldn't have to be him. I mean, it could be. There's lots of people in the military, right?
They removed a computer chip from his butt. It's fucking weird.
Which means they know exactly where he was every minute of every day up to the time of the bombing.
And then you hear things like Charles Manson, responsible for the most famous murders, the Tate LaBianca murders. Sharon Tate, famous actress at the apex of her career, murdered in cold blood while pregnant with Roman Polanski's, I don't know, son or daughter. But and we now know from Tom O'Neill's amazing book, Chaos,
very amazing book,
and just hard-headed journalism over decades. He started as like this, beat reporter, like looking into, it was like the anniversary of the Manson murders. He was just going to do an article, and then he met Vincent Bugliosi, who was the lead prosecutor on the case, who wrote the book Helter Skelter, and realized, oh my God, this narrative is entirely off.
It's all cover story.
It's all a cover story, and realized that Manson in 1967 was going in consistently to the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic in San Francisco.
Oh, you mean the one that Louis Jolly West was at?
Exactly, and Jolly West had an office there.
Yeah, he did.
And then you have this like transformation of this guy from this petty criminal who's being caught and released to this like sex god cult leader musician, in LA who's like living with one of the Beach Boys,
Right,
and like
right.
it's just this like day and night sort of thing. So I guess the meta question here is if you have a guy like Manson who's an MK Ultra patient, and then you have a guy like McVeigh who's an MK Ultra patient, these people are committing horrific acts. Why would the government, like the CIA, like a guy who had top secret clearance for the CIA, Jolly West, or any of these people program American citizens to murder other American citizens?
Well, that's the question. So probably because their ethics are a little off, number one.
Yeah.
But we don't know. It could be that Jolly West was just sort of a secondary character in the show, because he's not going to be the only Manchurian candidate creator on the planet.
Can you create a chain of Manchurian candidates? So this is really creepy. Let's say, what if the psychiatrist themselves is a Manchurian candidate and they are doing treatments that they're not even aware of to
Well,
their
I'd
patients?
advise not going to that psychiatrist.
I know, but how does anybody know? I mean, you document all these people who are cutouts and not even like, connected explicitly. And then what if they're themselves compartmentalized?
So as I always say, we know the tiny tip of the iceberg. The stuff, the whole iceberg is just who knows what's going on down there. It's exactly like the Epstein story, right?
Yeah.
So we know he exists. We know he's a trafficker. And we know he supposedly killed himself. So the guy that killed himself was murdered in jail. Who else been prosecuted? Him and his girlfriend. That's it in the United States.
Just his girlfriend.
Who's gotten the heat?
Now
Outside the United
Prince
States?
Andrew.
Yeah,
but
some expendable foreign guy.
Yeah, none of the people who actually committed the crimes, and then all the people in the documents all happen to not go to the not commit any crimes. Most of them say we didn't go to the island.
It's preposterous.
It's absolutely preposterous. Okay, I have a crazy question about him. Do you think he was an MK Ultra patient?
I have no idea, but the thing is, it's not just like some crazy conspiracy theory. It's actually realistically possible that any and a whole bunch of these guys were.
Can I give you my crazy Epstein MK Ultra theory?
Oh, you'll be in trouble if you don't.
Okay. So Manson, if you look at who he modeled his life off of, it was Stranger in a Strange Land, Robert Heinlein, this like 1968 or 9 bestseller sci-fi book. I believe he calls his son Don Michael Valentine, who was like the lead character in the book, and he even calls his parole officer, a guy named Roger Smith, I believe. He calls him Jubal. Jubal Harshaw was this protector character in this book. Manson.
I sent you an email. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, I don't.
You know
I
that
think I did.
the TV show FBI?
Oh, you did? Yeah. What was this again?
So that it's a fiction about FBI, and they're always getting the bad guys. And there's the woman who's sort of like the head, but the actual operational guy who's always checking stuff and looking on the screen and assigning people go here and there. His name is Jubal Valentine.
Well, there you go. A mashup of 2 names in Stranger of a Strange Land.
It's not random.
That's not random, clearly.
So whether it's just some screenwriter with a sense of humor who read that kind of stuff, or
well, this is where it gets really creepy. I'm like, do you think that LSD was given to Manson, or he was dosed up, made to be extremely impressionable? We know that on record at the time, there was a program called Operation Midnight Climax, where
actually it's a sub-project within MK Ultra.
Okay.
Operation Midnight Climax is sort of an informal name for it, but it existed.
So it existed, and they were dosing up hippies off the street in Haight-Ashbury, putting them behind a one-way mirror, and then viewing them, with prostitutes and stuff, how they behave. And
so here's a wrinkle on that story. So that was mostly in San Francisco, a little bit in New York. The guy who was sort of running that was a former, whatever the DEA was called before. Can't remember the name of it before. It was called the DEA.
Settlers will really just pay themselves to do the most nonsense, useless, just dumb things. Their greed worshipping and the just ignorance and the useless violence, the useless like abuse. You're just gonna take hippies and drug them, and just a bunch of weird pervy settlers watch them with prostitutes. Like that's some weird settler shit, man. Excuse my language, but what? That's just weird settler stuff. What do you mean you just watch hippies and prostitutes? What? I wouldn't even watch it if it was free, or if people paid me. I'd say no, thank you. Oh man, just like dumb evil. Also,
involved in various things that had to do with intelligence. So he was running it, and he's quoted as saying, his name was George White, something along the lines of, "Where else could a good American boy rape, murder, and kill with impunity?"
Jesus Christ.
That's what he said in public.
That was the head of the equivalent of the DEA at the time, the Drug Enforcement Agency.
He was the head of Operation Midnight Climax.
I know, but then he became the head of the DEA.
Just literally proving my point without me asking. This is the first time I've ever seen this video.
Top
I swear
psychiatrists, top
to
government
you.
people, top secret cleared.
So creepy. Okay, so here's my question.
Just proving my point.
They're doing stuff like that, what I think is, if you have a guy who's illiterate, who's modeling his life off the book, he can't read the book, but the book becomes the template for his life. Stranger in a Strange Land, Charles Manson, he was probably read the book while dosed up on LSD or ketamine or something.
Could be.
I don't know, speculating. But if that's the case, I wonder if the same thing happened with Epstein, because Epstein started at Dalton School, which was, prep school in New York, for no apparent reason, wasn't qualified to work there.
He jumped from nowhere to 300 million in a blink.
Yeah, well, that was Dalton, and then Bear Stearns, all the other stuff. But even Dalton, I think he was engaging in underage, relations with his students at the time.
Right.
Was unqualified for that job. Was like this street kid, and gets the job there. I believe the guy who gives him the job is a guy named Donald Barr. Donald Barr was a former highly cleared Navy guy, and he wrote a book called Space Relations, and it's all about using underage sex as compromise. But it's about this like this guy that is going to another planet and then ends up being groomed by this other woman, and the woman almost it could be like Elaine or like like one of his handlers or something. So you have another case where it's like his life seemed to be modeled off the book. And so I wonder if there was some sort of like weird screening of or he was made to be very impressionable, and then he was this book was somehow the model or template for his life. Here's where it gets even crazier. Donald Barr's son is William Barr. William Barr was the Attorney General under Trump and under Bush 41. Under Trump, when Epstein got arrested, and as the acting Attorney General, he went and visited Epstein's jail cell and met with his cellmate, this guy Efrain Stone Reyes, who mysteriously died 6 months later. What acting Attorney General ever visits the jail cell of a random person who's committed a crime? That's crazy. But here's where it gets crazier. Bill Barr was the CIA intern in 1974, 1975 around the Church Committee. He was a Senate CIA intern. So as far as like obstructing justice and possibly deleting records, around MKUltra, like that would be the perfect place to do it.
The story on MKUltra records is they were all destroyed by Richard Helms and Sidney Gottlieb, but they somehow found 7 boxes of documents in a storage facility somewhere, and then those are the documents that got released eventually. So that's called a limited hangout. That's actually the CIA's term, which is you let a little bit of information out, cover up the greater information. It's a standard operating strategy.
So I wonder if Bill Barr was like covering up for his dad's, horrible. This is crazy speculation. I'm speculating. I have no idea, but it's a weird fact pattern.
Have you ever heard of a woman named Patty Hearst?
William Randolph Hearst's daughter,
who was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army.
Tell me the story. So William Randolph Hearst, for people that don't know, is the model for Orson Welles' Citizen Kane. He is the premier kind of publisher of the biggest newspapers, San Francisco Chronicle and stuff, in the U.S. and specifically California.
Right. This connects into Jim Jones and Jonestown as well.
Okay.
So Patty Hearst's boyfriend, whose name I just forget now, he was observed, and it was reported in public domain, on site at the People's Temple location in Ukiah, California, before they moved to South America. Then Donald DeFreeze, who was a petty criminal, same thing, couldn't read a book. He was transferred within the prison system to a new location where he walked out of the prison into the public. And then a psychological warfare expert with the Army in the Vietnam War came over under cover of the Black Cultural Association, met with him repeatedly, gave him his code name of CINQUE 5, and then, lo and behold, he kidnaps Patty Hearst. So the story is that the Symbionese Liberation Army came into the apartment of Patty Hearst and the boyfriend, knocked the boyfriend out, so he's just an innocent bystander, who happened to be at Jim Jones 3 months earlier. And then they take Patty Hearst and they terrorize her, sensory deprivation, sensory isolation, hold her in a closet for weeks on end. She now has a new identity, Tanya, who participates in a bank robbery.
Jesus.
She's convicted. And then at trial, the people testifying that she's been mind-controlled include Louis Jolyon West. It's just like everything's so interwoven and interconnected.
So weird.
And she gets pardoned by, can't remember which president.
No, Jolly West is like this bizarre figure who
met with him repeatedly, gave him his code name of CINQUE 5.
CINQUE. I just wanted to write that down because maybe there's a pattern of naming. Did he say a number?
Fair expert with the Army in the Vietnam War came over under cover of the Black Cultural Association, met with him repeatedly, gave him his code name of CINQUE 5, and then, lo and behold, he kidnaps Patty Hearst. So the story is that the Symbionese Liberation Army came into the apartment of Patty Hearst and the boyfriend, knocked the boyfriend out, so he's just an innocent bystander, who happened to be at Jim Jones 3 months earlier. And then they take Patty Hearst and they terrorize her, sensory deprivation, sensory isolation, hold her in a closet for weeks on end. She now has a new identity, Tanya, who participates in a bank robbery.
Jesus.
She's convicted. And then at trial, the people testifying that she's been mind-controlled include Louis Jolyon West. It's just like everything's so interwoven and interconnected.
So weird.
And she gets pardoned by, can't remember which president.
No, Jolly West is like this bizarre figure who, he's like Forrest Gump or something. He pops up in all these places, like hiding the truth. Like he saw Jack Ruby. So Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald, and he sees him in his cell, right? For, was it 24 hours or something? Right. And then he comes out as a press conference and says, Jack Ruby's gone crazy. And literally that was the breaking point.
Actually, he, according to West, shot Oswald while having an epileptic seizure.
What?
That
was what he said. Yeah. Because he didn't remember having killed Lee Harvey Oswald, right? So he probably was an MKUltra patient before having shot Lee Harvey Oswald. Who doesn't remember shooting somebody?
Saran.
We're just jumping around here. So
he's claimed amnesia for that all the way along.
So the guy that killed the supposed but not really lone gunman of JFK, MKUltra patient, and then the guy that killed JFK's brother, RFK, was a famous presidential candidate, attorney general under JFK. He was also probably an MKUltra patient who I think is still alive, and to this day says that he has no recollection of having shot RFK, Robert F. Kennedy.
Yep.
So crazy.
I can't remember the title of the book, but one of the RFK very well-researched books, there's a photograph of the Los Angeles County coroner with a ruler, and he's measuring and counting the bullet entry holes because he knows another person got hit, RFK got hit, and there's a certain number in the door jambs and the walls. those add up to more than the chambers in the supposed lone shooter's gun.
That's right. And I believe it was the same coroner who saw JFK who wasn't happy about the treatment of JFK's body before he examined it and thought there was some malfeasance there. And I think it was a lot of gunshots, specifically from the back in RFK's case. And yeah,
The supposed shooter's 4, 5, 6 feet in front.
in front.
And
That's
the
right. Sirhan
fatal
Sirhan.
shot was close range from behind.
That's right. And I believe Robert F. Kennedy, because I think he was like giving a speech or something, falls back and grabs this guy behind him and falls down on this guy. That guy was a Lockheed Skunk Works bodyguard named Eugene Thane Caesar.
Oh, man.
And I believe if you asked Robert F. Kennedy, who's obviously now, Health and Human Services Secretary, he will say, I think Eugene Thane Caesar, that Lockheed security guard, killed my father.
He would say that, or
He would say that. He would say that. I think he believes that. And
why? I'm not doubting it, but why do you think that's what he believes? He must have said something.
I believe I'm saying I believe that he has publicly said this.
He's publicly said
it. A 24-year-old Palestinian man named Saran shot him with a 22 caliber revolver. He was hit 3 times. 5 other people were wounded as well.
Well, first of all, I would dispute that description of what happened.
Okay.
I don't believe that Sirhan's bullets ever hit my father. Oh, he was shot from behind by somebody who was standing behind him with a gun pressed between the two of them and firing. And that man was almost certainly Eugene Thane Caesar, who was a security guard who had been hired the day before.
So pretty wild. And I think he thinks it was all done at the behest of this guy, Bob Mayhew, who was the general counsel for Howard Hughes, or like the right-hand man for Howard Hughes.
Right.
And it's all just so spooky. You have all these guys who were tied in with the 5412 Commission at the time, the sort of interagency coordination group that I think originally starts out for, if the president wants to do some spooky covert action, it's plausible deniability for him, it's interagency coordination, and it turns into this sort of runaway, deep state faction that just,
well,
has its own
really
aims.
runaway or not really? That's always the question, right?
That's the other question. Yeah, you general counsel for Howard Hughes, or like the right-hand man for Howard Hughes.
Right.
And it's all just so spooky. You have all these guys who were tied in with the 5412 Commission at the time, the sort of interagency coordination group that I think originally starts out for, if the president wants to do some spooky covert action, it's plausible deniability for him, it's interagency coordination, and it turns into this sort of runaway, deep state faction that just,
well,
has its own aims.
Really runaway or not really? That's always the question, right?
That's the other question. Yeah, you call it runaway, but maybe it is always plausible deniability for the president. Who knows? I mean, you do have this famous speech, obviously, Eisenhower gives, Beware of the Military-Industrial Complex, and you have to wonder if he was referring to groups like that. But okay, so we're just knocking him down as far as sacred cow assassinations, and they just all seem to be related to MK Ultra. One person that people wonder about all the time, not in the kind of political realm, but in the cultural realm, is the icon John Lennon, the lead singer of the Beatles, who was this obviously counterculture hero, was probably viewed as a threat, by J. Edgar Hoover and other people.
Well, those guys are definitely unhappy about him. That's known.
So tell me about his killer, and was he possibly an MK Ultra patient?
I don't know about who controlled him, but he was, sort of like a low-level guy without a whole ton of money. Took off on a world tour.
What's his name? Mark David Chapman.
Mark David Chapman. He was in a psych hospital in Hawaii for a while. He comes back, and I can't remember the name of the biography, but in the biography of him, in great detail, it describes he had a whole bunch of people inside his head. Robert was the head guy. I mean, he had MPD, DID by description for sure, if that's all accurate.
The MPD, for the audience, is
multiple personality disorder, which was renamed dissociative identity disorder in '94.
Did one of the personalities, was it saying you have to kill John Lennon?
That part's not known.
So why do we think that he possibly was MK Ultra and not just like, multiple personality disorder you might associate with some sort of generic mental illness or something?
Maybe, could be, don't know for sure.
Okay, so hard to say there.
But it's not just wild out of nowhere theorizing. It's realistically possible that he could have been handled.
Well, is there anything else, any other evidence besides just having multiple personality disorder?
Let's see. What's the
because I think an
example details are so many of them. What's the book that was published in the 50s? There was a trigger for him.
Oh, Catcher in the Rye.
Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah, J.D. Salinger. Yeah.
So he went to a bookstore and got that book, which maybe was the trigger before doing the shooting.
Oh, interesting. Like the book triggered. Oh, Jesus.
Maybe.
That is wild. Well, I think Sirhan, going back to the Robert F. Kennedy thing, I believe he was writing in his diary at the time, like, must kill RFK or something. Like he had this sort of, like, it was like he had been programmed.
You can't, I've looked at that in different books. You can't tell, is it just psychotic rambling, obsessing, or is it programming?
And he also, like, he had, like, memory lapses, right? Like, didn't he have some, like...
He was traumatized in the Middle East as a kid, because there's a lot of war going on, and his apartment was bombed, and he saw some dismembered bodies and stuff. So he has a trauma foundation for being a dissociative guy.
Speaking of trauma foundation, you read some of these Epstein files, and...
It sounds like he's about to mention kind of what I'm about to mention. That's what Ross Coulthard had mentioned, and this other guy he interviews, this not sure, this Jesse guy interviews somebody that Ross and Greer and the Danny guy we were watching earlier interviews, is involved with this stuff heavily, it seems like. Just trying to find it here real quick so I can get my thoughts together. But it sounds like the trauma is really core to, like, apparently, like, settlers, like, forcing some of this stuff. I mean they're talking more about, like, using trauma to brainwash people. But maybe those natives that Ross mentioned being drugged for these exotic vehicle downing programs, maybe they're brainwashed. I mean, that's not a stretch compared to like literal torturing them and like overdosing them for like apparently fighting another species. And it's just so nightmarish. Like just messed up, They're just messing with potentially beings and species that are beyond our comprehension and who are utilizing technology beyond our comprehension to just steal their technology with fucking human trafficked natives who are being drugged. It's just like wow. Yeah, but it sounds like he's gonna go on to some kind of something like that. How they use trauma to like just really mess with people or change people or whatever. Or apparently what Ross was claiming, activating abilities or powers or something. It sounds more like I don't know, man. These people are claiming some really wild stuff, and it's all connecting strangely. I mean, native peoples have all sorts of beliefs that kind of line up with a lot of the gosh, I hate saying paranormal. I can't stand that word. It's just so overused and corny. People just market the heck out of it. So just other phenomena and stuff, it's just pretty scary stuff, man. And it all relates like my water walk for trying to raise awareness about the migrant kids being like labor trafficked and abused in all the ways, man. There's like court cases proving these settlers are abusing these migrant children in every way, not just labor. And so like it's all related, man, because these kids and their families are fleeing the countries that these settlers terrorized.
You start to go beyond this is just sick, pedophile, elite, powerful people fulfilling their bizarre fantasies, and into a territory of their systematically conditioning some of these young people and creating what you call the trauma foundation, so that these people are susceptible and impressionable to future sort of manipulation. Do you think there was some sort of undercurrent there with the Epstein thing?
Well, first of all, it's a bunch of sex offender guys.
Mm.
There's huge financial part to it. Sex trafficking. I mean, that's a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? So there's their own personal sexual whatever. There's the money. There's the scoring points with the other guys and being high-ranking in that subculture. And then who knows what else?
It's pretty bizarre, man. It's a weird world. You read that stuff and you're like, oh my god! Like it really. Not only does it sort of indicate the super conspiracy theorists, like people who believed in Pizzagate, because it looks like jerky and hot dog, like these foods were like code words for children and stuff. It was just gross. Not only is it vindication for that, but it's vindication for people who I think viewed like the world more metaphysically and thought elite power structures weren't just vying for power, but maybe were doing the bidding of some like evil entities above them. Like what would drive anybody to do these sorts of things? It's it's like I think Les Wexner, who was Epstein's like one of his closest associates, and I think he like provided him with a house in Ohio and stuff, and like
piles of money.
Yeah, piles of money. He was the Victoria's Secret founder and CEO.
So do we think this guy has access to women?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean there you go. And then but also I believe in the 80s or 90s, Les Wexner's writing in his diary, and he's talking about being haunted by a divuk, and a divuk is I think in Hebrew it means demon.
Oh.
And so you get into these weird territory where it's like you're not even doing this for your own sick, sadistic, twisted pleasure. You're doing this because you're doing the bidding of some higher, even more evil thing.
Now we're definitely outside the documents.
Yeah, we are.
We're outside regular psychiatry.
Yes.
So, but now you're into supernatural, multidimensional entities, which then takes us into aliens and
sure.
Who knows? I mean, I don't pretend to know the answers to all this stuff.
Well, speaking of supernatural entities,
I know you're not interested in aliens at all.
Not at all. It's not. Who cares? Maybe we'll get to that at some point. But no, it's funny. One of the people you mentioned in the documents, as far as psychiatrists deeply implicated in MKUltra, is a guy named Michael Persinger.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know about his God helmet, the Persinger God helmet?
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about that.
Well, there's Martin Orr and Jolly West were on the board of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation that was formed in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
And there's if you ever watched a movie called Star Wars, there's the light and the dark, right? Universal themes.
Yes.
So, 1980 comprehensive textbook of psychiatry that I studied is like the Bible of psychiatry. 3 volumes. It's like literally this thick. Way at the back of volume 2, there's a small section called Topics of Special Interest, which is irrelevant stuff that we thought we'd throw in way at the back. and a chapter called Incest, which is not a relevant topic in psychiatry. In that chapter, there's a reference to a 1955 study saying that incest occurs in 1 family out of 1,000,000 in North America. Those were the medical facts in 1980. So there's been massive cover-up of childhood trauma, childhood sexual abuse, sexual harassment, on rape. There's no rape crisis centers around. It was all completely irrelevant to the mental health of the population.
Is the implication of these psychiatrists who are causing trauma being on this false memory foundation? Is it like they're gaslighting the people that they've traumatized by saying they're false memories, or like what's the?
Well, I think this is now speculation too. I'm going to speculate if you don't mind.
Sure.
I know you don't like speculation.
I love speculation.
Oh, I misread that. It's hard to tell. So I think if you look at the people on the board, the people who've been active in the false memory, what was that organization trying to do? For sure, for a fact, publicly stated, get rid of multiple personality. Nobody's diagnosing it, nobody's treating it, discredit it, ridicule it, shut it down. So what were their motives? It wasn't just one thing. So there's a bunch of people who are sort of memory experts, and it doesn't fit with their model of memory that you can induce amnesia or even have amnesia just on your own as part of PTSD. So they don't like that, so they want to shut that down. Then there's, I think, a group of people who actually were mistakenly falsely accused of incest. So they want some organization to help them out. Then there's people who were actually incest perpetrators. They need a defense, so it's all false memories. And then there's a group of people who just think that's a whole bunch of stupid Freudian theory, and we've grown past that, and we want to shut down all that nonsense. And then there's Jolly West, Martin Orne, their motive being to cover up the Manchurian candidate programs, because therapists are starting to tune into multiple personalities, which didn't exist back in the day hardly. And we're just starting to hear stories of, I was taken to a military base, I was taken to a lab, I was spun around physically, did things with goggles, all kinds of experimental stuff to create alter personalities. So this is leaking out into public. So that better get shut down.
Jesus.
So there's multiple motives there.
You said spun around and disoriented?
Yeah, it's all, if you go to Abu Ghraib or Guantanamo Bay, where we've all been by looking at photos, right? What do you see being done?
Torture?
Food deprivation, sensory deprivation, isolation, hooding, sitting in forced postures for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. At Abu Ghraib, being forced to naked do sex stuff with other male Muslim guys with a female U.S. officer watching, mock dog attacks, electric shock. There's photographs of all this stuff. And insulting the religion and stomping, literally physically stomping on and destroying the Quran.
Why would, but doing that to it's horrible to do that to anyone.
Right.
Doing that to our own citizens feels even crazier.
Well, so jumping back to Guantanamo Bay, why would we be doing all this stuff that's just classical brainwashing and mind control technology? So suspicion, they're actually trying to, like, Guantanamo Bay is actually a training breeding ground for Manchurian candidate double agents who then get released.
Whoa.
Go back home, maybe.
Oh, interesting. So it's like the worst case outcome is you inflict a lot of pain on the person.
Right.
They give you vital information, you break them. The best case is that you can actually create some split personality or something and then send them back into their home turf, their home countries.
Right.
Jesus Christ. That's gnarly, man. That makes sense.
It makes sense. The odds that it's never been done anywhere seem slim to me.
Well, yeah, no, that definitely has been. That's crazy.
There's a little side story. Since I'm Canadian by birth, I've got 2 passports now. There's a guy named Omar Kader, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce his last name, who was a terrorist in the Middle East. I think it was Afghanistan. It was either Iraq or Afghanistan. And he threw a grenade that wounded several American service guys. Well, how did he get his hands on the grenade? How old was he? 12. So 12-year-old kid, a platoon of U.S. soldiers invades his village way out in the middle of nowhere. There's a firefight. He gets shot. This is according to the U.S. military. He's under rubble. He gets pulled out. He gets taken back to here. Ends up at Guantanamo Bay because he's a known terrorist. And I don't know if it's true or not true, but they say that they're interested in him because his father may have communicated with Osama bin Laden. So we're going to hold a 12-year-old kid who's now 18, 19, 20 for almost a decade to try and get information out of him because we can't get that information out in a couple of weeks. And he's a terrorist. And then he gets released and goes back to Canada, and Canada gives him $10 million and place to stay. So such stupid stories and such ridiculous behavior for what purpose?
It's very weird. So you think there's this ulterior motive of...
I don't know if it's just gung-ho, as you mentioned, cowboy craziness, or there's some sort of ulterior motive or plan. Like, what are the odds that a 12-year-old kid knows anything about anything?
Speaking of kind of...
It's just so funny how, like, even internalized spiritually, subconscious-wise, that settlers just even know cowboy craziness, man. That bloodthirsty settler, that just primal, evil, bloodthirsty settler stuff that just lurks inside them. They just know it. They know it. That's some demonic ass stuff. I'm not like into like I believe there's bad spirits as like a from a traditional kind of like native perspective. I believe in bad spirits for sure, or like spirits that are like good or bad. Maybe I just can't ever comprehend it as a person. And but dang, man, that crazy cowboy, just primal evil settler, thing. We have all sorts of stories from where I'm around about like all sorts of settler villages where they would just eat us. They would eat natives. I mean, it's well known that settlers had books on how to cook various um, non-white people. So not far fetched. But yeah, it's just so interesting that like in their subconscious, there's this like primal knowing of just this evil bloodthirstiness.
Of couriers that are split off from some hermetically sealed, almost encrypted part of themselves that's carrying a message into kind of deep foreign territory. One of the craziest stories from your book is about a woman named Candy Jones.
Right.
What's her deal?
The control of Candy Jones is her biography, not autobiography. So she was a pinup girl in World War II in the Pacific Theater.
Okay, this isn't the guy. These aren't the guys I was necessarily we found out about in the Danny and Greer interview. But this is a good one. This is lining up. Unfortunately, uh, it's not good. These things aren't good. But I'm glad I'm learning and tracking down some of the history and stuff with all this. Because it's like Ross said, man, they're up right now. I mean, there's migrant kids being trafficked in all 50 states, and that's been known for over 2 years now. And it's bipartisan. Bush, Obama. Obama got the cages really going. The caged families and trafficked migrant kids and families after Bush prepped it all, and then Trump got it all going, and then Biden Kamala got it going even more. Biden and Kamala lost like 30,000 migrant kids. And then, back to the Trump administration doing the same thing, trafficking, these people are trafficking natives. We're from Spanish, French, English, indigenous speaking languages. It doesn't matter. We're the original inhabitants of these lands, and it is truly demonic to see these settlers running around just doing the worst case scenarios and apparently about to start maybe like a interplanetary war, as if they don't start enough fucking wars, as if their homelands aren't tiny countries from all the wars they love. Everyone is already tired of fucking Iran or the Iran war, everything going on over there, like, and now they're about to get it sounds like some interplanetary war, like, oh man, not good, man. Not good. Um, I'm gonna go back to the Ross video so we can remember where we started going on here. And I am gonna get some more hot water. Drink water. Super good for you.
And I wrote down what ZP is called stress inoculation. There does appear kind of military facility and given essentially torture. He was induced with electric probes up his rectum to try to induce psionic activity. And that is what's called stress inoculation. There does appear to be a link between the inducing of trauma, stress inoculation, and the ability to enhance psionic abilities. I think it's also one of the reasons why people who've suffered near-death experiences, the thinning of the veil between whatever happens to us after we die and our present existence in our meat bodies, there's something about people who've suffered near-death experiences or had severe trauma, people who've been through combat. One of the other things that I'm also exploring, and this is something that is an active investigation, I don't know if I've spoken about this before, is that it is my understanding that people in the official US legacy psionic program, including indigenous American people, have been given appalling levels of combinations of barbiturates and amphetamines at the same time, so that their bodies, their physical bodies, are in it's essentially almost like an induced coma state, but their mind is operating at 100 miles an hour because of the amphetamine. And needless to say, the combination of these drugs at the extent to which they've been being used is appallingly bad for the physical subjects. And apparently, there have been a lot of psionic subjects who've suffered shortened lifespans as a result of the exposure to these drugs. I suspect this is one of the reasons why there is some reticence about talking publicly about the psionic program. And I can only urge government that if you are thinking of being in any way evasive or manipulative or deceitful about the psionic program, here's your chance to be upfront and honest before the rest of us tell the full story. This is an active investigation, but I think the term stress inoculation, stress-induced trauma, is going to become a very interesting aspect of the study of human psionics.
All right, we will head to Jared on X. With the looming escalation of the petroldemic, what do you think the odds are that new technology miraculously emerges to save the day as petrol becomes more scarce? Or will we see more draconian travel restrictions and digital ID energy consumption limitations?
What are the chances of the government suddenly revealing that it's sitting on alleged 0-point energy, or what is sometimes called low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, or cold fusion? I think, as we say in Australia, the chances are Buckley's or none. Absolutely no chance. I think there is a determination by the US government to try and sit on, if there is any recovered breakthrough in highly advanced technology such as 0-point energy. I think a determination has been made to conceal such technologies unless it's absolutely essential to reveal its existence. There's long been allegations from within the national security state by scientists and whistleblowers that there is repeated breakthroughs that have happened in 0-point energy from the quantum vacuum. And I wrote down what ZP is. ZPE refers to the ground state energy of quantum vacuum fluctuations, which is a real measurable phenomenon that's been demonstrated by what's called the Casimir effect. And so in theory, tiny amounts of energy could be extracted to without violating known rules of physics, but you could scale it to make incredibly powerful generators, which would break through barriers that have previously stopped us from generating huge amounts of power. The idea being that a cup of space could essentially power the world. There's great work that's ongoing looking at this idea. I'm a fan of a guy called Professor Garrett Model from the University of Colorado, Boulder. He's published on metal insulator metal MIM Casimir cavity tunneling devices that reportedly generate small measurable electrical currents or power. And that's been attributed to ZPE fluctuations. There's been about 1,000 experiments have been done, but he hasn't had the huge breakthrough, or at least none that have been publicly acknowledged. There's also been claims of quantum energy teleportation, QET, that has seen experimental proofs, but these are only proof of concept for information-based energy transfer, not generators. There's a guy who keeps on bobbing his head up called Andrea Rossi, who has something called the ECAT NGU units. And he's been claiming that these are ZPE linked, and they're claimed to have entered industrial delivery in late 2025, early this year. But I haven't seen any evidence of this yet. And Andrea Rossi is one of those frustrating characters who bobs up periodically in the custard and makes extraordinary claims about energy breakthroughs. Everybody's cheering on and getting very, very excited. And I will no doubt attract fury from people out there in the community who believe passionately that he has made a breakthrough. Let's see the evidence. If he has made breakthroughs in ZPE, prove it. Prove it in a way that we can all be happy is definitive proof. At the moment, though, there is no official evidence that there is a 0-point energy device that is generating energy at all. Mainstream physics still reviews the idea as speculative and implausible. So the research that's being done is exploratory and only on the micro scale. As for low energy nuclear reaction, now this is where things get more interesting. LENR, of course, goes right back to the 1980s Pons-Fleischmann claim that was severely, allegedly discredited back in the 80s. And poor old Pons and Fleischmann, two scientists who claimed to be discovering cold fusion in a lab in the United States were accused of having bogus data, and their entire claims were swept under the carpet for the last 50 years. I have heard that there have been breakthroughs in LENR inside government laboratories, notably at Pax River in the United States. And I have spoken to people who have witnessed test platforms that are allegedly producing LENR energy reactions. As for publicly acknowledged evidence of this, there's not a lot. I think the University of British Columbia has demonstrated a 15% electrochemical boost in deuterium fusion rates in palladium lattices, none of which I understand. But they're making claims that they've got evidence of LENR, but it's still very early days. There's claims of self-sustaining operation by an LENR researcher called Jean-Paul Beberian, which has reportedly confirmed extended self-sustaining runs and net power output. There's another one called Brilluin Energy, and they've got patents ongoing. They've shown alleged outputs in controlled tests of heat production. But again, there's no up and running generator. And then, of course, you've got Andrea Rossi with his ECAT NGU. He claims he's got industrial delivery and megawatt scale operation. Let's see the evidence, Andrea. I want the evidence. If there is LENR generators operating, I want to hear about it. I just want to come back to Pax River for a moment. What I'm told is that an LENR generator reactor was up and running. I know the names of the researchers involved. They were absolutely convinced that they'd made an LENR breakthrough. I'm told the whole thing was covered up and swept under the carpet by the Department of Energy. I sincerely hope that hasn't happened. But let's just say that is a subject of ongoing investigation.
Let's get back to that video we were watching. I'm probably gonna just do a little bit more of this and call it. And get back to this tomorrow. Try and track this stuff down. Tomorrow we'll probably excuse me. Tomorrow we'll probably go get this I want to do more like a locational tracking of everything going on. Start going through the notes here and then finding it all on maps, putting pins on maps and seeing if it sounds like a lot of this stuff is happening in primarily like native areas or like large populated native areas, and there are, they directly say native people being abused in these programs, and especially natives in desperate or coerced situations from Central and South America being used for apparently calling in apparently exotic craft for them to be downed by advanced electromagnetic weapons, as Greer and apparently not apparently what other people are claiming.
Came back, was just kind of living a fairly regular life, nothing much going on. And then there's a guy who's, I'm not going to remember this name either, but there's a guy who was a military intelligence guy who was living in the same building, who kind of interacted with her a bit. And she ended up getting worked on by this psychiatrist, had a new identity that was doing career assignments, and who knows exactly what kind of assignments. And then she she and her biographer wrote about that in detail.
What were the career assignments? Where did she go?
Philippines? I can't remember the whole list of places.
Maybe Taiwan, I think.
Probably. It was over Eastern Asia.
Yeah. The Gifted and Talented Education Program in the United States. This often comes up as possibly related to some of these mind control experiments, but being done systematically on young people. You have a lot of people now coming out saying they had me drink a pink drink that erased my memory, or I was told to stare at a sine wave and collapse the sine wave, or look at a piece of metal and see how I mentally interacted with the metal.
Right.
Sometimes being spun around on their people's vestibular systems being messed with. I think there's something called the G-lock or something like that.
I don't know that.
Have you heard anything about the Gifted and Talented Education Program?
A few sort of floating rumors. That's about it.
Okay.
But people have told me, whatever the program is called, that how did they get into it? Well, their dad took them over there, because they had dirt on their dad because he was a sex offender and so on. Another route is after school programs, special school programs, and then the special school program got transferred over to the base.
Mm.
So I've heard those stories.
Do you think any of this stuff, did UFOs ever come up in your research? Do you think any of this relates to UFOs?
So I've actually touched on that a few times, at risk of being dismissed as a UFO conspiracy nut, of course.
You're in good company.
You outrank me, actually.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just,
there
I'm
you
just a
go.
low-level guy
Yeah,
here.
yeah, you can look very sane next to me.
Right.
So,
So-
I'm wearing a ridiculous shirt that says "Believe" and alien on.
I'm wide open to aliens. Like, we know that there's like multiple reports of visual sighting from the ground, visual sighting from the pilot, simultaneous radar sighting from the ground, radar sighting from the jet, you know, turning right angles at Mach 3, jumping up 80,000 feet in seconds. It's all documented. These things have been observed over and over and over, which maybe we can get to Roswell in a second here. So there's clearly craft, and it's kind of like taking the lid off little bit by little bit by little bit, because it was all mockery. But now it's not mockery anymore. Why? We're not talking about those crazy UFOs anymore. We're talking about UAPs. So that's sort of a sanitizing, take the bad aura off. And the military and the government are saying there's UAPs that are not from us. So, okay, so is that cover story for some advanced program of our own? But it's not any technology that's anywhere near the public domain. So there definitely are UAPs flying around. Do they have biological occupants from other planets? Just based on that information, you can't say for sure. But it's not just a made up by nutcases thing. It's an officially acknowledged phenomenon by the government. And if it's not, like, it's not the Russians, it's not the Chinese, it's not us.
Yep.
We kind of run out of possibilities here.
Well, also, if you think of UFOs as this like sacred tree, like a UFO itself is just a kind of a byproduct. It's this like, it's the tip of the iceberg, which is just this object that's flying in ways that we don't understand. And then if you think of that as the tip of the spear on like a deeper kind of worldview, metaphysical worldview that is just much more expanded than this kind of materialist, reductionist, kind of overly scientific view that we have today. I wonder if government or power structures think about people who are seeking truth and looking systematically into UFOs as some sort of like threat, because it's inherently kind of an irreverent search. You're looking for authority beyond the government, or you're looking for, again, metaphysics that's very kind of expanded. And so I do sometimes wonder if there are initiatives in the government to kind of manufacture division and stoke conflict within the UFO community, or instigate belief in sort of bizarre ways. Or
so without having any evidence, I'm sure there are.
Yeah, I'm sure there are
it's
too.
just the way intelligence operations operate.
Yeah,
you're always sowing the sand back in one side, back in the other side.
Yeah,
and if you just see it as a huge theater distraction, what's it being distracted from? Well, it's because there really are aliens and somebody in the government is interacting with them, or it's our own advanced weaponry that we want to keep a lid on.
Yeah, I know enough.
One or the other.
I know enough to know that there's some aliens is a you were kind of being presumptuous by saying aliens as far as them being from another planet, and I'm saying not you, I'm saying anybody.
I'm never presumptuous.
And you're never presumptuous. No, you do stick with the facts. I don't. But
well, I just like to use facts as the base.
I think
I
that's
don't
good.
mind going
Speculate. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do with these things. And I actually think it's irresponsible not to speculate if, per what you said, you're being given little bits and pieces of information strategically per these limited hangouts. If you're not trying to figure out what's actually going on and you're just taking at face value what you're being given, that's an issue. If you're being given the data set by somebody who's trying to throw you off,
you have to sip on the Kool-Aid while you're doing that.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You have to sip on it and then say this Kool-Aid tastes bad and spit it out or something. So it's a really tough. These things are tough to look into because the people that are the bad actors are often the sources of information. So it's a weird space. But yeah, I do wonder how much interaction the UFO stuff and the MK Ultra stuff is. I mean, okay,
there's zero in the MK Ultra related documents.
Yeah,
not one word.
The only connection I think I can, the only connection I have is, I believe, in Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée is a famous French godfather. You're aware of him. Yeah, he's just an amazing UFO researcher. He's the basis for Francois Truffaut's character in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He was J. Allen Hynek's assistant in Blue Book, and he was also one of the kind of early pioneers of the internet. He helped build ARPANET under Doug Engelbart.
All right, I'm pretty sure
he has these like series of diaries that are the bad actors are often the sort of stuff and the MK Ultra stuff. I mean, okay, why don't we
from I think the Greer video. They mentioned him. I got that written down here.
Connection I think I can. Yeah, the only connection I have is, I believe, in Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée is a famous French godfather.
Just want to make sure I got his name spelled right for looking him up. Jacques. I know there it is. I spelled it wrong. Oh. Jacques Vallée. I don't care if it's wrong. So at least they are names and words wrong. Jack Couillasse? You just get that really smug look.
You're aware of him. Yeah, he's just an amazing UFO researcher. He's the basis for Francois Truffaut's character in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He was J. Allen Hynek's assistant in Blue Book, and he
I mean, he might be like a cool dude. But I'm sorry. All this stuff going on, all these people just abusing people, and all the like little the cowboy crazy, insane, like bloodthirsty settler, like intelligence people. It's just a nightmare, man. These like the Christian extremists in the presidency and around the presidency wanna like talk about like demons and stuff. Like, dude, come on, look in the mirror. Like, look around your like really stale suburban neighborhood. Okay, shot fire. Engine. J. Allen. Oops. Jacquees.
He was also one of the kind of early pioneers of the internet. He helped build ARPANET under Doug Engelbart. He he has these like series of diaries where he just writes about his meetings that he has, and they're called Forbidden Science, and he has like I think 5 volumes at this point. And he talked about, I believe, Sidney Gottlieb, or like some of his some like people in the like the CIA, technical staff services, like that world, them having books on UFOs and trying to understand what's going on with them,
Right.
but like not really understanding what's going on with them. So there's some sort of interest on the part of people who are clearly deeply implicated in the mind control stuff in the UFO stuff. And then that book I mentioned, Martin Cannon, Controllers, he says abductions are just like alien abductions are just a smokescreen for MK Ultra. Like the most famous abduction was Betty and Barney Hill, 1961.
Right, there, yeah.
They actually say, in their hypnotic regression, the beings look like Nazis or whatever. So then you go, these Operation Paperclip scientists brought over.
There's a very cool X-Files episode. I don't remember the whole story, but the UFO crashes or something, and the woman is being like manipulated, and she's probably going to get an anal probe and everything by the aliens. And then all of a sudden, it's human beings. And then the boss guy says, "Okay, rinse her out."
Right. So yeah, you know what? I think certain abductions have been that, and then this is where it's so weird. It's kind of the perfect smokescreen for intel, because I also think there are real alien abductions. So the Betty and Barney Hill thing, I think, was a genuine abduction, but also the other weird factor around that is Charles Douglas Jackson, who worked at he was like head of part of the psychological strategy board and ran psychological warfare for the United States in the 50s, and I believe was at Time magazine, was responsible for the Zapruder film, so the missing frames in the JFK assassination video. Like this guy was clearly
sort of like the missing frames in the jail cell for Epstein.
Exactly, the whole minute missing, the raw data, crazy. So C.D. Jackson is meeting with the Betty and Barney Hill a few weeks after they for intel, because I also think there are real alien abductions. So the Betty and Barney Hill thing, I think, was a genuine abduction, but also the other weird factor around that is Charles Douglas Jackson, who worked at he was like head of part of the psychological strategy board and ran psychological warfare for the United States in the 50s, and I believe was at Time magazine, was responsible for the Zapruder film, so the missing frames in the JFK assassination video. Like this guy was clearly
sort of like the missing frames in the jail cell for Epstein.
Exactly, the whole minute missing, the raw data, crazy. So C.D. Jackson is meeting with the Betty and Barney Hill a few weeks after they get abducted.
It's back to Epstein.
Yeah.
So what if let's say it was accidentally missing, which is how slack is that?
Clearly,
sort of like the missing frames in the jail cell for Epstein.
Exactly, the whole also the other weird factor around that is Charles Douglas Jackson, who worked at he was like head of part of the psychological strategy board and ran psychological warfare for the United States in the 50s, and I believe was at Time magazine, was responsible for the Zapruder film, so the missing frames in the JFK assassination video. Like this guy was clearly
sort of like the missing frames in the jail cell for Epstein.
Exactly, the whole minute missing, the raw data, crazy. So C.D. Jackson is meeting with the Betty and Barney Hill a few weeks after they get abducted.
It's back to Epstein.
Yeah.
So what if let's say it was accidentally missing, which is how slack is that operation? But okay, everything's fine. And then a minute later, he's dead. You can't even die of asphyxiation.
Board and ran psychological warfare for the United States in the 50s, and I believe was at Time magazine, was responsible for the Zapruder film, so the missing frames in the JFK assassination video. Like this guy was clearly
sort of like the missing frames in the jail cell for Epstein.
Exactly, the whole minute missing, the raw data, crazy. So C.D. Jackson is meeting with the Betty and Barney Hill a few weeks after they get abducted.
It's back to Epstein.
Yeah.
So what if let's say it was accidentally missing, which is how slack is that operation? But okay, everything's fine. And then a minute later, he's dead. You can't even die of asphyxiation in 1 minute. It takes longer.
No,
it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. That case smells so bad. It's so obvious, and I don't know. It's funny to me to see a lot of like the podcast circuit is like, all like up in arms now, and I'm like, we've known this for 5 years. It's like,
Right.
it's like just look at the facts. Like it's so obvious. Not that they shouldn't be up in arms, but they should have been up in arms many years ago.
Right.
But the human energy field. We're just covering so much dark stuff, and I think the positive element of this is that we all have these kind of bioelectric electromagnetic fields. And I think later MK Ultra stuff, unfortunately, deals with like chip implantations and stuff that is kind of freaky and weird.
Putting implants in dolphins' brains and guiding them to drop bombs.
Is what? Who did that?
CIA military documented.
No way. Being able to remote control a dolphin to drop a bomb.
What's that? The Day of the Dolphin.
Yeah.
You know that movie?
Yeah, it's about John Lilly.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
John Lilly is the actual real life character. So the mysterious government organization comes over and starts jacking around with. He's working with dolphins and giving them LSD, which John Lilly actually did. And then what they do is they get a dolphin. They attach the bomb to the dolphin. The dolphin's supposed to go under the. I can't remember if it's the vice president or the president's fishing boat and go tick, and release the thing and it blows up, and then that gets all shut down. But the documents describe using brain electrode implant. Off he goes, control the route, drop the bomb off. That's described in the documents.
Jesus Christ.
So we'll veer into that before we get to the energy fields. So in MK Ultra related documents, there's implanting electrodes in animal brains to control their behavior. There's a guy, Jose Delgado, who's a neurosurgeon at Yale. He's published a book called Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society. And he says what we need to do is implant electrodes in the brains of the entire population, not counting the lead generals and the top politicians. And that's how we're going to make society psycho-civilized.
What?
Stated in the book clearly. And so
the mark of the beast.
Yeah. And so there's photographs in medical journals. One is a 16-year-old girl who's had electrode in her brain. And Delgado, the technical advance he made was you don't have to have the wire connected. You can use a remote transmitter to activate the electrode. So depending on which electrode is being activated, animal brains to control their behavior. There's a guy, Jose Delgado, who's a neurosurgeon at Yale. He's published a book called Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society. And he says what we need to do is animal brains to control their behavior. There's a guy, Jose Delgado, who's
just a crusty looking cowboy, crazy evil look in his eye settler. Dang.
neurosurgeon at Yale. He's published a book called Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society. And he says what we need to do is implant electrodes in the brains of the entire population, not counting the lead generals and the top politicians. And that's how we're going to make society psycho-civilized.
What?
Stated in the book clearly. And so
the mark of the beast.
Yeah. And so there's photographs in medical journals. One is a 16-year-old girl who's had electrode in her brain. And Delgado, the technical advance he made was you don't have to have the wire connected. You can use a remote transmitter to activate the electrode. So depending on which electrode is being activated, she's normal. She's strumming on her guitar. She's pounding furiously on the wall, or she's just like out of it. This is photographs of this girl. And then in monkeys, and one of the stupid cover stories is, oh yeah, we were trying this on cats. And we had the cat with an electrode. We're sending it off into the world, but it ran off in front of a car and got killed. So we never did that again. This is how it leaks into Hollywood as fiction, but it's actually fact. And its treatment of epilepsy is why we're putting electrodes in people's brains. All 100% documented. Then there's a guy in Tulane University, Robert Heath, psychiatrist, who's funded by CIA and multiple branches of the military. He's doing brain electrode implants and has the remote transmitter. He's curing the well-known mental disease of homosexuality. Because according to the American Psychiatric Association...
Being sarcastic for anybody taking that.
It wasn't sarcastic if we jump back in time to 1972.
Then you talk about attempts to program somebody's sexuality, turning somebody...
Well, this Robert Heath guy, coming back to Robert Heath at Tulane, electrode in the gay guy, Robert Heath, psychiatrist, who's funded by CIA and multiple branches of the military. He's doing brain electrode implants and has the remote transmitter. He's curing the well-known mental disease of homosexuality. And there's a guy in Tulane University, Robert Heath, psychiatrist.
Okay, while I'm reacting to all of their pictures, he's just got that, like, I ain't going to hell, knowing he's probably going to hell. Look, I mean, whatever, if that exists in your mind. I mean, I don't know. I don't believe in the settler hell, but I believe settlers go to hell. If they're bad people. But just learning all this and hearing what these guys are talking about, that look this guy has in his photo right now, is just that, like, I hope there's not a God because I did bad things. Jeez. Terrible. Terrible, terrible invaders, man. It's the stuff of nightmares.
Who's funded by CIA and multiple branches of the military. He's doing brain electrode implants and has the remote transmitter. He's curing the well-known mental disease of homosexuality. because according to the American Psychiatric
Being
Association,
sarcastic for anybody taking that.
it wasn't sarcastic if we jump back in time to
Sure.
1972.
Then you talk about attempts to program somebody's sexuality, turning
Well,
somebody.
this Robert Heath guy, coming back to Robert Heath at Tulane, electrode in the gay guy's brain, expose him to heterosexual pornography over and over and over and over to condition him while you're stimulating the electrode to put him in a state of pre-orgasmic arousal. So you're pairing arousal with heterosexuality. And towards the end, this is all.
Yeah, no, for sure, he's going to hell. He's there. He's there for sure. Dang, man. Cause that, like, that's pretty gay. To wanna like abuse and arouse gay men for your weirdo settler evil stuff. I think that's kind of gay if he's like really studying that, apparently. So, just the nightmare hypocrisy of the settler world, settler goals, if you could even call any of that goals. It's more like just like cowboy crazy nightmare, like bloodlust, lust for violence. Um, yeah, that's pretty perverse if he's doing that to these guys for hearing them. Nightmares. Just the stuff of nightmares. Just for some reason, trying to track this stuff down just gets worse and worse, and it's just like proving more and more that, yeah, drugging natives to apparently down exotic vehicles from who knows where is nothing compared to the evils they apparently have historically just done. Like, it's nothing. Guy taking a photo like someone just caught him in the bathroom. Just looking like he knows he's going to hell, man. That's crazy. Or whatever happens, it ain't good for him.
Published in mainstream medical journal that I've actually published in myself. Towards the end, they brought in a female prostitute, had her have sex with the guy while they're monitoring his brainwaves, and then they debrief him and the prostitute, and she says, "Yep, he functioned well, normal."
No way.
And then the end of the paper is, so he was cured of homosexuality with only one relapse in the first 6 months.
Jeez, and the only one, but that's what?
That's in the mainstream literature.
Well,
just like the Tuskegee syphilis study is published in a mainstream journal.
This is crazy. That's crazy.
So that's the crazy stuff that goes on in the psychiatry literature and in the official manual of psychiatry, let alone the hidden stuff. That's
Jesus, man. So we're just more. I mean, John Lilly, who we were talking about, the inspiration for the Day of the Dolphin, he kind of invented the isolation tank, and he would take, a lot of ketamine and would, get into these dissociative states. And he even, like, I think at one point summoned this thing he called the SSI, the solid state entity, and would communicate. Oh yeah, would communicate with this sort of alien intelligence. And he wrote a book called, I think, was it Human Programming and Metaprogramming?
I've read it.
I think so. So you just.
I've heard of this John C. Lilly guy before. I'm not sure what around. I think it's like there's like a museum or house of mystery guy. Can't remember the name of his channel, but he covers some really. I saw him on, I think, TikTok at some point. Covered a lot of this like brainwash, settler abuse, intelligence cults. For the note I wrote for Robert He, I said pervert who abused gay men and studied their arousal. Because that's how people should remember him. Oh, and it mentions the brain electrode implants.
programming and metaprogramming?
I haven't read it.
I think so. So you just on the note of what you're saying, it just feels like humans are far more like programmable than we don't think of ourselves as suggestible. We think of ourselves as sort of fixed, but in fact, we're way more impressionable than we'd ever believe.
Well, just take a look at Hollywood. In the 50s, we were hunting communists. Some of whom were communists and a bunch weren't. And like everybody was on board with, we got to clean up America here. So that was pretty unanimous. And now it's flipped to the opposite extreme, where if you're not way over on the left, try finding work in Hollywood.
Yeah, it's really hard.
And so then that's just the programmability of people in general. They swing over here, they swing over there.
Humans are extremely mimetic, and you just sort of ideas are fashion statements, and you see it especially on social media is like really amplifies this because it's a hall of mirrors
massively.
So if you're not like saying the thing that's like really popular right now, then you're sort of you're falling behind and you're not staying relevant or something.
There's a guy in British Columbia. So me being originally Canadian, he just got fined. It was something like $750,000 for making just stating an opinion.
Yeah.
That there's only two genders and two sexes.
That's insane.
He got fined $750,000.
That is so crazy. That is so crazy.
So that's what's the difference between that and the McCarthy era.
Do you think people like Jolly West tried to affect culture via celebrity? Like I met a woman who was Charlton Heston's daughter-in-law. She's a really sweet lady. And if you're out there, hello. And she, Charlton Heston obviously, is a legendary actor, but
Right.
Charlton Heston was this NRA champion.
Yeah.
So he was this, National Rifle Association.
Yeah, I'm not left or right. I think all settler political groups are bad for our lands and bad for native people. I mean, you got, like I just mentioned earlier, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, Kamala, all trafficked native people and children at the border, all benefited from the mass labor trafficking and slave labor of Spanish speaking native peoples. And they're just evil, man. Left or right, man. They proved that to me apparently my whole life watching this stuff. Just bad people. They're foreigners. Their American dream is native bones and blood, stolen property. So it's just it's insane because this girl power lady, like I support women's rights. I support women. Strong Anishinaabe native women are strong. They're badasses. They're not these weak settler women. So I absolutely, and we're a matriarchal society. Like I support women in my community, and Anishinaabe women are kick ass. But this same settler girl power shit from Kamala also said, "What about him?" when she was confronted about the border, and has she seen the border and the families and children at the border. So you can't, like, yeah, same for Trump, Biden, Kamala. They're all crooked weirdo settlers. The foreigner invaders who benefit from the harm of native people. So yeah, I don't like left or right. It's just insane to see how they harm native people, and in Canada too. You can ask, or whatever. There's a bunch of natives who are just being treated terribly by the left and the right. The left are just supporting pretendians and non-natives stealing from native resourcing because it's inclusive. As long as it's white and black and Arab and Indian and Asian people taking from natives and native resources, the left is happy. The right is happy if it's the same thing, or white people or whatever. I don't know. They're both bad. End of story for Native people in Native America. We deserve to have our own governance systems and our own political parties, totally separate from foreigner influence.
When shootings would happen, he would sort of be on the counter rally saying, protect the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms.
Guns don't kill people, people kill people.
That's right. And that, and if anything, it mitigates violence and all this stuff. And then I found out
there's some data to support that. In a reverse sense, there's fewer deaths at home from guns in homes that don't have guns.
Yeah.
Well, hello. It's pretty obvious.
That's a good stat. And for me, this is not, I moved from California to Texas, so this is not a polemic on, I'm not anti-gun necessarily. But I do find it interesting that a guy in Jolly West who's clearly programmed a lot of violence at high levels in the U.S. is best friends with the guy who's the head of the NRA and this gun champion. Like, that seems interesting to me. Is there something there?
Well, you keep asking me questions as if I might know the answer.
I don't know. We're speculating. We're in kind of really murky territory. But
well, obviously, it's a huge industry, right?
Yeah.
So there's the financial part of it. There's the gung-ho cowboy part. In Canada, I lived up in the Canadian Arctic. I probably killed 200 or 300 ptarmigan, which is a type of grouse that turns its way in the winter. I owned a rifle. I never did shoot a moose, but I owned a rifle. So, I was out in the woods, walking around, hunting, killing, eating. In southern Canada, I've shot lots of rabbits and cooked them and ate them. So I'm not, we can't kill the animals type person. But the amount of gun violence in the United States, when you look at the graphs, like per 100, the United States is up here. The next country's like down here.
Well, so this is
so out of control.
It's out of control, and this is what I'm getting at, and this is a really weird, deep conspiratorial thread of which we've developed a few here. But
yeah, as somebody who's been getting educated for a while and off and on, it sucks just being in my own lands, and I gotta be afraid that like some random non-native could just ruin all the students' lives. Just this one random day, any day in this country. The United Statesians like literally have created a nightmare for this country's future. Students literally cannot like have peace of mind and thoughts free of their own mortality getting education in this country with all these non-natives like literally doing nightmare things everywhere. It's crazy, man. You literally can't even get an education without having to consider, am I safe here? I've had to think that so many times, just being in student hall places, studying for long hours, like public spaces. It's like, geez, is that a weird settler who's dangerous? Is that a weird settler who's dangerous? Like, and not even just the students, the Michigan State University person was like a janitor guy. So it's like it yeah, man, it's crazy. This country, the United States, seems to have created some crazy nightmare where you literally just can't have peace of mind and get an education from the youngest age to the oldest age. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I support natives being armed and natives being able to defend themselves and our rights to hunt, you know. But man, these non-natives' obsession with violence is just, it's wild. It's globally renowned. Everyone knows how bad they are here.
it seems like the things Jolly West are involved with, and this cuts to Tom O'Neill's thesis with Chaos, is the construction of somebody like a Manson because he looked and talked and walked like a hippie when counterculture was at its greatest threat to, again, people like J. Edgar Hoover who were running the FBI at the time, the State Department.
Those guys were a little bit straight.
What's that?
They were a little bit straight.
What do you mean?
J. Edgar Hoover? I mean, they weren't hippies.
What?
They were straight guys.
Oh, exactly. Well, speaking of the kind of proverbial,
Except he wasn't exactly totally straight.
Well, he was into cross dressing, and they had all this compliment on him. I know. Yeah. Well, it's always this sort of narcissism of small differences, weird thing going on. So, but the point, like, he had it out for counterculture, right? And so this is what Tom O'Neill concludes in his book is they're going to construct somebody that looks like a hippie in Charles Manson, who literally he was like this wannabe artist. He has a song called "Look at Your Game Girl." He's living with the Beach Boys, and then you have this famous quote by Joan Didion right after the murders, saying August, I think it was 8th, 1968 was the day that or maybe 1969, I don't remember, was the day that the 60s ended. The day that he committed the murders. The next day the 60s ended. Counterculture, hippie culture, all that stuff's over. So the threat is over if you're part of the establishment structure. And so you have to wonder, again with this connection with Charlton Heston and gun violence, was Jolly West specifically stoking symbolic violence where you were creating local violence in order to move society in a specific teleology? Like if you look at certain violent things that happen now, they get amplified so much across social media, whether it's Kyle Rittenhouse on the right or George Floyd on the left. I'm not making a comment on either of those things. It's not something I want to weigh into. Like both, kind of.
There's a very curious thing with George Floyd.
Yeah.
Obviously not a good guy.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously did deserve to die.
It didn't deserve to die.
Maybe was killed by the police officer, but he was cranked up on coke and had a heart condition. But
for sure. But we should say it was a horrific video, and it would get any reasonable person whipped up. Yeah.
So, but why select him as the poster child? He's, for a documented fact, held a pistol to a black pregnant woman's abdomen while robbing her house. We want that guy to be our hero?
There are all sorts of...
So is that chosen on purpose to set up the counter argument that he's a no-good bad guy? Or do they just overlook it? Or how does that operate?
Well, this is the thing. I think in either of those cases, or you come up with a million different examples of like public violence, violence that gets amplified across social media. Again, not making a comment on, you could get in all sorts of like deep arguments as to, who's the guy who's like, I can't breathe and he was being choked out, in Brooklyn.
Clearly it's way past time to...
There's all sorts of police malfeasance in these cases. But I think if you're intel and you're viewing the effect of symbolic violence, there's something very powerful about that, and it's very powerful if you want to sway things on particular issues. And so I think the public should just be aware and not susceptible to the sort of artificial construction of some of these violent cases.
Good luck on that one.
I know. Yeah.
So here's a little slightly related.
We're saying all these things, and then it's like we're trending in the complete wrong direction as a society as far as our ability to make sense of any of these things. Like you go on Twitter, or TikTok, or Instagram, and people's brains are being melted by this stuff.
Debate now means shouting your feelings really loudly.
That's right. So it almost makes me feel like, so do you ever feel in danger talking about this stuff? Like
I did a little bit way back, but then nothing happened. So why am I sweating?
Yeah,
a couple decades later.
Yeah. So it's a story of my podcasting career. I'm like, really? I can say that? Okay, cool.
So far.
Don't say that. Come on. Have you ever encountered MK Ultra being used in the context of spooky science? So I think of if you had a modern Manhattan Project.
So spooky science
means classified science, or science that maybe would lead to low barrier to entry and very destructive, or
but we're talking actual engineering, not
confer a tactical advantage, in aerospace or weaponry or anything like that. Because I think of, we talked about the Manhattan Project for a second. If you had any sort of modern equivalence of the Manhattan Project, and you were working on something really sensitive, you might implant one of the scientists with a chip or tell them to drink a drink or something, and then you'd have like a shutdown switch if they ever, got lost in foreign territory. I mean, this is really dark stuff, but have you ever encountered anything like that? Or? Okay. Let's get into lighter territory, because this is I'm officially really spooked. This is a great book. This is
so far we've done mostly this book and a little bit this book. Now we're going to do that book.
Now we're going to do this book, The Human Energy Field.
Right.
What inspired you to write this, and what's the basic thesis?
So I'm a hardcore scientist, right?
Yeah.
Mainstream. No flaky stuff at all.
No, you're right down the middle.
Here comes the mainstream, not flaky story.
Yeah.
So I'm in England in '67, and I just remember not particularly thinking about the topic. Notting Hill Gate is right at the corner of a big park. And I'm just walking into the park, and all of a sudden I see a cone of light that comes out of my eyes. It's about 25, 30 feet away, diameter is about like this. And as I move my gaze, it moves up onto the back of a person, then it dissolves. So, what the hell? Hadn't taken any LSD that day. So I just stored that experience. I said, oh, that's stupid. And then that made me think about the sense of being stared at, which is a very common experience. And then
it's called, there's a word for it, scopisthesia.
I watched you talking to the
Rupert Sheldrake.
Rupert Sheldrake.
That's right.
And I've read his book, so I'm aware of him.
Yeah.
So, because you got to make it sound scientific, right?
What?
Scopisthesia.
Scopisthesia. Yeah,
so
yeah,
around here.
Yeah, make it sound official.
Right.
Yeah.
So, which is good strategy. I agree with it. So then
UAP.
So the sense of being stared at, and then I started to actually, for some reason, it was more in Italy when I was traveling in Italy. I remember one time in particular, I could actually feel the spot on the side of my face that was being stared at. When I turned around and looked at the person, that's staring right at me.
Oh.
And then I had another experience of, which is common. I'm looking through the window, so this energy goes through glass, at a nice-looking Italian woman walking down the street. She turns and looks right at me. There's a look of mutual recognition, and then it's like, so that's a very common experience that a lot of people have had, right? So then I go, I'm not going to just blow that off and say it's, which mainstream quote science people say it's misperception, it's an illusion, it's not real, because there's two theories. There's intramission, which is light comes into your eyes, goes your retina back to your brain. That's clearly real. And then extramission is something comes out of your eyes. Extramission, not allowed. No way, not happening. Going all the way back to John Locke, it's just forbidden. It's not possible. And that dominates academia today. So I go, yeah, maybe not. Something's got to be coming out here for you to sense somebody staring at you. So that's kind of what got me off on this. And then it was spiritual, anthropological, philosophical reading, walking around in the woods in England, in the bush in Canada, sensing energy fields. One time, 1970 or 71, we've got a cabin in the woods in eastern Manitoba. So I was out there with my shotgun hunting rabbit, and all of a sudden I go, I could actually feel the stare of the rabbit and feel it was rabbit-like energy. Turned around, shot it, ate it that evening. So that makes me think, there's survival advantage to being able to sense stare. And then that made me think, well, if you're a gazelle out in Africa somewhere and you can sense the predator staring at you and you feel uneasy and you take off, that's going to be selected for over evolution. It's a good survival skill. And so I'm thinking along those lines, and then I go, well, okay, that's nice, but how are we going to study this scientifically? So Rupert Sheldrake talks about morphic fields, right? But what are morphic fields? Like, how do you measure them? It doesn't lead to an actual experiment. So then I just went, we know for a fact that every atom, everything in the universe emits an electromagnetic field. And then inside there's the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, and then gravity's in there somehow, but who knows how. So it's just basic physics, right? So then I go, okay, how am I going to be able to marry Eastern and Western medicine? I'm going to say that energy, the spirit, the whatever, and the electromagnetic field of the body are the same thing, just looked at through different lenses. If you look through this lens, it's all spiritual, mystical, you can't study it, it's outside science. But if you look at it through, it's electromagnetic energy, we can measure that. So you put 20 electrodes on your brain, you measure your EEG. You put 12 electrodes here, you measure your EKG. So we're already measuring the electromagnetic field of the body for diagnostic and treatment purposes.
Okay, so I mean that's pretty basic, like measuring those waveforms, but full circle, that's what, back to this Ross Coulthart video, that's literally exactly what they talk about before mentioning the trauma induced abilities and powers and drugging natives to down exotic craft or call in exotic craft, which is really weird. Kind of weird now that I say that. You know, thinking and processing all this. If they're using drugging natives to call in craft for them to down, are these craft like drones that are detecting native people being in trouble, serious, disturbing trouble? Are they are they like people from somewhere else detecting that native people are in disturbing trouble? Because there are different native nations who have stories about coming from another planet, um, different ways they got here. So connecting cultural, historical teachings and stories with like these modern nightmares. Uh, I guess I never really thought about that. Are some of these craft like knowing native people are in disturbing trouble?
Asking him if psionic ability could be enhanced by electrically stimulating the brain, something I've heard discussed by Dr. Gary Nolan in connection with remote viewing. I couldn't find that spot in your interview video just now, but I think Jake responded, quote, certain protocols are followed, without directly answering your question. Do you know from other sources if this is done? The reason I ask is because it appears to me that the upcoming Spielberg movie may be about a psionic program. In the original trailer, we see Colin Firth with electrodes on his forehead. And in the later extended trailer, we also see Emily Blunt and Josh O'Connor with the same attached electrodes.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? There does appear to be ECG monitoring being used in Disclosure Day. And that's fascinating because, of course, I can tell you, people who are psionic subjects, psionic assets that are used by the government, their ECG is monitored. And yes, I think Jake's used the term stress inoculation. This is an
It's mainstream science, nothing wacky about it at all. So the human body only has two parts, the brain and the heart. There's only brain disease and heart disease, that's it. Well, so the whole human body is emitting information of probable high-level medical relevance all the time. Why aren't we measuring that? So then I published a paper in a pretty obscure electrical engineering journal where a guy got these guys to sort of weld together a normal electrode that you put in mice's brains to measure stuff and suspended it in front of my eye so it's not touching my body at all. I've got ski goggles where I took out this side so I can actually see out. This side is covered with tinfoil and copper mesh that I got at Target, so it's high-level science. But that's very good electromagnetic insulation. And then there's another electrode hanging out in front, just in space, and then there's the 20 normal EEG leads. And these two frontal leads here, you can see the squiggly lines like normal EEG. So here's the two frontal leads. Here's the lead in front of my eye, no physical contact with my body. Here's the control lead that's just showing background little. It's a completely physiological, real signal that's being picked up in front of your eye. It looks very similar to the electrode readings here. So, I mean, the whole world hasn't said, good job, we know that extra emission is real now. Because you still have to say, does it have any physiological or ecological function, and how far does it propagate out into space? Turns out that the inverse square law shows that the signals drop off really fast. But extra low frequency, like brainwave level, propagates, because if you figure the wave like is so huge, it's not going to drop off. And it doesn't drop off, published in mainstream journals, for thousands of kilometers. The signal intensity doesn't drop off. So it's perfectly realistically possible that from here to the gazelle, it's still a strong signal. So then I go into the anthropology of it. Well, what about
Dang, and it connects into ELF, extremely low frequency stuff. Um, that's really profound. So I wonder if that connects into this. I read this paper about consciousness and time, and it was these physicists who built this detection device where there's various mirrors throughout the device to detect light particles as they come in from the night sky. And what they found out was that um, when someone watched it, similar to the double slit experiment, um, the light particles, and they could prove it through the detectors, the reflector detectors, that the light particles took a more efficient way, a more efficient path to the observer, whereas when they didn't have somebody watch the experiment, they could tell by the detectors that the light bounced through in a normal, predictable manner, not becoming more efficient. So I'm wondering if, kind of like what he's talking about, this ELF channel that we create, might be causing that to go more efficient. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but just connecting, just of various things that are kind of coming together. It's really interesting.
The sense of being stared at. But in Italy, these people are called jettatori, so they jet the evil eye out of their eye. There's evil eye beliefs all around the world, right? And you can cause evil eye sickness by staring at a person if you're a jettatori who's got bad energy. So like, okay, so there's all kinds of cultural precedents for this. What if it like 80% of that's superstition? I don't care. My thesis is there's a core, real electrophysiological signal there that can be investigated.
That's fascinating. So you have and what's really crazy is you said ELF, extremely low frequency. Andrei Puharich, who isn't in some of the documentation that you went through for CIA doctors, but you're aware of him. He was fascinated by ELF waves and thought that that was kind of the signal for consciousness.
Wow, really interesting. So that the Museum of Tarot, maybe that's his name. I think that's his name. He doesn't really do much tarot stuff. I'm not into all that. That's just his name. I definitely believe in, interesting mysticism stuff, but yeah, it is Museum of Tarot. He covers Henry Puharich and these intelligence things and the brainwashing stuff and the abuse and their weird abuse rings and stuff like that. But especially the brainwashing mind control experiments. Yeah, Museum of Tarot, Henry Puharich. Yeah, it's just, dang, man. It's like all the evil settlers know each other.
Right.
And that was, I think, the more kind of shut down part of his work. So what are you saying is evidence for extramission? This idea that what are you saying, that the eyes emit photons or electrons or what specifically, or ELF waves?
So your brain emits brain waves,
Mhm.
which we measure by putting electrodes on your skull. And we have to do a little contact paste there just to get a good contact. Otherwise, there's too much noise. So these, which I mentioned before we started recording, these electrical engineers, mainstream, grant-funded, mainstream publications, they could take a normal clinical EKG from a meter away with no contact with the body.
Sure.
So these signals for sure are propagating out into space. If they go a meter, because it's ELF, the ELF component is going way back out there. We know for a fact, proven, no doubt. And me with my one little paper have proven it's coming out of your eye. So there's all these brainwaves going on. They got to get through your skull to get to the electrode. Well, they don't have to go through your skull to come out your eye. The optic nerve is this giant electrical cable literally right there. Component is going way back out there. We know for a fact, proven, no doubt. And me with my one little paper have proven it's coming out of your eye. So there's all these brainwaves going on. They got to get through your skull to get to the electrode. Well, they don't have to go through your skull to come out your eye. The optic nerve is this giant electrical cable literally right there. And just the geometry of the skull and focus concentration, probably the signal's going to be stronger coming out of your eye.
Oh, it's so wild.
But it's completely scientifically testable and scientifically plausible. It's not mysticism.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to do, is take all this stuff and transform it into very specified ways this could be tested. Which, by the way, I would like some financial help with that from somebody, some kind person somewhere.
Yeah.
And so this is electrode technology. It looks like, from a little bit I've looked into it, probably antenna technology is better. There's very high sensitive antennae that exist, and you can buy them online. So whether it's electrode or antenna, start measuring these signals. So for the eye part of it, which it's kind of my personal hobby horse, because I've already been ridiculed in public for talking about extramission, which I called the human eye beam. But then I realized, actually, my daughter told me, you can't call it the human eye beam if you're going to publish it. So it's human ocular extramission.
That sounds way more professional.
Yeah,
Does it decay at all? So I think of a normal electromagnetic wave as decaying at 1 over r squared, so 1 over distance squared.
ELF doesn't decay like that.
What does it decay like?
I don't know for sure, but minimally for literally hundreds of kilometers.
So if I'm just thinking about a thing, is the idea that I somehow know how to, like, when I'm imprinted, when I'm literally just thinking of something, I'm conjuring it up in my mind. Am I affecting it somehow in this model via these ELF waves that geolocate it and literally reach it? Like a physical wave comes out of my brain or eyes,
whole body,
and reaches this object.
It transmitters the solar plexus, in my opinion.
Okay, but is a wave emitting from my body and reaching something that is geolocated and temporally located in our time space? Because I think of consciousness, like if you have a mental image of something, I don't necessarily translate that as like you are beaming a thing at it. Or do you think you are with these ELF waves?
Well, we're back to yes, no, maybe. So that's why, like, the starting point. So my effort is to boil it down to actually testable stuff.
Yeah.
And you got to start here before you go way out here, right?
So what would be the next?
Okay. I think this is a good spot to pause, and we will pick this up tomorrow. Yeah, I want to find the video with Jesse interviewing Jake something, someone that Greer and Danny mentioned, and Coulthard mentions, all around the disclosure UFO UAP stuff. Just going over my notes here. Yep. I appreciate y'all. If y'all, in the future, whoever's watching this or anyone watching, Chimi Gwetch, big thanks. Like, follow, share. If you know any native people interested in these things, have a friend who is interested in, I don't want to say paranormal. I feel like that word is so over marketed and overplayed, but interesting phenomenon, star people, aliens, whatever you want to call it. I think it affects today more than ever. The government, the U.S. government specifically, is doing a lot of stuff with Congress and disclosure stuff since Trump announced an effort to move forward with disclosure. Significant people went missing. This is how I found out about these native torture programs for their UAP, UFO stuff. Was this general went missing, and Ross Coulthart started doing videos about it and mentions these torture programs. So yeah, have a good one, y'all. Morning, night, evening, whatever time you're watching this, however your day's going. I hope it's better. You learn some more. Stay curious. About my peace.